Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment to but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, As a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brands on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AUF is for you. You can get to know about trending market slashes, promos, offers, and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that's so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHalla TV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X,
TikToks of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brands and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing,
Good morning and welcome to News at 8 on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Iremofe Koforola. And now to the news stories making rounds across Nigeria and across the globe. The federal government of Nigeria, in partnership with the African Development Bank, has initiated a new national aircraft leasing project to resolve long-standing procurement and financing challenges facing indigenous airlines. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, announced the establishment of the Nigeria Aircraft Leasing Company during a stakeholders meeting held in Abuja on Tuesday, describing the project as a major breakthrough for local operators. According to the minister, the initiative was designed as a strategic intervention to support domestic carriers through practical institutional reforms rather than political promises. Festus Keyamo stated that the administration has consistently worked over the past 3 years to assist various air operator certificate holders who have faced significant difficulties in launching their flight operators due to financial constraints. The concept for the leasing firm was originally incorporated into the National Aviation Roadmap in 2015, but experienced and prolonged implementation delays due to compliance disputes regarding the Cape Town Convention. The minister explained that this international legal framework protects global aircraft financiers and lessors, and Nigeria's previous non-compliance had hindered foreign investment in the local aviation industry. The recent resolution of this legal compliance dispute has successfully restored international investor confidence, clearing the institutional path for the formal takeoff of the special vehicle. Festus Keyamo emphasized that participation in the leasing program remains voluntary for local airlines, as the entity was structured purely as a special purpose vehicle to assist operators rather than compete with them. The African Development Bank is currently finalizing official signing of a memorandum of understanding with the federal government, reflecting strong international institutional backing for the sector. To ensure effective execution, President Bola Tinubu has mandated the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Justice to collectively design the final operational framework. The federal government has launched a comprehensive nationwide program to modernize and revive existing grazing reserves and ranches to provide a lasting solution to farmer-herder clashes across Nigeria. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development, Idris Ajimobi, described this on Wednesday during an interactive media session held in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. The presidential aide revealed that structural work has already commenced at the Kwagu Grazing Reserve in Abuja, which serves as the pilot project for the agricultural transition. Idris Ajimobi stated that a nationwide structural audit of the 417 existing grazing reserves is currently underway to assess their current state before creating new infrastructure. According to the Senior Special Assistant, teaching modern livestock techniques must be supported by adequate physical infrastructure to achieve the desired agricultural transformation. The administrative strategy aims to upgrade old reserves into modern ranching platforms, mirroring successful international agricultural models that effectively neutralize land use conflict between agriculturists and pastoralists. The administration of President Bola Tinubu reiterated its commitment to national food security, which motivated the recent creation of the dedicated Ministry of Livestock Development. Idris Ajimobi stated that the administration has set a specific nutritional benchmark to ensure that every Nigerian child can access a sachet of milk and an egg daily. Addressing critical concerns over rural insecurity within the forest reserves and agricultural zones, the presidential aide stated that combating banditry requires collective local intelligence. Idris Ajimobi concluded that criminal activities cannot operate successfully without some element of community complexity, which is often exacerbated by rural poverty. And in other developments, the Nigerian Labour Congress has strongly criticized the current economic conditions and rising insecurity in the country, stating that millions of citizens are facing severe socio-economic hardships. In an official Salah message issued on Wednesday ahead of the Eid al-Kabir celebrations, the organized labor union stated that the workers and vulnerable citizens are bearing the brunt of recent economic changes. The official statement signed by the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero, urged political leaders to thoroughly evaluate the societal impact of their economic policies. The Labour leader emphasized that the primary responsibility of governance should remain the protection of human lives and the provision of basic amenities like food, healthcare, and stable employment. The public criticism reflects growing friction from civil society groups regarding the fiscal reforms introduced by the administration of President Bola Tinubu. These policy adjustments include the complete removal of petrol subsidies and windows, and the unification of foreign exchange windows, which state authorities maintain are vital for long-term fiscal stability. Although the macroeconomic reforms have received commendation from international financial institutions, they have also triggered high inflation and unprecedented rise in transportation and food costs. The Labour Union stated that these compounding economic pressures have severely weakened the purchasing power of households across the West African nation. The Workers' Union further noted that widespread insecurity across geopolitical zones continues to undermine rural livelihoods and national stability. Joe Ajaero declared that the persistent cases of kidnapping, banditry, and communal violence represent a clear indictment of the current national governance and security architecture. Cash held outside the formal banking system in Nigeria decreased by 104 billion 760 million naira between February and April 2026. Financial statements obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria Money and Credit Statistics indicated that currency outside banks dropped significantly during this 2-month operational review window. The contraction occurred after the Monetary Policy Committee reduced the benchmark monetary policy rate to 26.5% during its first legislative meeting of the year. The total volume of cash circulating outside bank vaults dropped from 5.19 trillion naira in February to 5.08 trillion naira in April. The financial indicators showed a 2.02% reduction in unbanked cash, although the Apex Bank did not publish currency statistics for March 2026. Total currency circulation similarly recorded a downward trend, falling by 23 billion 460 million naira to close at 5.65 trillion naira. Currency held outside the banking system constituted 90.03% of the total money supply in April, down from 90.87% in February. This structural shift implies that a larger volume of liquid capital returned to formal financial channels, increasing domestic banking liquidity despite the initial interest rate reduction. Despite the short-term drop, overall cash volumes remained higher than the figures recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. Concurrently, statutory financial reserves held by commercial banks with the Central Bank of Nigeria rose by 1.86 trillion naira to its 34.60 trillion naira. And now, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has declared that achieving total excellence in the maritime industry requires systematic effort to eliminate institutional barriers against female professionals. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Dayo Mobiriola, stated this while hosting various women maritime associations during the commemoration of the International Day for Women in Maritime. The official event was confirmed in a public statement released by the Deputy Director and Head of Public Relations at the agency, Osage Edward. The Maritime Head commended the various female professional bodies for their resilience, innovation and continuous technical contributions toward developing the national maritime industry. Reflecting on the 2026 global theme, which focused on moving from policy to practice, the agency has stated that the sector must prioritize actionable implementation. Dr. Dayo Mobiriola stated that building a sustainable blue economy depends heavily on ensuring safe, inclusive and gender-enabling operational workplaces for all practitioners. The Director General challenged female maritime leaders to establish sustainable institutional frameworks for technical mentorship and capacity building across all operational levels. He noted that creating structured professional pathways is vital to ensuring a steady pipeline for competent female leaders for future administrative successions. The regulatory agency re-established its long-term commitment to advocate for progressive policies that promote gender mainstreaming and empower women in shipping. NIMASA concluded that the Nigerian maritime sector can only attain global competitiveness when equal professional opportunities are accessible based strictly on competence. And thank you so much for watching News at 8 this morning. News at 10 comes up shortly. I am Iremofe Koforola. Good morning.
Consumers, welcome to another episode of Market Today on ConsumerHalla TV. Today we are back at another bustling market in the heart of Lagos, and it is the Egbeda Night Market. As we all know, Market Today is a program where we ask about the current prices of food items and every other commodity that constitutes the consumer's daily buy. And today we are at Egbeda Night Market. This is a market that serves the people of Egbeda, and it runs from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Now, in this market, what we are looking at today is food items and meat and soup ingredients. That is what we'll be checking out today. My name is Woke Peace, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHalla TV. Come with me, let's go explore, guys. Hello, good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you today?
Fine.
Okay, so can you tell me your name, please?
Rashid.
Okay, Mr. Rashid, what do you sell in Egbeda Market?
Meat.
Okay, you're a butcher.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Rashid, can you tell me how you sell the meat that you have available for now? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń ta àwọn ẹran tẹ́ ní báyìí?
Ọlọ́run ló ń bá wa tà, ní ìsìn ẹran ti wọ́n gan. Ó ti wọ́n gan. Ọlọ́run nìkan ló ń bá wa tà. Ẹran ti wọ́n gan báyìí.
Okay, so if someone wants to buy from you, tí yàn bá fẹ́ rà lọ́wọ́ yín báyìí, báwo ni ẹ ṣe ta fẹ́ nìyẹn? Ṣé ó ní oye tó jẹ́ ni àbó oye tẹ́nìyẹn bá sọ pé òun fẹ́ rà lẹ máa ta?
Ó ti ní iye tó jẹ́.
Ó ní iye tó jẹ́. So walk me through how much you sell. Báwo lẹ ṣe ń ta? Èwo ni?
Bí irú ilé báyìí nìkan.
Yes.
Ilé nìsín. A lè ta 10,000.
Ilé báyìí 10,000 naira.
Yes.
Wow.
Ilé 5,000.
Wow. But if we look at it very well, ilé kan fi style gunjo ilé.
Ilé àfọ ilé tí n bá pín sí méjì àfọ ẹ̀.
Àfọ ẹ̀ ni.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the most affordable price of meat tí wọ́n lè rà níbí báyìí that we can get here? Èwo ló cheap jù? Oye wo ló cheap jù tí wọ́n lè rà lọ́wọ́ yín bí
Too
báyìí?
cheap.
Yes.
I go 2,000 for
2,000 naira.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Rashid, how long have you been selling meat in Egbeda market?
It will be 25 years.
25 years. So where do you buy from? How do you buy? Bulletin ra ṣe máa ń gbé ẹran olódìdí ní abẹ́kọ̀lọ́ máa rà ní ibi tí wọ́n ti ń gé ta.
A máa ń lọ ra mi tó ti ń tà.
So if you want to buy, like how much do you buy?
I buy like 250, 300.
250,000.
One leg.
One leg.
Yes.
That's
It's not
250.
gone.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you said you've been here for like 25 years. So if we look back based on when you started, comparing it to now, ìgbà tẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí báyìí, would you say that there's a difference in prices? There's a difference in how you sell and how you buy. Ṣé yàtọ̀ wà ní? Ṣé ó ga sókè àbí ó wà normal?
Ṣé bóyá yẹn price?
Yes.
Ìgbà yẹn ó less nísìnyí ó ti lọ sókè gan. Gan ó ti wọ́n gan lọ́wọ́ yìí gan.
So how is it different?
Iṣẹ́ táwa kọ́ ni ṣé o ti màálù yàtọ̀ sí màálù iṣẹ́ tá a kọ́ ni ẹlòmíà fẹ́ ṣe ìnáwó alóhùn ra màálù 500 òun ra màálù 700 òun ra màálù 800 kò ń ṣerú màálù táwa ń tà tẹ́ bá wojú ẹran ní ìta ló máa kọjá nígbà tó máa ní ẹran òníwọ̀n oúnjẹ ó wá kéré jù àrírú èrè màálù táwa ń pa ó kéré jù wípé àfẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ à ń pa màálù 1.5 ẹyọ kan ṣé o ti pé a fẹ́ ra màálù kékeré nìyẹn 1.5 falápàtà but nípa fẹ́ ra màálù ńlá pé màálù yẹn tún yọrí dé àárọ̀ ní 2.3 point bóyá lọ sókè yẹn apá ẹran kan lásán tá a fẹ́ rà àárọ̀ ní 600 apá kan tẹ́lómi máa ń rò wá pé òun ra odidi màálù 600 500 700 apá kan àárọ̀ ní 600 àárọ̀ ní 700 tó bá dàbí rọ kọ́ wá sí àbátọ́ Àgègè kọ́ wá wádìí kọ́ wá béèrè kọ́ wá nà.
Àgègè abattoir Àgègè lẹ́tìn.
So ọba kan rí ẹran ọmọ àrò wá pé àwọn adájẹ́ kí ẹran wọn kò ń ṣe àwa àtọ̀ lẹ́rán tí wọ́n nígbà tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ àti nígbà tí màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ní 1991 sí 92 èlò lára apẹ̀rẹ̀ tó bá lọ ra apẹ̀rẹ̀ 40,000 wà ń gbà ẹ̀ àjẹ́ kó yẹ pé wọn ló máa ta ó ti gbórí jù a lè tà bọ́ ní ìsìn àti ra apẹ̀rẹ̀ 500,000 apẹ̀rẹ̀ kan ṣo tẹ́ pé à ń rà ní ìsìn níbo là ń bá lọ kí la fẹ́ jẹ àbọ̀ àádọ́gbọ̀n mánéjà ara wa nìbò yíwá pé gbogbo ẹ̀ wà ìgbókè nísìn ẹnì kan ṣe ló tajà láàrin ọjà nísìn ẹ wo ọbẹ̀ ẹran tó tà ṣé kò yẹ kó ti tà tọ́ láti látàárọ̀ ẹ wo káńtà bó ṣe lọ kò sí ẹni tí kò sọ́jà gbogbo ẹ̀fọ́ ti ẹ̀wọ̀n ní àti ẹ̀wọ̀n tá à ń lọ kọ́lọ́ ń ṣàánú wa o.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Bello Sraj.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bello. All right. Okay, so one last question for you. Would you say what season will you specifically say that you make more sales? Irú time wo lẹ máa ń rò pé ẹ máa ń tajà jù bí a ṣe Christmas, ṣe Easter, ṣe Ramadan àbí ṣó ní time kan? Is there a specific season that you make sales?
Ìgbà kan nìyẹn kò sí ọjà bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ nísìnyí yá àgbẹ́kẹ̀lé kò sí ọjà mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ìrara kò sọ́jà ọdún lọ́wọ́ ìmọ̀ lọ́kì là ń jẹ ìjọ tí mo expect gan ọjà níyà kò sọ́jà ọdún lọ́wọ́ ìrara.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, ẹ káàárọ̀ o gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, ma. Oh, how are you today?
I'm okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right, ma. So, can you tell me your name?
My name is Ìyáàfin Sherifat Ajiteru Tayo.
Okay. Ìyáàfin Sherifat, what do you sell in Egbeda market?
I sell catfish. Lábẹ́ aláṣẹ Tawakalitu Animal Sound. Mama gbogbo wa wà nílé epo lórí gbogbo ẹlẹ́ja worldwide.
All right, ma. So how do you sell the catfish?
The catfish, if I buy it by kilo, I'm going and selling it here by one by one.
Okay.
If you need 2, I will sell 2. If you need 3, I will sell 3.
Okay.
I will calculate the one where I buy, so I will divide it. I know how to sell it to steal my gain and to return the money.
Yes. Okay. So I get. So if I wanted to buy one now, how much will you sell it for me?
Starting from 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, and so on.
2,500, 3,000.
5,000 a day.
5,000 a day.
Yeah.
So it depends on the one.
Yeah.
The
Depends
budget,
as big.
yes.
As big.
As big as it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Yes. Okay. So how long have you been in this business?
In the past 30 years.
Wow. And how has it been for you? Would you say that when you started, the prices compared to now?
No.
Do you think it is stable now?
Can't. As I start, there is no agree that time. We are going to Ifon, but agree, go buy market that time. But now, you are buying it any compound. All the boys that get work can do fish. Say, mommy, we are going to the compound, go buy by kilo now.
So how many is in a kilo?
Kilo is now 2008, 2007.
2007.
By kilo.
But by kilo.
Yeah.
So on a...
One can be 1 kilo. One can pass 1 kilo. Two can be 1 kilo.
So on a typical day, how many kilo do you buy?
I can buy 45 kg in a day. I can sell it finish. If you not finish, I will join another like 20 kg tomorrow.
So Ma, during the festive period, during Christmas, and now that the Ramadan season has also started, then when the Muslims break their fast, Odumawa. So yes, during that period, would you say you make more sales? Will you say that the prices will change by that time?
We can buy more because and no money for town. People no buy markets. Before, if you do prayer for Asam finish, you can sell before. But now, if you sit down, anything after 8, no market again. Not like before again.
Yeah. Oh, okay, ma. So will you say that you have customers, returning customers? I want to every time.
I have customers like pepper soup, barbecue. I have customers like that.
If you want to sell to them, do you also sell it at the same rate?
No. If I want 3-5 here, I can give her 320, 330. For them to see some change.
Oh, okay. All right, ma. So aside the the farmers that you buy from, is there any markets that you also buy from in this Lagos?
No.
Major markets. You only buy from the farmers, right?
I'm buy from pharmacy.
Okay.
I'm not buy for supplier.
Okay.
I'm going farmer, buy my own income.
And you come back. And that's been sustainable for you. So what do you think your customers are saying right now about the prices of catfish?
From my side?
Yes. Do you think they are okay with the price?
They are okay.
They are okay
because if it's about our non.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
You are welcome.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
How are you today?
I did.
Okay. So, sir, what is your name?
Cousin.
Okay.
Cousin.
Okay, Mr. Cousin, what do you sell in Egbeda Night Market? Kí lẹ ń tà ní Egbeda Night Market?
Pomo.
Pomo lẹ ń tà.
Yes.
But this pomo different from the normal pomo tamo.
This one's the white one.
This is the white pomo.
Yes.
Okay. So, how do you sell the white pomo? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń tà?
Nísìnyí ó ti wọ́n sìn fún wọn báyìí tẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ó ti wọ́n sìn. Ó ti wọ́n láti 1,000 naira ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ sókè. Lọ sókè.
Okay. So where do you get this pomo from? Bọ́lẹ̀ tí máa ń rà.
Abattoir bí báyìí, Láyége, Abattoir.
Okay. So ẹ lọ bẹ̀ ṣé ẹ máa ń gbé ní báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń rà tẹ́ bá débẹ̀? How do you buy when you get to?
A máa ń rà lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó bá ti pa màálù, a máa rà lọ́dọ̀ wọn. A máa ń rà ó máa ń pọ̀.
Bí eléèlò lẹ máa ń rà ìnídé?
Tẹ́lẹ̀ kò wọ́n ọbẹ̀ ní ìsìn tí wọ́n gan-an. Tí wọ́n gan-an sá máa ń gbà míì. Ọjà tá máa rà ó máa ń lé 1 million sí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ bóyá tá a bá ní bí 150, 200,000 a máa rà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ìsìn ló ti wọ́n.
So ìgbà tẹ́ bá ń sọ pé tẹ́lẹ̀ now, because you are referring to the past that it wasn't that expensive in the past. Yes. So tá a bá ń sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ yẹn ti bá bí ọdún mélòó sẹ́yìn là ń sọ àbí oṣù mélòó?
Ìgbà tí Jonathan wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn kò ship dáadáa.
Kò ship dáadáa.
Kò ship dáadáa. Ìgbà tí ń gbà yẹn méjì bá ní 200,000 máa rajà tó pọ̀. Máa rajà tó pọ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ pé fúẹ́ òun wọ́n gbà yẹn. Ìgbà tí fúẹ́ wọn náà ní gbogbo nǹkan wọn. Irú àwọn màálù yìí ń sìn tó ń tà ní 2 million, 1 million plus ń sìn tẹ́lẹ̀. Àwọn màálù nígbà tí mi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí o, wọ́n máa ra màálù 20,000, 15,000, 30,000. Lóbodò 50,000 màálù ńlá. Tèmi kọ́kọ́ débi iṣẹ́ ni mo mí o. Ẹ̀sìn bá tó ya nísìn millions ní màálù. Millions.
So let me ask you, when did you start this business? Ìgbà wo lẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́?
Mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ more than 30 years now.
Wow.
More than 30 years.
Òun dẹ̀ lẹ ti ṣe iṣẹ́ iná lẹ̀ dẹ̀ ti ṣe láti gbà yín. Okay. So these ones that you have here, ṣé ẹ gé sílẹ̀ fún yàn ní àbí ẹ gé kẹta?
Àwọn olóúnjẹ ló ní ilé àti fáwọn olóúnjẹ tó máa fi ta oúnjẹ.
Okay, so báwo lẹ ṣe ta?
Irú àwọn olóúnjẹ 200 naira jẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ kan báyìí. 200 naira jù báyìí. A máa wá kà fún wọn, àwọn náà máa gé ní 200.
So what is the cheapest price of omo that somebody can get from you?
Such 1,000 naira.
1,000 naira.
Ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Just up. Irú àwọn cow leg nísìn, cow leg ńlá 10,000, 12,000 naira.
All right, so Mr. Kazeem, what do your customers say when they buy from you? Ṣé wọ́n complain pé ó wọ́n ni àbí?
Nígbà àtàkọ́ tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ rí báyìí náà tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ yọ subsidy yẹn, àwọn olóúnjẹ náà ń complain, ó ṣàjèjì lára àwọn èèyàn wọn ń pariwo. Díẹ̀ ń sìn ó ti mọ́ wọn lára. Torí tẹ́lẹ̀ náà before 50 naira 100 naira la máa ń gé pọ̀mù. 50 naira 100 naira la máa ń gé. But now àgbègbè náà ní by lot la máa fi gé ní 100 naira 200 naira la ń gé sí. Ẹran náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí 200 naira 500 naira ló ń gé.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma.
How are you today?
Fine, ma.
Okay, sir, can you tell me your name?
Maruf.
Okay, Mr. Maruf, what do you sell in Egbeda Night Market?
Goat meat.
Goat meat.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Maruf, let's talk about the goat meat that you sell. How do you sell this meat? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń tà?
Ó ní ìdẹ́ bá fẹ́ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ fún 2,000 bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ a máa tà fún yín.
So ní èyí tó jẹ́ pé oye báyìí yóò kọ̀ jẹ́ lórí ìgbà.
Èyí tó yẹ 10,000 ìtàn 15,000 láti máa ń tà nìyẹn.
Ṣé lè fọwọ́ kan fún wa? Can you touch it? Let's see. Okay. So this is how much?
10,000 naira.
10,000 naira.
Yeah.
Okay. Which other one?
8,000.
What part is this?
Neck and chest.
And chest.
Yeah.
This 10,000.
Yeah, no, 8,000.
8,000 naira.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so elolele.
Ekwan.
What's this?
Ekwan, blockot. Yes.
How much is this?
2,500.
So people buy this part?
Yes.
Wow.
People like am well.
Wow. Okay, so Mr. Maruf, èló ni ẹranko ló kéré jù tí wọ́n lè rà lọ́wọ́ yín bí? What is the cheapest amount of?
2,000 naira. 2,000 naira.
2,000 naira.
Yes.
Oye tẹ̀lé ta tó kéré jù.
Then.
So how long have you been in this business? How long have you been in this market?
We get 100,000.
Huh?
100,000.
How long àtìgbà wo lẹ ti wà níbi tẹ́ ti ń ṣe?
Tí mo ti ń ṣe. Ó ti tó 35 years yo.
35 years?
Yes.
Wow. So do you buy a single goat àbí ẹ máa ń pìtà?
Mo máa ra sí.
Ẹ máa rà? So how much is it?
Bí 120, 150.
120, 150. Where do you buy from?
Alaba.
Alaba. Do you have like a major supplier or ẹ̀kọ́ lọ rà lọ́wọ́ ẹni tẹ́ bá rí?
A kàn lọ bí a lọ wà náà.
Ẹ bá ti débẹ̀ ìyẹn tẹ́ bá like.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, a máa bá rà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So you buy 120,000, 150,000.
Yes.
So do you have customers that always buy from you? Àwọn èèyàn tó máa bá yín rà every time.
Ọ̀nà wọ́n ṣe òkè.
Kí ló tó fi máa bá yín rà?
Torí pọ́ dáa ni.
Okay, so Mr. Moru, let's talk about when you started selling. You started personally charge compared to now. Would you say that the prices have changed or the prices are stable right now?
Ó ti change tó pọ̀. Nígbà táwa bẹ̀rẹ̀, ẹrú ogúnfẹ́ ọkọjá 2,000. Ó ti di 120, 150 báyìí.
So are your customers complaining about the price?
Wọ́n complain bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n bá wa fìfẹ́ rà. Torí pọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń bá wa rà wọ́n bá wa rà.
Okay, so is there a particular season where you sell most? Ṣó nígbà tẹ́ máa ń tà?
Kò ní gbà o.
Kò ní gbà.
Gbogbo ìgbà ni.
Okay. So why do you choose to sell in Egbeda Night Market? Sorry, I'm questions in Egbeda Night Market in Dubai. So why don't we get Egbeda Night Market? Let's see Tajai.
Because we're not our journey.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Chika Esther Uzoka.
Okay. Mrs. Chika.
Yes.
Okay. What do you sell in Egbeda Night Market?
Sell egusi obono, that's soup ingredients.
Yeah.
Egusi obono, stockfish, crayfish, oil, pepper, oza leaf, curry leaf, and efiri and other things.
Okay. So let's talk about the prices. How you sell them basically. How do you sell?
Like let come to stockfish.
Okay.
Like all this one. All these ones. We bought it. I bought it 2,000. I said 2 or 2 3 or.
Yeah.
Like this one. Bought 1,000. I said 1 2. Depends on one.
So I see that you have Advocacy. How much is the Rika of Advocacy?
The Rika of Advocacy, I sold it 2,000 or 1,800. Depends. Yes, and it's now rising up.
Yeah.
It's already cost.
Okay.
Yes.
So I see that you have dried fish over here.
I have dried fish, something like this one.
What are the types?
Blackfish, you call it blackfish.
Okay.
This one is bonga.
Okay.
Igbo bonga. So I bought this one 400. I sold 500.
Okay.
This one 400. I sold 500. So not too much high price.
Yeah. Okay. So Ma, how long have you been in this business?
I belong. Yes, years pass. Let's say something like 10-15 years now.
Wow.
Yes.
So and where do you buy from? Do you buy everything in the same place or you buy from different suppliers?
I used to buy in Oyibo. No, when Oyibo is Oyibo. Now price of motor, everything is cost.
Yeah.
So we now locate Yanoba. So that's where we are buying. Yes.
So do you have a specific person you buy from in that place or?
There is some people that will not call customer.
Yeah.
So that when you did not customer did not come, you can buy to another person.
Yes. All right, ma. So is there a particular season where you sell most? You know, maybe like Christmas, maybe like the Ramadan period, this Lent period.
Yes.
So do you sell better during that time than regular days?
Yes, like a December period. No, we used to sell enough. From morning to night, you sell. No, people will be buying, cooking food of December period. No, everybody was rejoicing and sell a lot.
Yeah.
But this Ramadan period, my dear, I will tell you the truth. We don't sell market as we used to sell before. Yes, we just be managing. Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about, you mentioned that you've been here for like 10-15 years.
Yes.
So if we look at that time frame, let's compare the prices from that time to this period. Would you say that the prices is more stable or do you think it has gone higher? Has it changed?
It's not more stable. That time and now is different. That time is cheap. Yeah, are you getting me?
Yeah.
Yes, you can buy something of 2,000, you will sell and get more than that, nearly to that amount.
Yes.
But now, before you get that amount, half of that amount, now there is you will be preaching and preaching to customers. Come and buy, please, buy from me. It's good. Is it that? So no, they will consider and buy. But that time, when they saw it, they will just buy it. So there is different. That time is cheap, and now it's cost. Yes.
So you also mentioned that you sell vegetables. You have uziza, you have
efiri, curry leaf.
So how do you sell? Do you also buy in Oyibo market?
Yes, I used to buy in Oyibo or Yanoba. Like this one now is under 100 naira.
Okay.
So you said it's 100 naira. Okay. We used to buy heads. So when you buy head, you can buy 500, you can buy 1,000. Use your hand. Yeah, no, in bulk.
In bulk, yeah.
Yes, about head. Let's call it head, bulk
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So when you use our hand and tie it, so you say 100 naira. We used to pay us, but all this store fish doesn't pay us. We see that we used to get small gun and pay for the gram.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
How are you today?
Fine.
All right, ma, can you tell me your name?
Taiwo.
Okay. Mrs. Taiwo, what do you sell in Egbeda Night Market?
Vegetable market, Ewedu.
Yeah, so as of Miru, vegetable tell me the types of vegetable you sell.
I got shoko, again vegetable, Ewedu.
Okay. So how do you sell them? Baleshe manta.
200.
Okay. So which one is this one?
Tete, green leaf.
Okay. Èló ni baleshe ta?
200.
200. Ewédú yẹn ńkọ́?
200.
200. Ṣọkọ náà 200.
Yes.
Okay, so ibo lẹ ti máa ń ra ọjà yìí?
Yanoba.
Yanoba. Baleshe máa ń rà?
Bunch. Yeah, 3,000. One bunch.
Yeah. So in a day, like how many bunch do you buy?
Like 5 bunch, 10.
How long have you been in this business?
I don't tell. My mommy said it before, not me.
So you can't hear it.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Okay. So and how has it been for you? Báwo lọjà náà ṣe rí láti gbàdé ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀? Ẹ ti gbà lọ́wọ́ mọ́mì.
Kò dàbí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ àmọ́ before my mommy said it good. Àmọ́ now everything don change.
So ṣé ẹ mọ iye tí mọ́mì máa ń ra per bunch nígbà yẹn?
Yeah.
You have an idea how much
I go buy one bunch 500 before, and before my mommy said 500, 700. Àmọ́ now everything don cost now.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé ọjà vegetable, it's an everyday market.
Yeah.
Okay, it's an everyday market. So ṣé àwọn èèyàn báwo ló ṣe máa ń tà sí ní ojoojúmọ́? Báwo ló ṣe jẹ́ fún yín tẹ́ ṣe máa ń tà lójoojúmọ́? Ṣé ajé sọ́jà máa ń wá?
Ọjà máa ń wá gbà mí. Ìgbà míì ó dà máa tutù.
Ó máa tutù. So ṣé ó ní period kankan tẹ́ máa ń sábà ń tà jù, like maybe Christmas, Ramadan, Lent?
For New Year and Christmas,
during the seasonal period, you make more sales.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have returning customers? Our customer to my one every time.
I get customer, but don't know me
yet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, sister.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, so ma, can you tell me your name?
My name is Mrs. Precious.
Mrs. Precious, what do you sell in Egbeda Market?
No.
Okay. So Mrs. Precious, how do you sell the pomo you have on sale right now?
This one is 500, 700, 250. That big one is 1,200.
200. So you're saying that the lowest amount of pomo you can get right now is 200. Okay. So Mrs. Precious, how long have you been in this business?
Like 7 years ago.
7 years ago. And have you been in Egbeda Market since?
No. I'm selling at States before.
Okay. So, okay, ma, so just walk me through the process of how you buy this thing. Where do you buy from?
I'm helping people selling it because they pay money paid. Like now, they're paying 2,000 2,500.
Like if you sell all this?
No.
Okay.
Any thing you sell, maybe you sell like 70, 80, you pay you. Even I thought we are not sell more than that, like 30,000. I should pay this a day money. She pay give it 2,500 a day. So if you want to give us market, she can give us like every day, like 100, 150 every day. When you sell it to you, she pay. Either you are not selling it,
You pay to find.
yes.
Wow. So, and how has it been sustainable for you?
I just to manage myself. I will do competition like I journal. I will do like 1,000 a day. Just the menu change, then I will manage it. But if you want to, like, I'll carry it at Yamapaja to here. She's the woman to give me money, transport money. Then I will call all these buyers. She's the one she will pay.
She will pay. So the only money you are getting paid for is for selling the home. Okay. So where do you buy from? Where does the woman buy from?
She's buying that about your that should be about your gig.
Okay. So you said you've been doing this business for like 7 years. So how would you say that the prices has been? Has it changed? Do you think the promo business is stable? Has the prices been stable?
It's not stable. That's 7 years ago. I'm talking that time. If they cost like this 200 naira, that time they sell it 50 naira. Because I have two panshara, two sweet. That time I'm selling at gate. I will put another panshara, that big one. I will put it there. That should be 50 naira. That time when you cut this one 50 naira, they will not buy itself. They will tell you that this mama is small. That time like this one 200 naira. That 1,000 is 500 naira. That one very big one. It's big more than that. This one. But now everything has changed. It's not.
Wow, that is a lot. Okay, so Ma, do you have people that buy from you all the time? People that constantly buy from you?
No.
Okay, so every day you get new customers.
Yes. It's before I have plenty customer. That 7 years ago, I have one man. That man is always buy like 40,000 naira every day. Because she have restaurants and hotel, she will buy some. But now it's done.
So you don't. Okay. All right. So would you say that there's a certain season that you sell more, or like because it's an everyday business? Just.
But that time everything have changed. You can think maybe I will sell today. You cannot sell. The day that you are not focused that today market will come. It's only God to know.
So how has the market been today?
I just market is.
So you just started selling today?
Yes.
Okay, I pray for more sales for you. All right, thank you so much for your time, ma.
Thank you, ma.
Hello consumers, we have toured Egweda Night Market and we have seen what soup ingredients you can get in this market. Now all that is left is for you to come and shop based on your budget and the quantity that you want. It is not over, but until the next episode, you can catch us on ConsumerHalla TV on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. My name is Woke Peace, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHalla TV. Until the next episode, bye for now.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to your favorite breakfast show on ConsumerHalla TV. This is Perspective, and welcome to May 27. It's Children's Day, and also happy Eid Kabir to all other Muslim faithful out there. Of course, it's a 21 celebration on the conversation this morning, and of course, it's so beautiful, and I'm grateful to be alive. I hope things get better, and I know that Nigeria will be great. Welcome to Perspective, the program where we examine the major economic, financial, and policy issues shaping Nigeria and the global economy. I am Iri Ayomi Kolege. Today we focus on development in Nigeria's financial market following report that total turnover on the FMDQ Securities Exchange surged to $180.85 billion amid rising transaction volumes across key market segments. According to the latest market report, foreign exchange transactions and open market operations bills were among the major drivers of the growth, reflecting improving liquidity and renewed investor activity in the market. Analysts say the performance has been supported by ongoing foreign exchange reforms, attractive yields in the fixed income market, and increased participation by institutional investors, including pension fund administrators and asset managers. The development comes at a critical time as Nigeria continues effort to stabilize the naira, manage inflation, and rebuild investor confidence. Absolutely, that's a whole lot to talk about on the conversation this beautiful Wednesday morning. And joining us this beautiful Wednesday morning to analyze the implications of this development is Dr. Chigozie Nwekezi, the founder and CEO of Integrated Africa Power. Dr. Chigozie, good morning. Thank you for joining us on Perspective this beautiful Wednesday morning.
Good morning for having me.
All right, happy Children's Day.
Happy Children's for everyone.
Okay, all right, let's begin the conversation, Mr. Chigozie. All right, the FMDQ transaction have climbed to $180.85 billion, and we know that the big drivers were the FX deals and the OME bills sold by the CBN. From a financial market perspective, how significant is this milestone for Nigeria's economy? Let's start our conversation from there this beautiful morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I think this is a very interesting discussion. To go into answering your question straight ahead, from a financial market perspective, it is a success story. You know, put it simple as that. It's good to see. What it means is that there is now a major increase in liquidity, in trading and financial market depth in Nigeria. It also tells us that there is now stronger participation across the fixed income, the foreign exchange, the money market, and the derivative ecosystem. And of course, it matters a lot, you know, to know that this is happening, because it tells us that the Nigerian financial market has come of age. It is now become deeper. It's now more active. Tells us that the recent foreign exchange reform, you know, implemented by the government and the tighter monetary policy by the Central Bank of Nigeria is bearing fruits. It also tells us that there is stronger institutional participation in debt and money markets. So you now see quite a lot of institutions coming in confident. It tells us about the confidence both institutions and private investors and foreign investors also indirectly have on our market infrastructure and price discovery. So of course, this development, of course, is a very, very positive development from the financial market lenses, but it does provide both opportunities and risks when you now talk of the impact or implications for the wider Nigerian economy.
That's very sharp, I must say. And while having investor confidence in the market, because it's very, very important that we're talking about the market, to look into the market operation bills.
Yeah, I think that is very good. I can imagine a story. It shows us that there is quite a lot of investment coming from outside. Nigerian shore. This could also include the burgeoning Nigerian diaspora, who are increasingly also looking for places to invest or put their money in, for returns. And as I said, generally, just signals a lot of confidence that people now have in the financial market, Nigeria's financial infrastructure, and I think that is a very positive news for driving investment, for improving liquidity, and as I said earlier, this could, if well planned, also translate into positive trends within the Nigerian economy.
We know that a lot of people are trading more, and absolutely there are investors, institutional investors coming in, because this is absolutely a huge one. The institutional investors are reportedly increasing investment in the treasury bills and federal government bonds. So what are fixed income instruments attracting the stronger participation at this time?
Yeah, I think what we can say that is driving it is a number of factors. One is the successful implementation of the foreign exchange and monetary policy, which we have to give it to the federal government. I mean, stable financial exchange rate over time, tightened monetary policy. These are things that, of course, helps to grow confidence in the market, you see, the market infrastructure. So I think these things played a huge role in that. But again, another thing that played a huge role is also the strength. I mean, the institutions that manage our market, the FMDQ, these institutions, are now doing very well, in terms of also open market operations. These institutions are now doing well in terms of granting, creating that confidence to investors, that they know now that, okay, this is a place where we can put our money safely. So there is no form of concern from the public, so to say, that this is not a very good investment scenario. So it has a lot of benefits in the sense that it creates a lot of liquidity for the much needed finance that we need now, and of course it has a way of also reducing on the incidences of debt.
Mr. Chigozie, if you agree with me, we know this is a big one for our financial economy as we talk, but it's so sad that this comes at a time where Nigeria is still grappling with Naira, the foreign exchange, inflation is still there. So with inflation still high and the Naira under pressure, can increased activity on the FMDQ exchange contribute a whole lot to broader economic stability?
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Frankly speaking, given that this is a positive development, right, we also have to be able to appreciate the risks. The biggest risks, as you said, includes inflation. Of course, there is inflation in Nigeria now. There is still, there is oil shock. Of course, not so much right now because of the buffer that the Dangote refinery has created. But of course there is also some sort of like concern regarding policy implementation. And of course, if these things are not well catered for and contained, right? So it may lead to the possibility that this financial market growth, which we are seeing now, may not sufficiently translate into the real sector economic transformation. Now, the signals for growth in the financial market alone are, it's not enough. It's something good, but it's not enough. What one wants to see at the end is that it translates to economic growth, real sectors growth, job creation. There is a phenomenon called financialization. And financialization is a situation whereby institutional and private investors put in money just because they want to make a gain out of the money itself, and not putting enough money into the real economy or investing enough money into the real economy. And that's where the gap. So now we have a developed financial market. The real and next question is, how does this liquidity that we are seeing that is increasing, how does it translate into the real economy in terms of investment in the real economy? Because that is where the real impact will be felt. It needs to lead to reduction in inflation. That is especially through less importation. It needs to lead to increased production, local production of goods and services. It needs to lead to job creation within the economy, and of course, increased taxation. Increased government revenue through taxation as a result of these productive activities and infrastructure development. So there has to be, the economy is always interwoven. So if one part is doing well, that is good. The financial market is doing well, that is basic and good. But we now begin to ask ourselves, how do we translate this or connect this into the real economy? How do we translate this into infrastructure, manufacturing, energy sector development, industrial development, so that we can have a situation whereby the sustainable market growth, which we are seeing now, ultimately supports sustainable economic transformation.
We all know the FMDQ is very, very important for Nigeria finance market because it's meant for trading and settling debt. And talking about this, the market momentum reflects genuine long-term investor confidence. So do you believe the current market momentum reflects the genuine long-term investor confidence or mainly short-term positioning by investors seeking high yields, considering the fact that when they started in 2012, it was based on transparency?
No, I think obviously it has a positive. I think people are in there for the longer term. I mean, of course, this increase we are looking at, as you can see, it's quite across the different kinds of market, right? There's also fixed. You could see improvement also in the money market, investments, fixed deposits, fixed income investments, and I think it's really across. There is no concern as to whether people are playing a little bit of a game there. As I said, there seems to be a lot of confidence. People are beginning to feel, that they could make their fixed income, fixed income investments into this, and of course, foreign money market and derivatives ecosystem. I think it's a positive development all around. I don't see. I think in terms of the financial market itself in that particular sector, I think is doing well. I think the only question we need to ask ourselves now is, how does this translate into real development into the economy?
I like the lines of you which says it's a positive development. It's interesting. We know that as we're having this conversation, trading and quotation is very, very important, and it's relevant to this conversation. The foreign exchange derivatives and liquidity instruments continue to gain relevance in the market. So can you tell us how important are these tools for businesses managing currency and interest rate risk?
Yeah, so of course they are. Of course, as I said, one of the things that are important is, again, we need to give it to the monetary policy that Nigeria is enjoying right now, headed by the CBN. That is stable, relatively stable. Of course, that also sort of like contributed to the confidence that we're also seeing right now as far as the fruits we're seeing now that is being brought. So in terms of we do have a very strong and stable monetary policy at this moment. I think we need to be concerned about policy rehearsal, where there shouldn't be a situation whereby a sudden, change in monetary policy that creates uncertainty. Once that happens, I can assure you that it will, shake up the market again. But as we can see it now, I mean, you see many people are benefiting from that. If you look through the investments made and several sectors who are listed in the foreign exchange market, you could see a lot of gains that has been reported by individuals and institutions and companies. So there's really I would say it's quite a win within the financial market. Yeah.
All right. It's very important to look out for consumers in situations like this. And when I'm talking about consumers, who are the consumers? Mr. Chigozie, you are the consumer. I am consumer. All the Nigerians out there watching this program right now are the consumers. Many Nigerians may not directly understand the significance of the FMDQ market activity. How do developments in the financial market eventually affect businesses, consumers, and the wider economy?
Yeah, that's a very good connecting point. Let me also just stress a little bit back on that to say, remember what we talked about, that the financial market, it's a very beautiful one, it's going well, right? But again, the make and break of it is actually, it translates this to the real economy, to you and me, and to the benefit of the economy itself. So, we need to be concerned a little bit, as I said, is this growth as a result of excessive focus on short-term financial return, right? If that is the case, of course, it's not good. That's financialization. If it is not translating to manufacturing and industrial expansion within the real economy, it is not. There's a question there, right? Because it doesn't now affect us. Because if it does not also translate into creation of jobs in the real economy, there is a question mark there as well. So, so again, it would also put us in not a very good shape in terms of interest rate shifts, in terms of risk of sentiments, in terms of sudden capital outflow, because these are things that people can easily trade. Also, it will also help us not to be in a situation where we are suddenly faced with weakened consumer demand. So now, the points on how do we now make sure that this is translated. As I said, the other time we were in the call, we talked about debt. As I said, this provides enough liquidity, for the government to actually implement strong policies, that could now help in terms of investing into real economy and creating jobs. How do we reduce the burden of inflation? Large efforts there should be actually in terms of increasing manufacturing capacity, industrial development, supporting entrepreneurs, making finance available with cheap interest rates. Of course, for small and medium scale businesses to be able to access important loans, to scale their businesses. This is how it affects me and you as a person, right? So, as I said, the first stage is, this financial market is growing, is being stable, of course, with all the risks to it. But then, that's the first level. The second level now is, how does this trickle down to you and me? And the only way it does trickle down to you and me is through productive activities in terms of manufacturing, in terms of industrial development, in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of job creation, in terms of making more finance available for small and scale businesses to be able to access finance in low interest rates.
Mr. Chigozie, do you know I can call you Mr. Positivity? And the reason is because I love the fact that you're positive-minded about this current conversation. But there is a whole lot to worry about if you look at it critically, because a lot of people know the situation of things at hand. And one of the critical things we should worry about is we should focus our attention on the area of our government. You know, there are a lot of concerns that government borrowing through treasury bills and bond may crowd out private sector lending. Obviously, to some fault, is true. So, is this a valid concern in the current environment?
In the current environment, obviously, yes, it can. I mean, of course, as I said, like, you know, there are different lenses you can use to view this, right? So if you just want to look at the financial market alone, objectively, right, you cannot deny that this is a good development, right? So, but again, if you wear the lenses of a broader economist looking into the economy as a whole, it presents a number of question marks and risks that needs to be solved, right? As you mentioned, there is inflation now. You know, there is the oil price shock. There is the risk of inconsistent policy implementation. These are risks, right? And there's also the risk that the financial market growth may not sufficiently translate into the real sector economic transformation. These are risks, and it all depends on the government, you know, and what decisions they make going forward, right? And the make or break of it is actually whether this development is well connected into the real sector, right? And the real sector, as I said, means, okay, does this really translate into investments in manufacturing and industrial development, or is this just a financialization move, you know, just to make quick short-term capital, right? You know, markup, you know. So this is yet to see. I mean, of course, we are observing the market. We'll continue to observe it in the longer term. But as I said, as we've recorded at this point, this positive development within the financial market, I mean, the next stage is now, how does this translate into real impacts within the economy?
Mr. Chigozie, Iwonyibo, and let me fast trip to the east. And you know, in Igbo, they love proverbs a lot. And when they are making proverbs like this, they love to make reference to wise. A wise man once said, a wise man once said. Now, let me use the phrase wise man. Talking about wise man, in conversations like this, we all know that just like all your analyses, you've cited the positivity in situations like this. But, you know, it's a two sides of a coin. It's positive, it's negative. What are the biggest risks that could slow down or reverse the current growth being witnessed in Nigeria financial market? Because there are a whole lot of factors if we have to be sincere with ourselves.
Yeah, there are. As you mentioned, there are. You know, we don't want to see a situation whereby we are vulnerable, because, you know, these are investments by people, right? We don't want to see sudden capital outflows. You know, the same way people invested, people can also just decide to take their money and invest it elsewhere. So we need to, you know, watch that by making sure that, you know, there is enough follow-up, you know, in terms of making sure that there is a stable economy and that there is enough translation. I mean, the institutions continue to be strong in terms of the money market institutions, FMDQ, and the rest. Needs to be very strong, continues to be very strong. There has to be maintained monetary policy, the policies to keep the exchange rate stable. These things are very important, right? So again, hopefully this is not a short-term finance. The people who invested mostly in it didn't do so for short-term financial return gains, because that's the thing. I mean, again, everybody invests in the capital market for different reasons. You know, so just drive it home. You know, someone can say, you know what, I go into my app and then I just put in, let's say 200,000 naira in, let's say, MTN, for instance, you know, and then they say, you know what, I just want to put it there. I'm a low risk investor. I just want to put it there because I want to take it back in the next 3 months or in the next 6 months. You see, so this is short term. This is as opposed to someone who goes into the market, makes a long-term investment because they want to reap the fruits, let's say in the next 1, 2, 3 years, or even 5, 10 years time. This is a long-term investor. So again, the increase we are seeing in the market, it's yet to show us whether it is more of a financialization move, that is, where it's more of short, or whether it's more of long term. And be it as it may, it does, it's still a positive move as we continue to observe. But it needs to now translate. We need to see, okay, the financial market is doing very well, and then we see that it translates into increased job creation, into increased manufacturing, both in every part of the world, without every part of Nigeria, without discriminating any part whatsoever. Yeah.
This is a good, I must say. And before we let you go finally, what policy measures would you recommend to ensure Nigeria's financial markets continue to attract investment while supporting sustainable economic growth?
Yeah, thank you for that. Obviously, there has to be the exchange rate reforms needs to continue. One thing that happened, as we discussed earlier, was it was quite important that the fuel subsidy was removed because it was the single driver of exchange rate volatility, and it was quite a burden in the Nigerian economy. So kudos to the current government is actually the fact that this was removed ahead of time. But there's another question as to whether that subsidy was now well used, and how does that connect to debt, increasing debt situation in Nigeria. Okay, was there a huge, obviously, financial mismanagement there? But that is another story of another day. Just focusing on the financial market, we've seen positive foreign exchange reforms. Those foreign exchange reforms needs to continue. We've seen tighter monetary policy by the Central Bank of Nigeria. It needs to continue. We've seen strong institutions, institutional activities, and because of these things generated trust for investors. It generated trust for investors, international investors, local investors, because and also institutional investors. So it created that growing confidence. So in order to maintain this growing confidence, the federal government needs to continue to continue to strengthen these reforms in exchange rates.
Dr. Chigozie Dalu, you've done well because you've enlightened Nigerians this morning about this conversation. And, I love the fact that you made us see the positivity in this conversation. That's a very beautiful one. Thank you so much, Dr. Chigozie. I'm always happy to have you on each edition of Perspective like this. Thank you so much. And I hope to see more of you on editions to come. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
All right. Do well to enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Absolutely. That was Dr. Chigozie Nwekezi. He's the founder and CEO of Integrated Africa Power, joining us on the conversation about FMDQ transactions as it hit $180.85 billion. It's a very beautiful one. And Nigeria's financial market remains central to economic growth, investor confidence, and currency stability, while the sharp rise in FMDQ turnover point to improving liquidity and stronger market participation. Experts say sustaining the gains will require consistent reforms, macroeconomic stability, and policies that encourage a long-term investment. Absolutely, that's a whole lot. The conversation still continues. Stay with us. Let's go on a break. It is Perspective, your favorite breakfast show. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV.
Still a very beautiful Western morning. It's a Children's Day and still Eid Kabir. And on the breakfast show this morning, I'm sure you're sitting on a very comfortable chair and, munching on your breakfast while viewing this. We're talking about the major economic, financial and policy issues shaping Nigeria and the global economy. And our focus is on development in Nigeria's financial market following report that the total turnover on the FMDQ Securities Exchange surged to $180.85 billion amid rising transaction volumes across key market segments. According to the latest market report, foreign exchange transactions and open market operation bills were among the major drivers of the growth, reflecting improving liquidity and renewed investor activity in the market. Analysts say the performance has been supported by ongoing foreign exchange reforms, attractive yields on the fixed income market, and increased participation by institutional investors, including pension fund administrators and asset managers. The development comes at a critical time as Nigeria continues effort to stabilize the naira, manage inflation, and rebuild investor confidence. And the second half, joining us to analyze the implications of the development is Mr. Oladipo Ajayi, at Fixed Income and Forex Chapel Hill, Denham Security. Mr. Oladipo, thank you so much for joining us on Perspective this beautiful Wednesday morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me this morning.
All right, thank you so much for joining us once again. And just like I greeted the first guests on the show, happy Children's Day.
Yeah, which you
absolutely. We all are children. Okay, let's talk about it. The FMDQ turnover figure of 180.85 billion appears impressive, but how much of this activity reflects the real economic expansion versus the financial market trading?
Well, basically, I think major part of this value actually can be attributed to financial market trading. When you look at when you try to dissect the whole valuation, you come to understand that major part of it is actually can be attributed to FX and also can actually be attributed to almost security by foreign investors. And don't forget that when you talk about open market operation securities, of course, you are actually talking to what banks and foreign investors can actually invest in. And so it brings to mind that this is basically more from foreign investors than to local participants. And also, if you try to flip the other way, and you still understand that the corporate aspects of the market has not been very, very active. And when I mean active, I mean that in the quantum that we have been seeing the federal government actually maximizing this market, a lot of corporates also have an open opportunity to actually come to the market to actually raise funds at a cheaper rate than what they are currently getting from their banks. Of course, we have pockets of them currently in the market trying to actually sort for fund. We have names like Sunbet, we have Ojaja, and we have many more like that. Also trying to maximize the commercial paper market so as to actually raise funds at a lower level than what they would have gotten from the bank. And I think this is the aspect that is actually majorly would have impacted people directly more. Because considering that these are corporate entities, and but if they're able to actually raise funds at a cheaper rate, it means that the cost of production will be lower. If the cost of production will be lower, then that means that the prices of their products will actually drop significantly in the market. And the end goal is that an average Nigeria will not be able to buy their product at a cheaper rate than what it used to be. And that's why I said that the major parts of this market, based on the valuation we are seeing, on the table now is basically for the federal government and also for the capital markets.
It's very, very important for us to have this conversation because with what we're seeing right now, it shows that there is still cash inflow in the market, and we know that investors are coming. But what message does this surge send to foreign investors who have been cautious about Nigeria due to exchange rate volatility and policy uncertainty?
Well, a lot of things have changed in the past 2.5 years. We've seen improved inflow of FX market. We've seen influx of foreign investors to the market, and this is more like a further assurance on the part of most of the foreign investors that are still staying on the line that coming to Nigeria won't be a bad idea for most of them. If you look at it by September, Nigeria will be fully listed on the FTSE index, which also means that we'll likely see more foreign investors coming to the Nigerian market. Majorly, those people that are actually mimicking the index would want to come and actually add Nigerian to their index. And what that will mean is that we'll likely see more FX inflow to Nigeria. We'll see more participation of some of these foreign investors in the capital market. And when you look at what's currently happening in the market, we are talking about FMDQ currently, but we cannot remove what is happening in on the FMDQ markets from what is happening on the NGX market. Don't forget that when FS is coming, it's coming through the FMDQ markets because that is where you can actually capture that inflow. And sometimes some of this fund is not only for automobiles. Sometimes they are not for treasury bills. Sometimes they are not for government bonds. Sometimes they are also for activity that's actually happening on the NGX market. I imagine a foreign investor inflowing FX to Nigerian markets, and the purpose is maybe to buy a Dangote cement, to buy a Boa cement, to buy NIDF, to buy many other names that are listed on the Nigeria stock exchange market. So it gives you an idea that some of the activity we are seeing on the FMDQ market is more like the beginning of many other things that will happen in other segments of Nigerian market. So for me, I think that the market will actually further increase because we are still expecting many more influx of foreign investors to our market. The three key rating agencies have actually upgraded our rating, the Fitch, the Moody's, and also just recently the S&P upgraded our ratings. And what it also means is that these are some of the indices that foreign investors consider before actually going into any economy. They want to see what are the independent rating agencies, what are they saying about your economy. And when you try to actually dissect what S&P said, they also mentioned that there's every tendency that Nigeria could be further upgraded in the next 12 months if they continue in their current reform and if the crisis in the Middle East does not have aggressive impact on inflationary pressure. So it simply means that they feel that there's still headroom for better rating for Nigeria. And when you see things like this, it's also a pointer to the fact that foreign investors would want to like Nigeria and foreign investors will still want to come into the Nigeria economy.
With what you said, we know that absolutely this is like a better headroom, just in your word, for Nigeria. But aside the FX, the Naira stability, the control of inflation, Mr. Ajayi, there are some critical sectors to look out for, such as power, agriculture, and the likes. So can increased financial market activity translate into more investment in critical sectors such as power, agriculture, manufacturing, and infrastructure? Or does it remain largely within the financial system?
No, I think that improved investments can actually come to these sectors that are currently going through hard time. When you look at the power sector, most of the companies operating in the power sector are also listed on the Nigeria Stock Exchange. You look at names like Geregu, you have names like Transpower and many more like that. So imagine most of these companies, they can easily come to the market to actually raise funds. They can raise funds in form of of corporate bonds. They can raise funds in terms of commercial paper. But the kind of fund you raise is a function of what you need to do. If you are looking to actually for infrastructural development, of course, you want to actually access the bond market, which will give you a longer time for you to actually repay back that obligation. You can as well just do like a 10-year bond. So it simply means that you are borrowing now and you will repay back in 2036. And over the life of the debt, you continue to service the debt by paying the interest element. And that would actually help most of these companies to aggressively go into the business and actually develop their business aggressively. And when you look at what's happening in the agricultural sector, we have pockets of them already in the market. I mentioned earlier on Sunbet. Sunbet is a participant in the agro sector. They have been in the market to actually raise commercial paper. They are still back in the market raising funds as well. So such fund that is being raised by most of these companies, what is used to do is to further expand the business and also improve the operational activity of the business. So some of these funds that are coming to the market is also an opportunity for most corporate entities that are playing in this segment to also capitalize on. Part of the limitation for most of these companies is that you need to be listed. If you are not listed on the NGS, you may not be able to actually raise some fund in the capital market. If you are not maybe listed on FMDQ or registered with FMDQ, you may not be able to also raise some of these funds in the market. So most of these corporate entities need to also get informed on the requirement for them to actually get listed on some of these platforms so that they can actually access the capital market so easily. I imagine that instead of going to the bank to actually borrow money at maybe 28%, 30%, you can come to the market and raise on maybe at a cheaper rate of maybe like 15-20% levels. And imagine you have saved is more like 800 basis points. And that one way or the other would have reduced some borrowing and also improve your profits after tax. So there's a lot of open doors for most corporates, but they just need to understand how to actually access that and take advantage of this opportunity.
We really hope they take advantage of this opportunity. Let's talk about this, this conversation, talking about, we all know that the market is very, very competitive. And looking in between Africa, we know that South Africa are not backing down, Egypt and the like, because also they are having some headways in situations like this. And Nigeria is seeking to become a more attractive investment destination in Africa. Does this FMDQ performance improve the country's competitiveness against markets like South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya?
Of course. If you look at what is currently happening on FMDQ and you look at it on NGS, this is more like the activities that you can actually ascribe to Nigeria. And we've seen that competitiveness actually strengthening, considering the level of activity we are seeing on the NGX or considering what we are seeing on FMDQ as well. So it comes to mind to tell you that, like you also alluded to, that foreign investors are actually trooping into Nigeria. Nigeria is more like the destination that everyone is actually looking to actually come to. And don't forget that this thing that we are seeing now is not, it didn't just come overnight. It was a function of some of the reform that we need to aggressively take. And of course, some of the reforms are actually biting. And so in the short run, we will still feel the impact. But in the medium to long term, we get to a level where we'll start seeing the positive impact of some of these reforms that we have taken. And if we continue on this line, of course, Nigerian market will continue to grow. And beyond the FTSE that's actually enlisting Nigeria back onto the index, in 2015, we were removed from the JP Morgan Bond Index. And with this that we are seeing in the market now, there's every tendency that we can actually go back to sit with JP Morgan and get relisted on this index. What will happen is that when you are enlisted back on this index, it further opens your market. I will give you an idea of what I'm trying to say. In 2015, when we were removed from the index, we had outflow over $10 billion leaving Nigeria market on the back of our tracker of this index that has invested in Nigeria bond instrument. And on the back of the capital control policy of the government at that time, they had to leave Nigerian markets. I can remember then the month of September and the month of October was a surge time in Nigeria capital market because we lost huge capital from our markets. So when you now look at what's currently happening now, we have gotten better rating. There's still for guidance around improvement in our rating. Of course, what that will do is that it will open doors for many other index trackers to actually access Nigeria and actually get us listed on their index, which will open Nigeria market and also improve the activity we are seeing in our markets.
I love your analysis and the fact that you took us back to 2015 when we were removed, and coupled with the fact that it was implemented in 2012 for transparency and a whole lot. That makes it more beautiful. And in as much as experts say that this is a very beautiful one, it's a successful square for Nigerians, and with your analysis, there is positivity in this. I think the positivity in this conversation should not blindfold our eyes to the reality of Nigerians right there. Despite the strong financial market performance, we all know that many Nigerians still struggle with rising living costs. A whole lot is happening, absolutely. How can the financial market's growth be connected to tangible economic benefit for ordinary citizens?
Well, in any economy, when you are going through level of transformation, the first place you actually see impact will be the financial market. The financial market is the bedrock of economy globally. And that is where you start seeing the first impact before you can now see it trickling down onto the whole economy. And why did I say financial markets? We just spoke around what is happening in the agricultural sector. And we mentioned earlier on that the capital marketing, there's room for our entity to actually come to the market to raise funds. So imagine most participants or most players in the agro sector actually accessing the capital market to raise funds at a cheaper rate. What it will mean is that I tried to explain earlier on that what it will mean reduced cost of production, and in the long run, it will also mean reduction in price of outputs. And when there's reduction in price of output, the average Nigeria will start feeling the impact of some of these things we are seeing in the financial markets. Financial market booming, it also still means that banks also are a great player in the financial market, and means that it gets to a level where cost of borrowing would drop, and an average citizen will be able to access loan at a cheaper rate than it used to be. Currently, and I think things would have been better now. From where I was seated in the month of January, I was expecting by now would have seen a better impact on an average Nigerian. But we all know that what's currently happening, what actually exacerbates the impact on Nigerians, wasn't a function of Nigeria alone. It's more like a contagion effect of what is happening in the Middle East. Nigeria cannot be isolated for some of these crises happening globally. And don't forget, as of December, we are buying PMS, we are buying around 800 about. And before the crisis in the Middle East actually erupted. And between then, between February, end of February and now, we are seeing close to 100% increase in pump price of petrol. And also this about some days ago, there were headlines found around the increase of price of gas to 1,700 naira. And for me, that's a massive jump from 1,200, 1,300 that we have seen in the past. So I think that the government also needs to step in such like this. We understand that the fact that the government has said subsidy is gone, and we are not saying subsidy should come back. But there are other ways that the government can actually step in and ameliorate the issue. And so what is that the government can also absorb some of the impacts. And that's why I said that when this issue happened in the month of February, what I was expecting most of the state government to have done is to actually go aggressively into transportation system and actually like the what we normally have in Lagos State, the BLT, and that's such transport network. What it would a forward-thinking government would have done is to actually subsidize the transportation cost for an average Nigerian. And so what that would mean is that when you reduce cost of transportation, the pass-through effects of the crisis in the Middle East will not see the full impact on an average Nigerian. Because when you say cost of transport from point A to point B has surged by 100%, of course, as a trader, what you want to do is you want to, of course, you want to actually absorb all the costs into your own cost of production, or of cost of sales. And at the end of the day, that will impact the actual price at which you sell your product. But if the government has found one way or the other to actually absorb part of the cost, the end goal is that we will have been able to actually buy some of these products at reduced price. And when you are buying some of these products at reduced price, of course, the current inflationary pressure won't have been as at the level we are currently seeing. So I think the government also have a part to play, but I also think that what we are seeing is ephemeral. It's not something that will last for a long time. We've been seeing a lot of discussion actually ongoing on the crisis in the Middle East. We feel in no time they will come to a conclusion, and immediately they come to a quick conclusion. We feel that oil price will actually drop. When oil price drop, the pump price also will likely reverse downwards. And if that happens, it means that we should also feel the impact on the cost of living.
I'm so happy that you said a whole lot of stuff and talking about the factor, in as much as you spoke about the positivity, you spoke about the factor affecting us here at home, making mention of transportation, you know, the price of liquefied petroleum gas and a whole lot, and it's also that that's our reality. To round up the conversation, what lessons can policymakers learn from this market performance to strengthen Nigeria's broader economic recovery and growth agenda? It's very, very important to end the conversation with this.
Yeah, come again, please. I didn't hear you clearly.
All right. I said, what lessons can policymakers learn from this market performance to strengthen Nigeria's broader economic recovery and growth agenda? Let's round up our conversation with this.
Well, I think, like I said, we are on the right path for some of our policies. They can be painful, but we are on the right path. If you see what is happening in other African countries, you will surely understand what I mean by we are on the right path. So what I think the government should do beyond this policy, the government find a way to that the impacts, the micro as well. And average Nigerians want to feel the impacts of some of these policies. It's good that overall we are seeing improvements across board. And when you look at the financial of all the companies listed on Nigerian Stock Exchange, I doubt there's any of them that actually posted loss in the year 2025. So what comes to mind is that most of these sectors, they are bouncing back, they are thriving. And beyond that, the government also needs to find a way to ensure that Nigerians also feel the impact of these thriving sectors. And you look at what's happening in the capital markets, and you look at what's happening in the life of average Nigerians, you see that huge disparity. And so for me, I think that we are not seeing the fullness of that handshake that is expected between the policy guys and the policy guys. And the fiscal policy guys need to work overnight to ensure the consolidation of most of their policy. and to actually ensure the swiftness of the impact on Nigerians. It's good to talk about data, it's good to actually shun out data. But when your data deviates from what an average Nigerian is feeling, of course, it will mean as if you are just murmuring. So the government should understand that there's huge deviation between the data out there and the impact that an average Nigerian is feeling. And what I think is that they've not been able to actually cascade some of this policy downward so that it can have immediate impact on average Nigerians. So Nigerians, the government needs to actually work aggressive on it to ensure that the story we are talking about Nigerians, the story that for an average investor is about Nigeria, is also in line with the story that the Nigerians in the country is talking about Nigeria. Sure, thank you very much for having me on.
All right, please do well to enjoy the rest of your day, and I will end our parting word with Happy Children's Day once again.
Wishing you the same to my brother.
Amen. Thank you so much. And that is where we end the conversation this beautiful Wednesday morning. And that is our guest, Mr. Oladipo Ajayi, Head Fixed Income and Forex Chapel Hill, Denham Security, joining us on the conversation about FMDQ transactions that hit $180.85 billion. And what does it mean for Nigeria's financial market? Absolutely a whole lot has been said from our first guest, Dr. Chigozie and Mr. Oladipo. And we can come to the fact that Nigeria's financial market remains central to economic growth as investor confidence and currency stability, while the sharp rise in FMDQ turnover points to improving liquidity and stronger market participation. Experts say sustaining the gains will require consistent reforms, macroeconomic stability, and policies that encourage the long-term investment. That's our edition of Perspective this beautiful Wednesday morning. Happy Children's Day, Nigeria, and Eid al-Kabir. To all our Muslim faithfuls, thank you for watching and thank you for staying with us. Stay with us for the rest of the day. It's a public holiday. There are more programs that you will enjoy. I am Iri Ayomikule Iki. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the news at 10 on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Peace Nwoke. The federal government of Nigeria, in partnership with the African Development Bank, has initiated a new national aircraft leasing project to resolve long-standing procurement and financing challenges facing indigenous airlines. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, announced the establishment of the Nigeria Aircraft Leasing Company during a stakeholders meeting held in Abuja on Tuesday, describing the project as a major breakthrough for local operators. According to the minister, the initiative was designed as a strategic intervention to support domestic carriers through practical institutional reforms rather than political promises. Festus Keyamo stated that the administration has consistently worked over the past 3 years to assist various air operator certificate holders who have faced significant difficulties in launching their flight operations due to financial constraints. The concept for the leasing firm was originally incorporated into the National Aviation Roadmap in 2015, but experienced prolonged implementation delays due to compliance disputes regarding the Cape Town Convention. The minister explained that this international legal framework protects global aircraft financiers and lessors, and Nigeria's previous non-compliance had hindered foreign investment in the local aviation industry. The recent resolution of this legal compliance dispute has successfully restored international investor confidence, clearing the institutional path for the formal takeoff of the special vehicle. Festus Keyamo emphasized that participation in the leasing program remains voluntary for local airlines, as the entity was structured purely as a special purpose vehicle to assist operators rather than compete with them. The African Development Bank is currently finalizing the official signing of a MOU with the federal government, reflecting strong international institutional backing for the sector. To ensure effective execution, President Bola Tinubu has mandated the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Justice to collectively design the final operational framework. The federal government has launched a comprehensive nationwide program to modernize and revive existing grazing reserves and ranches to provide a lasting solution to farmer-herder clashes across Nigeria. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development, Idris Ajimobi, disclosed this on Wednesday during an interactive media session held in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. The presidential aide revealed that structural work has already commenced at the Kawu Grazing Reserve in Abuja, which serves as the pilot project for the agricultural transition. Idris Ajimobi stated that a nationwide structural audit of the 417 existing grazing reserves is currently underway to assess their current state before creating new infrastructure. According to the Senior Special Assistant, teaching modern livestock techniques must be supported by adequate physical infrastructure to achieve the desired agricultural transformation. The administrative strategy aims to upgrade old reserves into modern ranching platforms, mirroring successful international agricultural models that have effectively neutralized land use conflicts between agriculturalists and pastoralists. The administration of President Bola Tinubu reiterated its commitment to national food security, which motivated the recent creation of the dedicated Ministry of Livestock Development. Idris Ajimobi stated that the administration has set a specific nutritional benchmark to ensure that every Nigerian child can access a sachet of milk and an egg daily. Addressing critical concerns over rural insecurity within forest reserves and agricultural zones, the presidential aide stated that combating banditry requires collective local intelligence. Idris Ajimobi concluded that criminal elements cannot operate successfully without some element of community complicity, which is often exacerbated by rural poverty. The Nigeria Labour Congress has strongly criticized the current economic conditions and rising insecurity in the country, stating that millions of citizens are facing severe socio-economic hardships. In an official Salah message issued on Wednesday ahead of the Eid al-Kabir celebrations, the organized labor union stated that workers and vulnerable citizens are bearing the brunt of recent economic changes. The official statement signed by the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero, urged political leaders to thoroughly evaluate the societal impact of their economic policies. The Labour leader emphasized that the primary responsibility of governance should remain the protection of human lives and the provision of basic amenities like food, healthcare, and stable employment. The public criticism reflects growing friction from civil society groups regarding the fiscal reforms introduced by the administration of President Bola Tinubu. These policy adjustments include the complete removal of petrol subsidies and the unification of foreign exchange windows, which state authorities maintain are vital for long-term fiscal stability. Although the macroeconomic reforms have received commendation from international financial institutions, they have also triggered high inflation and an unprecedented rise in transportation and food costs. The labor union stated that these compounding economic pressures have severely weakened the purchasing power of households across the West African nation. The workers' union further noted that widespread insecurity across geopolitical zones continues to undermine rural livelihoods and national stability. Joe Ajaero declared that the persistent cases of kidnapping, banditry, and communal violence represent a clear indictment of the current national governance and security architecture. Cash held outside the formal banking system in Nigeria decreased by 104,760 million naira between February and April 2026. Financial data obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria Money and Credit Statistics indicated that currency outside banks dropped significantly during this 2-month operational review window. The contraction occurred after the Monetary Policy Committee reduced the benchmark monetary policy rate to 26.5% during its first legislative meeting of the year. The total volume of cash circulating outside bank vaults dropped from 5.19 trillion naira in February to 5.08 trillion naira in April. The financial indicators showed a 2.02% reduction in unbanked cash, although the Apex Bank did not publish currency statistics for March 2026. Total currency in circulation similarly recorded a downward trend, falling by 63,460 billion naira to close at 5.65 trillion naira. Currency held outside the banking system constituted 90.03% of the total money supply in April, down from 90.87% in February. This structural shift implies that a larger volume of liquid capital returned to former financial channels, increasing domestic banking liquidity, despite the initial interest rate reduction. Despite the short-term drop, overall cash volumes remained higher than the figures recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. Concurrently, statutory financial reserves held by commercial banks with the Central Bank of Nigeria rose by 1.86 trillion naira to hit 34.60 trillion naira. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has declared that achieving total excellence in the maritime industry requires systematic efforts to eliminate institutional barriers against female professionals. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Dayo Muberiola,
commercial transport operators to household and small business owners, petrol is an essential commodity that powers daily operations. However, many consumers say rising fuel prices, quality, and purchasing power, amongst others, determine where they buy fuel.
I like the meter, so that is why I'm buying it. I feel like their fuel is better than the other fuel station.
I like their fuel, it used to serve me.
Consumers also express concern over alleged sharp practices by some filling stations, citing issues such as inaccurate dispensing and questionable fuel quality.
There's one filling station before Magoro. I topped the fuel. That time the price is not like this. I topped my fuel with 8,000 naira. Although I was busy doing another task, I did not look the meter, whether I did get it or not. But before I could get to Terminal Library, my fuel show light. At that time, the fuel I bought is supposed to take me down there and bring me back.
They save fuel for me, and the fuel no reach anywhere. It finished, no reach me anywhere. So that is why I say I don't buy fuel for them.
As transportation and energy costs continue to place pressure on household budgets, consumers are calling for stronger regulatory oversight, improved service standards, and measures that could help reduce the cost of fuel.
You can see the way I stand right now, no work. You understand? Assuming the fuel price come down, people will come to market and buy something. Then I will carry. Yeah. So since morning, so many drivers be here. They never see what to carry. So we have been here since.
Maybe they reduce the fuel now. The fuel is too cost. Now we are buying fuel 1,300 something.
Nigerians continue to wriggle through economic realities. However, they believe what a more customer-focused approach by few marketers will not only boost confidence but also drive greater patronage across Lagos and by a larger extension. Elizabeth Abefe, ConsumerHalla TV.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is EABA Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumer-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, yeah. But it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you.
Consumers, for many Nigerians, car are more than just a means of transportation. Sometimes people consider comfort, convenience, and sometimes status. But with so many brands of cars available, consumers have some factors that they look out for whenever they want to choose a particular car. And on today on the street of Lagos, Nigeria, I am Elizabeth Befe, and I'm live here on the street of Lagos, Ikeja, where I'll be asking consumers which car brand do they like and why do they pick this particular brand. Remember, we do not influence their choices. We do not suggest brand. Consumers speak to us how they feel concerning a brand. Come with me, let's go find out which brand of car the consumer like and why do they pick this brand. Good morning, ma.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You look good.
You look good as well.
Thank you. So what is your name?
My name is Peace.
Peace what?
Peace Agra.
Okay, now do you own a car?
No, I don't.
Okay, what car do you like to have if you were to have a car right now?
A Lexus 350.
Why Lexus 350?
Well, it's a Jeep and it's not so flashy. I just like that it's simple.
You love your cars very simple.
Yes, I do.
Okay, now if you want to get a car right now, what will you look out for?
Okay, so number one, for consumption. One would say Lexus 350, it's because it's a Jeep, it's going to cost a lot, but yeah, it's going to consume a lot. But for me, because I don't like it so flashy, I don't like it so big, I still feel the fuel consumption I could manage with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now why do you think it is necessary to have a car?
It is important. Necessary is to, do you get? It is, in fact, something you cannot, it is not negotiable. Because the downpour today, in fact, I almost, let me not say I suffered, but it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very important.
Okay, now do you think bad road also, you have to consider that whenever you want to get a car?
You see, that's why I chose Lexus 350. Because even if the road is bad, you'd still, because it will go up a little and then at least you'll still be able to maneuver and pass the, you know.
Yeah, so I want you to rate Lexus 350 over 10 based on why you like them.
Because I like it. It's a 10 over 10 for me.
Okay, so when are you getting a car? When are you getting Lexus 350?
Okay, so actually my husband have a car and it is also my car, but until they put a name and say it is your car, that is when I'll say yeah, so that's it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very good.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Bukola.
Bukola what?
Aremu.
Okay, now, do you own a car?
I presently do not.
Okay, what's your dream car like? What's that favorite car you have in mind to get?
Okay, so there's a lot of cars and well, I love Ferrari.
Why do you like Ferrari? White Ferrari?
Yeah, to be precise. So I love Ferrari because of the speed. It's one of the fastest moving vehicles that we know, and they keep upgrading their products from time to time. So that's why I love it.
Okay, now apart from Ferrari, which other car do you know of?
I know a lot of cars. I know Bugatti. I know Cadillac. I know quite a lot.
So why did, apart from the speed, why did Ferrari capture your whole heart? Apart from the speed.
Okay. My idol, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Okay.
He has a Ferrari.
Okay.
And he's somebody I love him so much for his passion and everything he has done for the sport of football. And I hope to be like him one day in terms of riches.
Okay, so that is why.
That's another reason.
Okay. Now, if you want to get a car right now, what will you look out for whenever, if you want to purchase this Ferrari, this white Ferrari right now? What factors will you consider? What will you look out for?
Okay, there's the engine. I mean, the engines have different capacities. The fuel consumption, I don't know, but when you get to that level, you don't think about fuel. So there is the body as well. Is the body in good condition? But I hope Ferrari there can be second-hand Ferrari, I guess. So it's going to be new. So I want to believe all those things will be intact. There is the air condition, the functionalities in the car, I mean the audio sound system and the lights. A lot of things.
Okay. So why do you think it is necessary to have a car?
So this country we find ourselves some people think that owning a car is luxury, but it's just a common thing that anybody should have. I mean, it makes your life easier to live. Imagine having a family of 2, 3. You want to go out maybe for a party. You can't be taking cabs all the time. I mean, some might think it's prestigious owing to the type of vehicle, but it's just a necessity. It's just something you need to get from here to there, and it makes your life much easier. I think that's the major purpose why cars are produced. Yes.
Okay, now I want you to rate Ferrari over 10 right now. How will you rate them based on what you like about them?
I would say 8.
8?
Yes.
With the way you make mention of color, the speed, I was expecting you to say a 10. Why do you give them 8?
Nothing is perfect. Perfect is only God that is perfect. So I might even buy a Ferrari today and say, okay, I don't like it anymore. It's possible. Yeah. You see our celebrities. Davido has these cars and he's still buying new ones. You wonder why he's buying those things. He might have seen a little flaw. Like, no, I can't cope with this. So that's why I'll say 8.
Okay, so when are we getting our dream car?
God knows best, but we'll still keep it up the grind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning to you.
How are you?
I'm okay, and you?
I'm fine. So what is your name, sir?
My name is Chibuzo.
Chibuzo what?
Chibuzo Ashegu.
Okay, now do you own a car?
Yes, I do. But as of now, I sold it off.
Okay, before we come over to why you sold the car off, which car brand do you own before?
It was a Nissan Sentra, a 2008 model.
Why do you like that brand? Is that your favorite car brand?
It wasn't my favorite, right? Because my first car I drove was a BMW 3 Series M50 engine. I got that one because I'm not always around, so I had to go to a brand that my wife could manage.
Oh, okay. But if we are to compare your car brand, which car brand do you think you love the most?
Always a BMW.
Why BMW?
You know, it's a machine, a performance and everything.
Okay, now you decided to settle for the other one because your wife could be able to manage it.
Correct.
Okay, so when choosing a car, what do you look out for whenever you want to get a car?
For me, performance, right? Performance is key, right? Then maintenance. You can always maintain a car, right?
Yeah.
Right. You might not really find the parts readily available. You could have a planned schedule, right? Some will, source for this outside of Nigeria and bring it in and maintain it themselves. Another, right, is how the usage, right? A car speaks to you like a human speaks to you. Yeah. So if it speaks to you and telling you it's not feeling well, just listen to it.
Okay.
And give it what it wants.
Okay.
That's when you enjoy a car mostly.
Wow. Okay, now why do you think people get a car, or why do you think it's essential for people to have a car?
Nigeria today, right? Car is a necessity. You need to move from point A to B, right? With the whole lot of hustle and bustle, the problem of this public transport. So it's easier, right, to jump in your car and drive to wherever you want to go and come back safely.
So now, do you think fuel consumption also determine the kind of car one purchase?
Is also a factor. Fuel consumption. You these days, newer models, right?
Yeah.
They have good fuel efficiency. No matter whether the German made, the Japanese made, they've got this fuel efficiency. The major thing of fuel efficiency, right? If you be able to fill up your tank, usage, size of the engine also determines fuel consumption.
Okay.
So all this matters.
Okay, now why is the reason why you already said a car is a necessity to move one from one point to the other?
Yeah.
Why did you sell your car?
Yeah, because economy wasn't feeling good. I needed to, get things done. So the only means I could, get fund was just offload the car, and put the fund to where I need to use it.
So any plan of getting another one anytime soon?
Yes.
Which brand? Still BMW, or you're going to consider Madame?
Considering Madame also. The immediate, right, might be for, we're seeing EV, electric vehicles everywhere now, right? These are Chinese made. So it's one lookout for me, right? The Chinese made EV small car with air conditioning working. I can move them from point A to B. Once that is in place, then I now work towards getting, my choice of car.
Okay, now I want you to rate BMW over 10 based on your experience with them and why you like it. And I would also like you to rate the one you sold off over 10 based on your experience with it. How will you rate them?
BMW is a 9 for me. Right? It's a 9. Performance. It's everything, right? Then for the Nissan Sentra, I give it a 6.
Why 6?
Yeah, because I don't know, it's preference.
Okay.
Yeah, but it does what it should do, right? We move you from point A to B comfortably, right? But for me, I give it a 6.
Any issue with it ever since you've gotten it?
Majorly no issue, but as car starts to age, one thing comes up. And if you don't go for the high-end servicing and you go for the roadside, it compounds your problem.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Nice, and you?
I'm good. So what is your name?
My name is Paul.
Paul what?
Paul Idfanyichukwu.
Okay, now do you own a car?
I don't own a car.
Okay, what's your dream car?
My dream car is a Dodge.
Dodge?
Yes, SRT.
SRT?
It's an American muscle.
Okay, why do you like SRT?
Because it's not common.
Because it's not common.
Yeah.
So apart from Dodge, which other car do you know of?
I know of a BMW. Yeah.
So why does Dodge capture your heart? Why do you like
because of the engine, the way it revs, it makes that roar sound and everything. So it's not common on the road. Not like your Toyota or your yeah, it's not common. So I love that car.
Okay, so what do you look out for? Maybe you want to get a Dodge right now. What are the other factors? What are the things you look out for if you want to get a car?
In terms of maintenance, man, it's American muscle, it's an American spec, so cost of maintaining it is yeah. So and again, fuel, because the V8 engine is also a V12 engine, so revenue making that sound, whoa, it's fuel. So those are the things you have to just look out for maintaining getting a Dodge, an American muscle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what other thing do you look out for if you want to get a car? What will you consider?
I consider my pockets, my income.
Very important.
Yeah, very, very important. I consider my income.
Okay.
And what else again? I consider my environment, because not every kind of environment to drive a Dodge. Yeah, I can't take a Dodge not a mail, and everybody like, what kind of car is it? What kind of car is it? But if you take it to the island, everybody like, wow, they want to take a picture, and you understand. Yeah, so that's why I look for.
Why do you think it is necessary for us to own a car?
To aid movement. In this period of rainfall, it's going to prevent us from rainfall hitting us, stress, and the transportation makes work easier and faster. But the people say if you don't have a house, you don't get a car. Until you get a house, before you will not get a car. And so I don't know. I don't buy the idea. If I have a Dodge now and I don't have a house, I'm still okay. I'm gonna get a house.
Okay.
All right.
Now, how much do you think Dodge costs right now?
It's expensive. It's in dollars. Wow. It's expensive.
So I would like you to rate Dodge over 10. How will you rate them?
11 over 10.
It beats your skill.
Damn, 11 over 10. 11 over 10.
Okay. So when are we getting Dodge SRT? When are we getting our dream car?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think you should be working towards that.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay.
If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen.
Yeah,
but I love the car so much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
Monitor?
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. You look good, by the way.
Thank you so much, and you too.
Thank you. So what is your name?
My name is Clinton.
Clinton what?
Clinton Uzo.
Okay, now do you own a car?
No, I don't.
What's your dream car like? What car brand do you like?
I love Toyota cars, but I think I'll go for my dream car. That would be an AMG.
Why AMG?
I don't know, just the sound. I just like the sound. It's something.
The sound is something.
Yeah.
Okay, now, what if you want to get a car right now? What other thing will you look out for whenever you want to purchase a car?
Okay, I think I will look out for the horsepower of the car and the durability, especially in the roads of Nigeria, and something that is just, let's say, it's oxymoronic to say, but I would say not fuel consuming, because AMG actually consumes a lot of fuel. So
Asking you, do you think fuel consumable also is one of the criteria you look out for whenever you want to purchase a car?
Yeah, I think so. Like in the current state of Nigeria, you have to put everything like in factors so that you have a very.
But now that our dream car consumes fuel, how are we going to do?
When I have a dream car, I don't think I'll be thinking about the fuel with that band. Or what do you think?
I don't think so.
So AMG is still good for me.
So apart from AMG, which other car do you know of?
Formatic.
So why does AMG? Why did AMG steal your heart?
I don't know, the way it sits on the ground, that's one of the things. Balance way. Like nobody can touch me. That's the way it's giving.
It gives this Oga vibe.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Now I wanted to rate AMG brand, this your favorite car, over 10, based on what you've said about it. I want you to rate it over 10. How will you rate it?
Okay, I think I will give it like a 9.5 because I mean, it's everything I want in a car, so 9.5.
Okay, now why do you think it is necessary for us to have a car?
Yeah, it helps us in mobility, in movement, and it's just come true for us. In every way, we think that it gives us that comfort. That's for better words. Yeah.
Okay, now when are we getting our dream car?
I say in a year time.
You're working towards it?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
Okay, so what is your name?
Femi Oluwafemi.
Femi what?
Akinwale.
Okay, now do you own a car?
No.
So what's your dream car?
Lamborghini.
Why Lamborghini?
The sounds alone speak a lot.
Okay, so apart from Lamborghini, which other car brand do you know of?
Like Bugatti. I have dream for Bugatti because their sounds alone speak a lot.
You are just picking big cars.
I don't know what to say. Like,
Okay,
that
now.
can express my feelings.
Okay, now if you want to get a car now, apart from the sound, what else do you look out for whenever you want to purchase a car?
Even the looks alone, the engines, like
those are what entice you.
Like, yeah.
The sound, the engine, the look, those are what you look out for whenever you want to get a car. So what about
quality?
And the quality? What about a car that consumes fuel?
If a car consumes fuels, but still has the standard, it's fine.
You are fine.
Not a car that don't have the standard but still consumes fuels. It just be like putting money in something that you cannot go back.
Why do you think it is necessary for us to have a car?
It is very necessary because if you don't get money, try get car.
If you don't get money, try get car. What? So I want you to rate Lamborghini based on what you feel about them. All the necessary things you've mentioned. Now I want you to rate them over 10. How well will you rate them?
I'll give them 10.
10.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What is your name?
My name is Olajide.
Okay, now Olajide what?
Olajide Ige.
Ige. Now, do you own a car?
No, I don't.
Okay, if you are to have a car right now, what is your dream car like? Which brand?
Well, Tesla.
Tesla. Why Tesla?
Because of the self-driven feature. Yes.
So apart from Tesla, which other car do you know of apart from Tesla?
I know Lamborghini. Of course, I know Rolls-Royce. I know Lexus. I know several other ones.
Okay, now apart from Tesla being a self-driven car, why do you pick Tesla out of many other cars?
Okay, yeah, I've seen some features outside the self-driven, like what's it called? The bulletproof door. Yes, that is intriguing too. So that's one of the features I also like about Tesla.
Okay, so whenever, maybe now you want to get a car and you've gotten to where you want to purchase a car, what do you look out for whenever you need to buy a car? What do you check?
Okay, yeah, I would like to check probably the engine. Yes. I'll check the engine. Then, let's say the interior, the leather. And what else? Yeah, basically those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now do you also think fuel consumption, a car that consumes fuel a lot, is also one of the reasons you will look out for whenever you want to purchase a car?
Yes, you should look at that.
Why?
Because of your pockets, your financials now. You have to look at that. You have to consider all this.
Okay, now why do you think it is necessary to have a car?
Oh, look at me. I'm trying to jump bus now. If I had my car, I would have probably been halfway home. So I think that's one of the necessities.
Okay. Now I want you to rate Tesla over 10 based on the experience you have with it.
I don't have any experience.
Okay, based on your future. Let me put it future experience.
It's definitely a 10, though, because the features I mentioned about Tesla is you mostly not see it anywhere in any other car. So definitely that.
How much do you think Tesla costs right now?
Okay, well, it costs nothing less than from $70,000 to $100,000 from the ones I've seen. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. Nothing less than that.
So when are we expecting our dream car?
Okay. Right now, let's say God's willing, in the next 2 years at most.
Next 2 years, we are working on it, right?
So I'm working on it.
Okay.
Working very hard.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
morning, sir.
Yeah, morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What is your name?
Kelvin.
Kelvin what?
Peterside.
Okay, now do you own a car?
Not yet.
Okay, now if you were to own a car right now, which brand will you go for?
For Benz.
Benz. Why Benz? Why do you like Benz?
It looks portable and also it's nice.
It looks portable and because it's nice, that is why you are going for it.
Yeah.
So if you are to get a car right now, what will you look out for whenever you want to purchase a car? What is that thing?
I will just look out for the comfortability of the car. That's it.
Comfortability of the car.
Yeah, how it looks like and the balance of it.
The balance of it.
Yeah.
Okay, now do you think fuel consumption will also be one of the criteria you look out for whenever you want to buy a car?
Sure.
Why?
Because most car and sure because like the Range Rover and what's the name of that car? They will normally eat fuel.
So now you also, apart from looking at comfortability, you also assess whether it consumes fuel.
Yes, sure.
Okay, now I want you to rate Benz that you like so much, that your dream car over 10, based on experience, on what you feel about it. How will you rate it?
My best car about the Benz is GLK.
GLK, Benz GLK.
Yeah.
That is nice. Okay, now I want you to rate them over 10. If you had to get the car right now, you already told me the reason why you prefer this car. Now I want you to rate it over 10. How will you rate it over 10?
I rate it over 10 all because how should I put it now? The camera and other things about the car is very nice. So
will you give it 8 over 10, 9 over 10, or 10/10?
10 over 10. I love the car so much.
10 over 10?
Sure.
Okay, so when are we getting our dream car?
I pray this year.
This year, you're working towards it?
Yes, ma'am.
So why do you think it is necessary for us to get a car, to have a car?
Most times because of the rain and the distance and the transport fare is very high also now. So that I think it's your own car. You can go to anywhere you want to go to with it.
Without considering any factor. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Well, we've had so much from consumers, and I must say consumers always have their choices when it comes to brand. And I'm not surprised on car brands today. Consumers really know the kind of car they want and why they are choosing, from durability to fuel consumption to convenience to comfort to sound. We've had a whole lot that consumers have mentioned, and that is all on today's edition of Consumer Voice on Car Brands. There is no winner. Every car is a winner. Every car is a choice to consumers. And I must say, do not forget to like, subscribe, comment under the comment section which car brand you like and why do you think you prefer this brand. Till I grace your screen again, I am Elizabeth Abefe. Bye for now.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Brand Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the
the airline, and then it was to South Africa. And we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, "We're really very sorry about this." He was giving us almost every time, I could almost say almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of 50 pounds to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel, wrapped. I opened it, and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible, no apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build
Hello, consumers. Welcome to another beautiful edition of Market Stories. Yes, this segment is called In the Marketplace. Yes, in the Marketplace, where we visit major markets in Nigeria, bringing you the background stories, the challenges, and the people behind them. Let them tell us the story. And today, I'm live here at K2 Market. That rings the bell, right? I know you'll be like, why K2? We've been here before. But yes, you are right. We were here before, but that was the fruit section. And today, we are here, not the regular market in K2. We are the sawmill section, where wood is cut, shaped, and prepared for use. Come with me as we go find out from people. Let them tell us the story behind this market, what we really do not know about wood. Come with me and let's go find out.
Before the buses, the traffic, and the crowded streets we see today, K2 was not the busy commercial area it is now. The K2 we know in Lagos today developed much later as Lagos began to expand outward from the mainland. As the city grew, more people moved into the assets seeking affordable housing, better access, and connection to other part of Lagos. Because K2 sits along a major route linking Lagos to Ikorodu and Ogun State, it naturally became a point of movement. And you know where there is movement, trade flows. K2 Market did not begin as one structured market. It grew gradually. The market built not around one product, but around everyday need. As Lagos expanded outward in the late 1970s and 1980s, more people began to settle along the corridor road axis. With that growth came movement. At first, it started with roadside sellers, small stalls, temporary setup, daily trading activity. But as the population increased, the trading activities became more organized. Over time, this scattered point of trade merged into what it is now known as K2 Market. By the 1980s into the 1990s, K2 had already become a busy commercial area. Traders began to settle permanently. Sections began to form naturally, not by planning, but by demand. Today, K2 Market operates in different segments, including the food and provision section, the fruit and perishables section, household and general goods section, and industrial cluster like the sawmill section. Each part developed based on what people needed and what traders supplied. In November 2019, part of the Advocacy K2 Fruit Market was demolished by the Lagos State government. The operation affected traders and disrupted commercial activity in that section. But K2 Market as a whole did not disappear. It continued. Different sections adapted and moved forward. And if you have been following this journey, you will remember we have already explored the fruits market section of K2. But that is not where the story ends, because K2 Market is bigger than what you see in one section. While one section deals with food and daily essentials, another section tells a completely different story. A story of wood. A story of construction. A story of transformation. Because before a chair becomes something beautiful in your living room, it passes through ends like this. Before buildings rise across Lagos, the wood is processed somewhere. And that journey begins here, in the sawmill section. This is where raw timber is brought in, cut, shaped, and prepared for use. And behind every plank are the people who makes it happen. Let's hear According to Rufai Tajuddin, the vice chairman of the wood market in Ketu, he said Ketu market is divided into different sections, including the fruit market and the wood. Let's hear from him.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
Fine, ma'am.
Okay, now what is your name? Kí lorúkọ yín, sir?
Orúkọ tèmi ni Rufai Tajuddin, tí mo jẹ́ igbákejì alága àpapọ̀ níbí.
Igbákejì alága àpapọ̀ níbí báyìí ní Ketu.
Ní Ketu, Ìkòsí market.
Okay, now ní Ketu ká tó move lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn, ní Ketu tàwa yìí, ìpele pa ọjà mélòó ló wà níbí báyìí?
Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ọjà yẹn kó oríṣiríṣi. A ní fruit market táwọn yẹn náà divide sí àwọn ìpele lóríṣiríṣi. Àwọn ọlọ́sàn wà ńbẹ̀, oní mango wà ńbẹ̀, oní pineapple wà ńbẹ̀, àwọn tó ń ta píà wà ńbẹ̀. Bó ṣe jẹ́ lóríṣiríṣi, onípákó náà wà ńbẹ̀, onípákó ní section tá wà.
So a ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti joyè igbákejì?
Mo ṣe jọ igbákejì láti bí ọdún bíi 4 tí wọ́n ti tún ọjà yìí kọ́ ni.
That is 4 years.
4 years.
So báwo ni ẹ sọ bí pẹ ti ṣe experience yín so far fún ọdún 4 yẹn?
Àwọn nǹkan tó kàn ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ọjà pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ṣe ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ ọjà yìí tó fi jẹ́ tuntun torí nígbà kan ó ti wà ní irú pákó yìí sí ìpele 4 ló wà tẹ́lẹ̀ but nígbà tí ìjọba ti wọlé tí wọ́n ti tún ọjà kọ́ ó ti bọ́ sí ojú kan so ìsọpákó ti wà lójú kan sí tẹ́lẹ̀ different chairman la ní but nísìn àti ní chairman kan a dẹ̀ ní vice kan tó ń control pákó yìí.
Okay, so now tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ fìyàn jẹ olórí àbí olùdarí nínú ọjà kí ni wọ́n máa ń wò?
Ṣé nínú pákó nínú pákó wa ẹ̀ wọ́n á wo ìṣesí ẹni yẹn ìhùwàsí ẹ̀ ìjọmọlúwàbí ẹ̀ àti àwọn nǹkan tó ti ṣe sẹ́yìn òun ni wọ́n máa wò. Àwa ò kí ń dìbò ń bí o but ní àwọn other section wọ́n máa ń dìbò. Oyè tí wọ́n ń bí ìdẹ̀rẹ̀ àjẹwọ̀ ni. Àjẹwọ̀ ni yẹn ni pé ó dìgbà tẹ́ni yẹn bá kú kí wọ́n tó change ẹ̀ yẹn ti pákó nìkan so a kì í change ti pákó but ní àwọn other section wọ́n ń lo ọdún 4.
Okay, now mo fẹ́ bèèrè pé kí ni ìtàn tí ẹ lè sọ fún amúmọ̀ pẹ́ ti sọ pé tẹ́lẹ̀ ìpele 4 ni wọ́n pín pákó yìí wá. Ṣé lè dárúkọ ìpele 4 tó pín sí ńgbà yẹn?
A ní ìrẹ́pọ̀dù, a ní ìfẹ́lódù, a ní àánú olúwapọ̀, a dẹ̀ ní àṣeyọrí tí kálukú náà ní alága tiwọn àti aṣojú tiwọn tí gbogbo wa dẹ̀ ń jọ ń ṣe àṣepọ̀ nígbà yẹn kó tó di pé wọ́n wó ọjà wọ́n sọ pákó di
ẹyọkan yìí ni wọ́n á sìn. Ṣé ó ní orúkọ kan tẹ́ ń pè?
Ẹyọkan tí ó wà ń sìn ó lórúkọ tá à ń pè olúwa ló ṣe yìí là ń pè.
Olúwa ló ṣe.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé ìkan wà tí wọ́n fi sọ ní olúwa ló ṣe yìí?
Ó jẹ́ ìyanu because nígbà tí wọ́n wó ọjà nígbà yẹn because a pọ̀ jù báyìí lọ àwọn kan ń sọ pé kò ní sí sọ pákó mọ́ ń bí ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tọ́lọ́run wá ṣe lábẹ́ babalọ́jà Dáúdà olúwa là ń bẹ̀ tọ́lọ́run wá ṣe lábẹ́ tiẹ̀ tí ìsọpákó padà wù ń bí òun la fi sọ ní olúwa ló ṣe yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìtàn tí ó bí orúkọ yẹn tóró jẹ́ nǹkan ìyanu nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn ò lérò torí pé a pọ̀ jù báyìí lọ ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti yà káàkiri ọ̀tùbà tọ́lọ́run wá ṣe tí nǹkan tá à ń fẹ́ tẹ̀ wá lọ làwọn àgbà ọlọ́run ló ṣe é ọlọ́run ni òdójú ti wà òun lórúkọ ẹ̀ jáde pé olúwa ló ṣe yìí tí a sì ń ṣe anniversary ẹ̀ ní ọdọọdún.
Ṣé mọ́ǹtì wo ṣé May àbí December lè máa ṣe?
November 6.
So ọjà yìí sìn á ti pé ọdún mélòó báyìí?
Ó ti ń pọ́dún 4 báyìí.
Ọjà yìí ìsọ pákó
yìí. Ó jẹ́ tuntun yìí. Ó ti ń pọ́dún 4 báyìí.
Ọdún ṣe lè rántí ọdún tí wọ́n dá ọjà yìí sílẹ̀?
Mi ì lè rántí ẹ̀ precisely torí pé èmi náà wá bí ni kò ń ṣe pé mi bá wọn dá ọjà yìí lẹ̀ but látàyè Jákàndé lọ́jà yìí ti wà.
Okay, now kí ẹ tó jẹ oyè tí wọ́n fún yín àti pákéjì kí ni ẹ ń ṣe nínú ọjà tẹ́lẹ̀?
Èmi náà ń ta pákó ni onípákó lè mí.
Lọ́wọ́ báyìí
onípákó náà ṣe ni mí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ṣùgbọ́n nígbà ọjà ti tẹ́lẹ̀ mo fìgbà kan jẹ́ akọ̀wé ẹgbẹ́ ti ọ̀dọ̀ mi tó jẹ́ ìfẹ́ lódùn nígbà yẹn kó tó di pé mo á di gbákejì alága ń sìn.
Ṣé ti ṣiṣẹ́ ribiribi tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ti wò sílẹ̀ tó fi ń jẹ igbákejì.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ó yẹ jẹ́ nù.
Ok, now igi yìí ń sin oríṣiríṣi igi tó wà yìí, ṣe lè dárúkọ oríṣiríṣi igi àti pé ibo ni wọ́n ti máa ń kó igi yìí wọlé wá síbí báyìí.
Lóríṣiríṣi igi tí ò ṣe é dárúkọ tán but àwọn èyí tó common jù òun náà ni mahogany tí gbogbo ayé mọ̀ tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe tébù tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe ṣíà tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe àwọn interior decoration. A ní akálà, a ní afàrà, a ní ìtara, a ní àyò, a ní ọ̀mọ̀.
Ibo ni wọ́n ti wá ń kó gbogbo igi yìí wọlé?
Àwọn ìlú oríṣiríṣi náà ti ń kó igi wọlé níbí. Èmi wọ́n ń kó wá láti Kogi, èmi wọ́n ń kó wá láti Bayelsa, èmi wọ́n ń kó wá láti Ondo, èmi láti Edo. So bá ṣe máa ń lọ sáwọn ìlú yẹn káàkiri láti lọ kọjá wa nìyí.
Ìpèníjà wo ló wà nínú títa igi àti pé láti máa transport ẹ̀ wá látòdìdí ibẹ̀yẹn wá bí báyìí?
Ìpèníjà tó wà ń bẹ̀ because èèyàn ní wà nínú iṣẹ́ kan kó má ní ìpèníjà torí pé gbogbo iṣẹ́ pátápátá ló ní challenges. Àwọn challenges ta kàn rí bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n a tún wá dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú president tí Ọlọ́run fún wa tó jẹ́ president onípákó lápapọ̀ torí pé àwọn náà ti bá a ṣe ipa ribiribi lójú ọ̀nà. Wọ́n máa ń mú pákó tí wọ́n máa gbé lọ sábẹ́òkúta tó máa tà ní auction price but nísìnyí yẹn ti cancel. President ti bá a ṣe yẹn kò sí yẹn mọ́. So àwọn díẹ̀díẹ̀ ta ìpèníjà ta wá ń fèsì tó jẹ́ àwọn kéékèèké lábẹ́lé òun náà ni pé ọjà òkùnkùn là ń rà torí pé ọjà táàrí là ń sanwó ẹ̀ tí owó wa dẹ̀ ń sọnù látara ẹ̀ torí ẹ̀ lè fẹ́ lómi lòwó sí kó ní ẹ̀hún ní kíkọ kẹfún lówó kó yá kó má gbọ́jà ẹ̀ wá mọ́.
Báwo lè ṣe wá yín mọ tẹ̀síṣì wà nínú òwò?
Ibi tí wọn bá ti ṣubú ibẹ̀ náà ló ti máa dìde. À ń gbowó lọ́wọ́ báǹkì, à ń gbowó lọ́wọ́ cooperative, a dẹ̀ ń ṣe àwọn ẹgbẹ́ oríṣiríṣi tí àwọn náà ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Even nínú ẹgbẹ́ onípákó lápapọ̀ ó láwọn ẹgbẹ́ kan tá à ń ṣe náà àtàwọn nǹkan tó ń dálẹ̀ pé kí báǹkì máa yá wa lówó.
Kí ni àwọn nǹkan míì tí àwọn èèyàn máa ń rò pé onígi ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn máa ń fojú di onígi ń pé bóyá kò sówó nù ẹ̀ kí máa tagi. Kí ni àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ mọ̀ pé kò ń ṣòótọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn máa ń rò pé ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí èèyàn tó máa ń ta?
Kọ́lọ́n kó ṣàánú gbogbo wa kò sí láyìn tí èèyàn wà tí ò ní sí àwọn kùdìẹ̀kùdìẹ̀. Inú iṣẹ́ ta wà yìí náà ẹni tí ò bá because àwọn ọ̀gá tó kọ́ àwa ń ṣe wọ́n sọ fún wa pé ká dúró lórí òdodo. Lóòótọ́ ẹni tó ń sọ òdodo ó lè má tètè gòkè bọ̀ tó bá yá á padà gòkè náà ni látara òdodo tó ń sọ. Because ẹlòmíì á sọ pé ìtara lélẹ̀ tí kì í dẹ̀ ṣe tara. Ẹlòmíì fẹ́ ta gírúfin sí á sọ fún pé igi tó dáa ni tí ò dẹ̀ ń ṣe igi tó dáa látara pé kó lè wá owó but àwọn tó ń ṣe yẹn jù àwọn oníbàràǹdà ni pé kò síbi tẹ́ fẹ́ wá wọn sí but àwọn tá jẹ́ stakeholder a lè ṣerú ẹ̀ torí pé a ti mọ̀ pé abẹ́rẹ́ tó lókun dì ní wa so wọ́n á lókèétì wa so nǹkan tí ò lè jẹ́ ká wu àwọn rúwa rẹ̀ kò sí yẹn torí pé ìbáwí wà fún ẹni tó bá ṣerú ẹ̀ tó bá ti mẹ́jọ ẹ̀ wá ó dìran ká bá wí.
So kí wá ní rules and regulation tó wà nínú ọjà sawmill market?
Oríṣiríṣi òfin ló wà ó depend lé ìtẹ̀yàn bá ṣẹ̀ sí. Àkọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀ ó gbọ́dọ̀ jalè. Ìwọ tó bá ti jalè ó ti di kó fọjà ilẹ̀ tó lè wọnú ọjà yìí mọ́. Ìyẹn gan ló jẹ́ nǹkan pàtàkì tó jùlọ ń bẹ̀ ó gbọ́dọ̀ mú igi onígi. O lè bá wọn tajà lágbájá èlò ń bẹ́ẹ̀ tajà iye báyìí ni mo ta èrè tí náà wà yọpọ̀ ń bẹ̀ nígbà tó bá ti sọ iye tó ń ta fún ẹ ọtúwọ́ tó bá ti jalè ó ti fọjà ilẹ̀ ni.
So rules and regulation tó wà nínú.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o ò lè gbọ́dọ̀ jà.
Kí ni ìjìyà?
Jà ó ń lọlé ni o wọ́n lè fún ẹ lóṣù kan wọ́n lè fún ẹ lọ́dún kan ó depend lé gravity nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin.
Báwo wá ni ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ tó wà láàrin àwọn tí ń tajà àti olùdarí àwọn olórí ọjà?
Ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ wà torí pé gbogbo section tẹ́ rí nínú ọjà pátápátá yìí ló lófin and abẹ́ bàbá lọ́jà kan iṣu làwà torúkọ bàbá lọ́jà ń jẹ́ Dáúdà Ọlọ́run là ń bẹ̀ so tóun náà jẹ́ ọ̀kan nínú sọ̀pákó yìí torí àwọn onímọ̀nìkẹ́ ló bá tẹ́lẹ̀ so ká tó ṣe nǹkan kan nínú sọ̀pákó yìí nígbà táwọn ti wà pẹ̀lú wa a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kán mọ̀ so àwọn náà máa fún wa ní go ahead pé ó yá ẹ lọ dá wọn lóhùn.
Ààbò báwo ni ààbò tó dájú ṣe wà nínú ọjà?
Security wà kò sáà bá lọ ọjà wa ọjà tí ò ní closing time torí pé ọjà ń wọlé lóríṣiríṣi pàápàá jùlọ bá ṣe fi ara ti àwọn eléso yìí ọjà ń wọlé lóru tó dẹ̀ máa já lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ tó ní mọ́tò yẹn á máa lọ ọlọ́dẹ wà ń bí so àwọn alákòóso náà dẹ̀ wà tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lóru bí ìjà fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ni àbí wọn fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ni tó máa pèrè àwọn sákè tó máa yanjú ẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ mbẹ̀ tí ò ní sí gbọ́n mi sí omi ò tó ń bẹ̀.
So mo rí i pé oríṣiríṣi ìpele shop ní olúkálukú ní nínú bíbá ṣé ọdọọdún àbò oṣooṣù ló máa ń sanwó shop kan.
lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ìjọba ti ta ibi ìfúnma for 25 years so ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀ka rí wàhálà because ti changing of government bá wà ẹni tó wà mẹ́sìn jẹ́ pé òun ti tà fún wa tó dẹ̀ ní owó tá à ń san lóṣooṣù náà bíi permit ṣùgbọ́n lọ́dọọdún jàre bíi permit ṣùgbọ́n nísìnyí kò sí owó tá à ń san fún owó ṣọ́ọ̀bù yàtọ̀ sí permit yẹn lọ́dún.
ṣùgbọ́n tí ẹni ẹ bá kúrò mẹ́ẹ̀ tí ẹ gbẹ́ lómi wá ṣé kò ní.
òun náà wo ìlànà tó wà nílẹ̀ lòun náà máa tẹ̀lé torí kò ní dá tiẹ̀ ṣe lọ́tọ̀ torí pé àwọn olóṣèlú gan àwa ọ̀rọ̀ ọjà náà ń lò so wọn ò lè dá ṣe láì ṣàwárọ̀ ọjà kò sí olóṣèlú.
So kí wá ní ìdí tí ẹ fi fẹ́ràn ọjà owó yìí tẹ́ wà nínú ẹ̀ kí ní ìdí tí ẹ fi fẹ́ràn ẹ̀.
káràkátà lèmi kọ́ láti ilẹ̀ ó ti jẹ́ pé mi náà láǹfààní láti lọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ràn kára òun ni mo ṣe wà ń díẹ̀ ó ti fi ìgbà kan tèlú lọ tí mo à ń sọ ìlú ọmọ 12 kó tó di pé mo tún fi ìgbà kan ṣiṣẹ́ ọ́fíìsì kó tó di pé mo á padà sídìí pákó yìí.
Nínú gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tẹ́tí dárúkọ tẹ́tí rí yìí kí wá ní ìrírí kí ni experience tẹ́ lè sọ fún èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé bóyá ó ń rò pé ṣóun lè ṣòwò ṣóun lè ṣe lè kí ni experience ti ní kí ni ìgbìyànjú tẹ́ lè sọ.
Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí gbogbo ìrìn àjò tá a bá máa rìn kó bá ìlànà wa mu tí ìrìn àjò ẹ̀ bá ti bá láì yìí mu ó láwọn àlàyé tá a máa ṣe fún tóun náà bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àkọ́kọ́ èèyàn máa lówó lọ́wọ́ torí owó ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ìyìn rere ń diṣẹ́ yìí torí pé tó bá ti owó ló máa ránṣẹ́ kó ṣe gbogbo àníwó náà lè ṣe wàhálà because iṣẹ́ yìí ò ṣe dá ṣe but tó nítọ̀ bá ti lówó lọ́wọ́ ó dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́ iṣẹ́ yìí because tí ò bá kọ́ owó àdánù torí á fún àwọn tí ò yẹ kó fún lówó àwa tá a kọ́ṣẹ́ yìí gan ọlọ́màdówó wa nù ni because ọjà táàrí là ń sanwó ẹ̀ so kọ́lọ́n kó ṣàánú wa.
So bí èlò ni èèyàn lè fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ tíyàn bá fẹ́ ṣe ní èèyàn máa kọ́ṣẹ́ kíyàn tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ tíyàn bá kọ́ṣẹ́ ọ̀hún tán bí èlò èèyàn lè fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ òwò yìí.
ẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé iṣẹ́ pákó wa náà ó póríṣiríṣi oníṣòwò à ń bẹ onígi wà ká mú lọ́nà méjì tó bá jẹ́ iṣẹ́ ìṣòro fẹ́ kọ́ àwọn ọjà oríṣiríṣi ló wà ń bẹ kọ́kọ́rọ́ wà ń bẹ nǹkan ọdún yẹn bá at least for starting tí wọ́n bá rí bí 5 to 6 million á bẹ̀rẹ̀.
So kí ni ìdí tí ẹ fi fẹ́ràn ọjà Ketu sawmill yìí tá wà yìí.
èmi fẹ́ràn bí torí pé bí ni mo ti ń jẹ tí mo ti ń mu tí mo ti ń bọ́ ẹbí tí mo ti ń gbọ́ bùkátà tí mo ti ń jẹ́ ọmọlúwàbí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe rí mi iṣẹ́ láìkì mi.
ẹ jẹ́ ọmọlúwàbí.
ṣé bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn.
kí ni àwọn nǹkan ribiribi tí ẹ ti ṣe gbéṣe nípa ìlànà yìí.
níbí nínú àwọn kan tèmi ti gbéṣe nínú ìgbésí ayé mi nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí mo ti kọ́lé mo ti ralẹ̀ mo ti ra mọ́tò mo dẹ̀ ti tọ́ ọmọ yunifásitì tó ti jáde nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí so kò ń ṣe ẹni tọ́pọ̀lọ́ ẹ̀dọ́ta ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ yìí o à ń fìwé kún iṣẹ́ yìí náà torí 1+1 á jẹ́ 2 ẹni tí ò bá kàwé ò lè mọ̀.
ẹ ṣé sà.
Rufai also explained the types of wood commonly used here. Mahogany, used for furnitures, tables, chairs, interior works, akala, afara, itara, ayo, amo, These woods were sourced from different states, including Kogi, Bayelsa, Ondo, and Edo. He explained that one of the biggest challenges in this business is trust and risk. Sometimes traders pay for wood they have not seen physically, and losses can occur if suppliers fail to deliver. However, he acknowledged support from leadership in reducing past issues like seizure of goods and trousers. He also mentioned that cooperative loans and contributions group play a major role in sustaining the business. His advice to anyone entering the business is simple. You must have a capital, you must understand the work, and you must be smart in handling it. We met with Bayo, who has been working in wood splitting and filling since 1998. He started as an apprentice before becoming independent. According to him, this work requires extreme caution because of the risk of injury. He also explained that before machines were powered by electricity, but due to high costs, they now use diesel. Cutting prices depends on negotiation, usually between 500 to 1,000 naira per cut. For safety, workers use protective like gloves, mask, helmets, and safety glasses. Let's hear from him.
Kí lorúkọ yín sà?
Báyọ̀ lórúkọ.
Okay, Báyọ̀ kí ni?
Báyọ̀ Awòdì.
Okay. A ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti wà bíbá yìí sà?
What's in around 1998?
1998. Let's wà bíbá. Okay, since that wà bíbá láti 1998, ẹ lè sọ ìtàn ráńpẹ́ fún wa nípa sawmill section yìí àbí?
Báwo náà?
Kí ni ẹ lè sọ nípa ìsọ̀ yìí?
Ṣé tí wọ́n ṣe kọ́ yìí ni àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni eléyìí, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó lè jẹ́ owó kan, ẹ lè sọ méjèèjì pọ̀.
Nǹkan tẹ́ mẹ́ta kan rí bẹ́ẹ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ gbé market wa máa rí báyìí. Because mo rí tó ìwà tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀ kan rí. Àmì pé àpọ̀jù báyìí lọ. But ẹ rò pé lórí owó tó gbé dé market tí àwọn ẹran lọ ó lè avoid it.
Kí ni ẹ ń ṣe ní bíbáyìí? Iṣẹ́ wo gangan lẹ ń ṣe bíbáyìí?
Ẹ̀sọ́ mi là ló máa ń operate like 5.
So, ẹ̀gbọ́n fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún mi ní bí ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ òwò yìí, iṣẹ́ yìí, báwo lẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀?
Àkọ́kọ́ Alice, àkọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ ẹnìkan plus àìtí experience nígbà yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ látọ̀rọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ ẹnìkan láti máa mọ ọmọ yẹn ṣe ní ìbọn ìṣìkan. Ìgbà tó dẹ̀ di pé a ti mọ̀ ṣòro láti wà fún àgbàrá wa fún that.
Kí wá ní ìpèníjà tó wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ yìí?
Ìjà pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ o, just one, wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ wà very careful pẹ̀lú àwọn kílè. Lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ìlú, lórí àwọn èèyàn mi tó ti damage tí mo ti rí fún ara mi. Mo ti fọwọ́ sọ pé já iṣẹ́ ìmọ̀ mi mọ̀ fẹ́ ṣe mú. Lọ́kọ́ bí kò gbà kan sá lọ company. Ẹ̀bùn mo rí pé company wọn bẹ̀yẹ̀ òun kékeré lọ́sẹ̀ owó èdè rere. Ní Alice, owó tí mo rí ní company máa ń rí èdè ìlú rà. Mo sáko lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àìlọ́. Àwọn ọmọ tòkítà tó túmọ̀ àbẹ̀bọ́ ẹ wọ́n wà very careful ṣẹlẹ̀ wọlé ọmọ ìsọlẹ̀ ìgbẹ́ yìí wọ́n wà very careful ọdún fún abẹ́rẹ́.
So kí ni orúkọ àwọn machine oríṣiríṣi àti igi tí ẹ máa ń gé níbí báyìí?
Oríṣi wáyé pé ti yí pọ̀ lóríṣiríṣi.
Ẹ dárúkọ àwọn ìbí tẹ̀lé sọ fún wa.
Òkè lórúkọ ìjà òkè láì ìrókò ọ̀gáàní afara àti òkúùs tó bá gbé lójú àti àwọn tẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́ igi pọ̀ mo lè mention tó.
Igi wo làwọn èèyàn máa wá ń gé jù níbí báyìí?
Roofing wood àwọn sọ́mọ́ wọn máa ń sábà dìbò láti pọn rú. Àwọn furnitures náà máa ń wá bí abíyá àwọn ẹ̀dínbà ẹ̀sìn kan wá sí ìgbà tó náà fẹ́ ṣe bed àwọn fẹ́ ṣe spray so àwọn kókó bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe wọ́n máa ń lo àwọn ìgbà fún.
So àwọn máṣíìnì yìí sì kí ló máa ń lò fi ṣiṣẹ́?
Tẹ́tẹ́ la máa ń lo iná but ẹgbẹ́ ló mọ bí Nàìjíríà ṣe bí ìtọ́jú wa máa ń gbà pé ká máa lò ẹgbẹ́ ìyá àlẹ́ àbọ̀ èdè kí láà lò ìtọ́jú ní ká máa gbé bí a máa sọ 6 million.
Ṣé ní ọdọọdún?
Ọdún la máa sọ̀rọ̀ ní every month.
Every month?
6 million kí láà ṣe ó kún kọ́tà ṣe lọ so àdèdè àbọ̀ èdè àlù generator wa láti àdọ̀gbé generator wọn àwọn kan padà wá gbé kí náà ní ẹ̀gbú owó tẹ̀ ń gbé wa ẹ̀ ó ti pọ̀ jù àlè àbọ̀ èdè.
So epo èlò lẹ máa ń rà lójoojúmọ́ báyìí?
Tọ́ba tí mo pọ̀ sí ẹ náà lọ bọ̀ tí ó ní ti kékeré náà ẹ̀tọ́ owó yẹn náà ó pọ̀.
Báwo ni àwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń gégi? Ṣé báyìí kí ni lọ́ fi máa ń gégi náà àti èlò lẹ máa ń gégi tẹ́ bá fẹ́ báyàn gégi?
Ẹ̀wọ̀n rí price mi irú àwọn ó wà lóríṣiríṣi ní prices irú àwọn tí fún ọ̀tún wà lẹ́yìn sùn ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ bí kọ́sùmá ẹ̀ bá wà àtẹ̀bá ìjọ àpòsí ó pé wa ẹlòmí lè wà kó gbé wá kọ́lọ́run ní ẹ̀ máa rí nǹkan gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ẹ lè bá bí tẹ́tí bá 1,000 lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn kan ẹlòmí lè ní ẹ̀rọ òun lè àwọn ìdí 1,000 pé 500 naira lè ní kò fún ọdún ọ̀fẹ́ ṣe.
So iye tẹ máa ń gégi nìyẹn bí 1,500. So tíyàn bá gbé bí 5 pounds mélòó nìyàn máa rí yọ ní fún roofing tẹ̀sán yẹn?
Ó ti fẹ́ nǹkan tó fẹ́ là sí òun tó máa sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbé sí.
Àwọn tó máa sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbé sí.
Lórí ẹlòmíì ìrẹ́lẹ̀ ìṣẹ́lẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní ti lóbẹ́ẹ́lì kọ́ bá wọn style yẹn àtàǹtà lè yọ ní 7 bẹ́ẹ̀.
So gbogbo 7 yẹn ni 1,500.
1,000 and fún kọ́ńtì ṣe 1,000 and ọ̀sẹ̀ 500 and 50 lọ. Ìdí èbí ta ti ra dísù per litre ẹgbẹ́ ló mọ iye lítà tán ta pàjẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ dísù lẹ̀ ló tún wọ́n ju petrol lọ dísù lẹ̀ làwọn á lò.
Mo rí bí wọ́n ṣe ń fọwọ́ fagi àti kínní báwo ni ẹ ṣe ń dáàbò bo ara yín?
Ọlọ́run ló ní àpò lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ló ní àpò lọ́dọ̀ pọ̀tà àánú gbogbo pé àkíní mi ó ní wọ́n mo ìgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe mi ìgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe rírà mi ìgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe báyìí lónìí sì ní èjì máa ṣe ń sọ ìṣèwádìí ìyẹn wọ́n lọ ní ẹ̀jù má lọ gbìyàn lọ́wọ́ ìgbà mi rẹ̀ ó lè gba igi báyìí ó lè gba igi lọ́wọ́ yòó kó lọ ju bá tó àwọn wájú.
Kì í ṣe iṣẹ́ tó rọgbọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ló rọgbọ everybody ló mọ̀ pé kò sí ọ̀hún country. Èyí mo lè sọ for example pé mo kọ́ lọ pé company ní company lè sanwó rẹ̀ at least ọmọ máa pè é dádì I want to buy biscuit I want to buy ní company máa sáré ní company máa pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ní company ò gbé ìbọ̀kan ní everybody wá sáá pé lọ́wọ́ la máa ṣiṣẹ́ ìlú.
Èmi tí mo wà ń bíbá igan tí mo sì dúró ráì fún mínítì díẹ̀ yíyí yẹn ó ṣe fẹ́ kí wọ́n fẹ́ kò dẹ̀ ń yí ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ mọ́ mi. Báwo lẹ́yìn tẹ ṣe wá wà nú ẹ̀ látijọ́ ìjọ báwo lẹ ṣe ń kó?
Ọlọ́mọ̀ẹ̀ka adapt wọn kọ̀ but àwọn náà máa ń lẹ̀ pé wọ́n ti ní o nínú àwọn kíkọ́ wà gan-an dẹ́gbẹ́ ó ní wọn bàtẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ pa síbẹ̀ bá lọ pa síbẹ̀ ó máa bọ́ sí another owó àdéjọ́sà kò dáa fún ọmọlúwàbí láti máa wà sí ara every time àlejò èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ máa fìtà rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ìrìn àlejò iṣẹ́ yóò ṣiṣẹ́ jẹ́ pé torí pé mo lágbára bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ọtí tí wọ́n máa ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ fún ẹ nísìnyí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tí wọ́n máa tẹ̀ fún ọ̀sìn yẹn fún àyẹ̀wò wọn pa ẹ̀fẹ̀ ni gbọ́dọ̀ fún wa nísìnyí.
Kí wá ní nǹkan tẹ máa ń lò tẹbí máa ń cover ara yín lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ tẹ bá ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún health yín?
Ẹ̀rẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹdí àkókò wọn àwọn fi ń cover ọdún wa pé láti jẹ́ ní damage kan bí àtọ́ kí lè fẹ́ jábọ́lé wa lọ́wọ́ kí wọ́n fẹ́ gbá wa so àwa lò àti máa ń lo hand glove ìyá máa ń lo nose cover àkáǹtì torí kit gan ló máa ń yẹ ká máa yọ kó fèrè orí títí kọjú ìlú bus cover so àwọn kàtà máa ń lò àti máa ń lo nígbà àwọn gẹ̀ẹ́sì àwọn kàtà máa ń lò.
ẹ ṣé sà. We were opportune to speak to a consumer, Basirat Ajoke, a customer from Ojota. She explained how rising costs have affected daily living. According to her, things were once cheaper or easily accessible, but now expensive. She shared how she now uses firewood instead of gas due to cost challenges. Let's hear what she has to say.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà, ẹ káàárọ̀ àti o, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o. Kí lorúkọ yín mà? Miss Basirat. Miss Basirat kí ni? Àjọkẹ́ Ọládé látọjọ́ta. Ok, kí ni ẹ máa ń ṣe nínú ọjà yìí? Mo wá ń ra gidi o, igi mò ń rà wo gáàsì kó ló tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti bàjẹ́ pátápátá, àrówó fi túnṣe, àrówó fìlì gáàsì, ìgbà tí wàhálà pọ̀. Tó di pé bá yá ìkẹ́tì oúnjẹ tá à ń tà àfẹ́rí tàmọ́ la tún jẹni tó ń tara igi làwa ń rà. Àwọn tá à ń dáná gan níwájú tàwọn ṣe náà ń kọ̀ǹplé pé ìfín pọ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ àkànfọ̀ ọgbọ́n ṣe ni à ń bẹ̀ wọ́n torí kò wù èmi náà gbogbo ẹni tó bá lò bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa dọ̀tí gbogbo ẹ̀pọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa dọ̀tí ìnira yẹn ti pọ̀ jù.
So gáàsì lè máa ń lò fi dáná tẹ́lẹ̀.
Mo lò tẹ́lẹ̀ o mi ò rí lò mọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti bàjẹ́ gbogbo ti táyé ló ti ń lò láti bí 4 years báyìí.
Láti bí 4 years ẹ ti máa ń ra gímbí bá.
Mo ti ń ra gí o. Bá a bí gẹ́gẹ́ wọ́n máa fún wa ní bẹ̀tí ní ìsìn wọ́n ń tà fún wa ní.
Tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń fún yín.
Aláṣì ni wa ní bẹ̀tí àtẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí wọ́n táwọn náà rè po òṣìṣẹ́ yẹn mọ́ náà ń gbowó lọ owó díẹ̀ náà ń gbà dẹ́ ìgbà lọ ṣùgbọ́n kò dàbí gáàsì.
Lẹ́nu lè máa ra gì yìí báyìí.
Ní ìsinmi ẹni sùn 4,000 ni mo kó lọ léyìn.
4,000 lọ á tó bí ìgbà mélòó lè máa fi rìn lò.
Mo tún bọ̀ lọ́kùnrin lábàáyé.
So bí ọjọ́ méjì lè máa làbọ́jọ́ kan. Tó bá tún di ọ̀tún láì tún máa ra.
Ìmọ̀ ara ìlera ẹ̀kọ́ ìṣòro kan ṣàánú gbogbo owó láti fi dá láti fi ṣiṣẹ́ tán. Àròwó kì í jọ gbogbo ọjà tá à ń ta kò sí kéènì kankan lórí ẹ̀. Ọlọ́mọdé yẹn láàmú. Ọlọ́mọ jẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ lásán gbogbo ọmọ wọn ò ráyè lọ lé skul mọ́. Ẹ̀kọ́ lọ́n ṣàánú iṣẹ́ tán iṣẹ́ àwọn tó jáde wọn ò ríṣẹ́ ṣe. Gbogbo ọmọ lókà ìgbogbo náà ti jáde yunifásitì wọn ò ríṣẹ́ ṣe. Ọmọ mi kan ń bẹnu lẹ́dìsì ó fẹ́ lọ sáàfù ní Bayelsa. Ṣé ní mọ́tò lásìdẹ̀tì? Ọmọ yẹn ń bẹnu lẹ́dìsì kí ló fi rìn kọ́pà ni. Kọ́pà lọmọ yẹn. Igi ló fi rìn nígbà tí mọ́tò epo gbiná ó jáde nínú mọ́tò. Ọlọ́run kó ṣàánú wa.
Báwo lẹ ṣe máa transport igi yìí tẹ́ bá
ẹni tó bá bá mi kò ní ní ìsìn òun mò ń kẹ́ látàárọ̀ mo ti wà ń bí láti fi 2 o'clock.
Ok, ní ìsìn tẹ́ bá ra ilé 4,000 naira sí ó ní ẹni tó máa bá yín tì náà máa gbowó 2,000 naira. Ṣé ok wọ́n máa bá yín tì dá ọjọ́ kan lẹ́yìn ọjọ́ kan ní ibi ìsọ̀ yín wà.
Orí ìgbìyànjú ló jẹ́ kí n wá wàhálà yẹn pọ̀ o ẹgbẹ́ o kí ṣàánú wa o ẹ̀kúrò náà fìyà jẹ jù o ẹ̀kúrò náà fìyà jẹ jù kí ṣàánú wa o ọlọ́run àfáwọn náà ṣe o àwa náà pé wọ́n ń ṣe bẹ̀tì wọ́n tún bá ọba tún ṣe kí wọ́n tún ṣàánú wa náà omi pọ̀jọ kà lọ kí nǹkan ti bàjẹ́ jìnnà ọlọ́run àfún tiwọn náà ṣe pẹ̀lú ògùn ọlọ́run.
In sawmill section, both male and females are all sellers. We were opportune to speak with Mrs. Miriam Chimo, who has been in the wood business for over 35 years. She started as an apprentice in 1995 and built her own business in 1999. She recalled a major setback in 2000 when part of the market was burned down, forcing traders to start again. Despite challenges, she remained in the business. She also explained the different types of wood and their uses. She spoke about risk, such as being duped during transactions. According to her, the work is tough, dusty, and not easy, which is why many young people avoid it. But it is a fruitful business if you can venture into it. Let's hear what she has to say.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ma.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Kí lorúkọ yín ma?
Orúkọ mi ni Mrs. Miriam Chimo.
Kí ni ẹ̀ ń tà nínú ọjà yìí?
Pákó.
Pákó. A ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti wà nínú òwò?
35 years.
35 years. Ṣé ó ní ìtàn díẹ̀ tẹ́ lè sọ fún wa nípa sawmill tàwa yìí?
Ọrọ̀ ajé pákó gbígbà yóò wà òkè. Ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ ọjà tó jẹ́ pé ọjà gbajúmọ̀ ọjà tó jẹ́ pé kò sí èèyàn tí ò lè wá sí ọjà wa láti wá ra àgbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ àwa náà fúnra wa kò sí ìlú tí àdìgbò lọ ra ọjà yìí.
a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti Ògùn state wọ Ọ̀yọ́ state lọ sí Ẹdó ó lọ fà àwọn ká tẹ máa ń rajà ó pọ̀ bọ̀.
Oríṣiríṣi ìlú lẹ máa ń lọ.
Lóríṣiríṣi ìlú la fi máa ń rajà.
Ok, mo fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún mi bí ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bára yín bí bàbá ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ta pákó yìí.
Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀ mo jẹ́ ọmọọṣẹ́ ní Dubai láti ọdún 1995 so mo wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ okòwò tuntun mi ní ọdún 1999 so láti gbà yẹn nígbà tó wá di year 2000 January 23 wọ́n sọ náà sínú ọ̀gá yìí so mo ṣẹ̀ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ bíi pé kéèyàn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ bíi ọmọ òkókó káṣẹ̀ wá máa rápò díẹ̀ gbàgbóyà Ọlọ́run tó bá wa ṣe sókè láwùjọ.
Kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ rí pàkó tẹ́ fi sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ máa ta pákó? Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn míì wọ́n mọ̀ pé kò sí gender tí ò lè ṣe irú ẹni iṣẹ́ bọ̀ kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ̀yin rò tẹ́ fi ní pé ok business yìí ni mo fẹ́ máa ṣe.
Láti ilẹ̀ ni mo fi wò pé iṣẹ́ sálárì wọ́n nígbà tí mo ti wà ní sẹ́kọ́ndì ìmọ̀ ìfẹ̀yà pílánì mi iṣẹ́ sálárì kò lè dé mi bí bá ṣiṣẹ́ okòwò ó máa tètè ràn mí lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣe wá ní pé ẹ fẹ́ máa ta bíbá pọ̀ oríṣiríṣi igi wo lẹ lè dárúkọ fún wa.
Igi pọ̀.
Ẹ dárúkọ díẹ̀ nínú ẹ̀ fún wa.
Ṣé akálà ni màgánì ni sídà ni ọmọ ni ayùnrẹ́ ni òpépé ni ìtara ni agbọ́nyìn ó pọ̀ àlè dárúkọ ẹ̀.
Ẹ dárúkọ yìí sìn ẹ kàn sọ díẹ̀ nínú èyí tí nǹkan tó máa fi ń ṣe fọ́níṣọ̀ wo.
Irú akálà yẹn a lè fi ṣe ṣẹ́ẹ̀fù ilé afẹ́ṣe kábínẹ̀tì ni afẹ́ṣe ọ́ọ̀tìsì ó wà òkè afẹ́ṣe wọ́dún la máa kó aṣọ sí tó máa dúró tó máa ṣe rìn kékeré tó bá gbé pọ́líṣì ní báyìí ó máa dọ́gbọ́n rẹ̀ ó wà òkè dáadáa.
Lẹ́ẹ̀rín mi ìwo lẹ tún lè dárúkọ fún wa tọ́lé tó fi ń ṣe nǹkan mi.
Tábà ní ká tún wò ó lọ síwájú sí irú a máa pèsè kan ní àràbà which is ó wà fún igi dẹ́kìn tàbá bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé ká ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé àràbà yẹn jẹ́ tó máa fi ṣe dẹ́kìn tí a fẹ́ gbé ilé wa ní olókè ó ti yẹ yín àdè máa ń lo bí tó bá ìtìlẹ̀ tó máa fi ṣe òkú ẹsẹ̀ tó máa gbé dúró pé tó bá rọpò ń kéré sí kò ní lè dàrú.
Kí wá ní ìpèníjà tó wà nínú òwò yìí?
Ìṣúná ká máa kù síbí pọ̀. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kára láti dá. Fọ́wọ́n àna ò níyà níwájú wa. So àwọn nǹkan díẹ̀ bíi ká lọ rajà, ká sanwó sílẹ̀, ká má tètè rí kó. Ètèyàn bá ti mọ owó àmàlà rẹ̀, èyí tó bá ti rí ńlẹ̀ kó tó gbọ́rọ̀. So èdè nǹkan tí lè gbọ́rọ̀ yìí.
Mo fẹ́ sọ fún mi pé ẹ máa ń ra igi yìí lógùn state, ẹ máa ń lọ Ẹdó, ẹ máa ń lọ sí Ifẹ̀ oríṣiríṣi lẹ dárúkọ. Báwo ni ẹ ṣe máa ń transport gbogbo àwọn kinní yẹn wá bí báyìí? Ṣé àwọn èèyàn tẹ máa ń ra igi lọ́wọ́ wọn lóko yẹn ṣe mọ̀ wọ́n ti tẹ́lẹ̀ ni àbí báwo?
Àmọ́ wọn rárá ti tẹ́lẹ̀, tábà ti dé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọlọ́rọ̀ àjò. Irú bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe débi báyìí sùn, àṣàrà àjò fún ẹni rárá, ìdíkẹ́ wà rajà, ẹ wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ṣókí lọ́jà ṣe lọ gbé tẹ̀síwájú bó ṣe jẹ́ nù. Báwa náà bá débẹ̀, àwọn náà máa dìde mọ́ wa, wọ́n máa ṣọ̀yàyà, wọ́n máa fi ìfẹ́, wọ́n máa fi mú wa wọ ṣọ́ọ̀bù wọn. Tó bá ti fìfẹ́ mú wa wọnú ṣọ́ọ̀bù, àwọn náà wá dúpọ̀ sí wọn. Àwọn aṣọ̀rọ̀ ajá bẹ̀ èlò ní gbélé, èlò lélẹ̀, èlò tó bá ti sọ price. Tí price yẹn bá tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn, a máa dúpọ̀ sí wọn, a máa bá wọn wà. Mo tí price yẹn bá ti tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn rárá, a máa tẹ̀síwájú òtọ́jọ́ customer náà.
Kí ni àwọn nǹkan tí ò ń ṣe òótọ́ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn máa ń lérò pé òótọ́ ni nípa òwò yìí?
It depends on customer. Lórí àwọn customer ni wọn kò tọ́. Bí kìíní bó ṣe wáyé, ká ní tó bá ètò lélẹ̀,
ẹ lè sọ fún yàn pé igi yìí o 500 níye ó wá sọ fún yín pé 300 ló máa sọ kàkà táàbì jẹ́ kó lọ á gbé one by two á gbélé lọ́wọ́ tàbí tí lẹ́pẹ̀ yẹn gbà tó bá dógò mí nàkọ́ tó máa tà fún náà lélẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ máa tẹ̀ lọ tó àwọn náà àdẹ̀wá bẹ́tẹ̀ láti wá ṣeré.
so tí báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa ń tagi.
Ṣé bá dédé báyìí irú eléyìí sìn tó báyìí sì sí bó ṣe wà a máa ń ta ní 35 pa ẹyọ kan ìní ìdèrè yàtọ̀ tó bóyá wà ó jẹ́ oríṣiríṣi white wà nígbà irú white yẹn a máa ń ta yẹn ní 25 so jẹ́ mọ̀ pé oríṣiríṣi ó ti yàtọ̀ síra wọn lẹ́yọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan.
Wá ní ìdí tí ẹ ṣe fẹ́ràn òwò yìí ní ṣíṣe kí ni ìdí tí ẹ ṣe fẹ́ràn.
ní láìpẹ́ lórí ọmọ fẹ́ràn ọmọ ìgbà sílé kódà òwò yìí ló lè dúlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọ ọ̀sìn ní wọn fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ìdọ̀tí wọ́n máa sọ fún mi that just I don't like it wọn ò fẹ́ ṣe tó bẹ́ẹ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ ọ̀sìn bá fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ìdọ̀tí nísìnyí màá mọ̀ ní ọ̀sán wá fún bóyá ọmọ mi.
Ṣé sọ pé òwò yìí sì òwò gidi ni
owó gidi tó ṣe fi lọ bọ̀ tó ṣe fi rán ọmọ lọ sí ilé ìwé owó gidi ni o I can proud.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mrs. Adeyemo, who sells nails, keys, and building accessories. She has been in the business for 5 years. According to her, she learned the trade before fully entering it. Because in this line of business, experience matters. She also shared how traders and sections work in unity without jealousy, despite selling similar items. Everyone understands survival. Let's hear from her.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ma.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ o.
Kí lorúkọ yín ma?
Orúkọ mi ni Ìyáàfin Mrs. Adéyẹmọ.
Ok, kí ni ẹ̀ ń tà nínú ọjà yìí?
Tántà náà ló wà wájú wa yìí, kọ́kọ́rọ́, ìṣó, páànù.
A ti tọ́dún mélòó tẹ́ ti wà ń bì báyìí?
Tá ti wà ń bì ti pẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ti tún ọjà wa kọ́. Bàtà tún ọjà wa kọ́ sí òtún bí ọdún 5 lọ.
So ẹ ti wà ń bì báyìí ó ti pẹ́, ìgbà tó wà tó kọ́kọ́ dálẹ̀ àti ìgbà tó tún kọ́.
Mo wà ní náà láwà.
So irú iṣẹ́ wo ni ẹ ní?
Gbogbo ìṣó ni mo ní ìṣó 3, mo ní 4, mo ní 5, tó any sizes ìpè ló wà.
So mo fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún mi bí ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ta ìṣó tẹ́ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ta àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ ń tà yìí. Báwo lẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìrìn àjò yìí?
Ọlọ́run kò ṣàánú fún wa ni. Ìrìn àjò ọjà wa yìí. Torí ẹni tó fẹ́ ta ọjà wa yìí, ó máa kọ́kọ́ lọ kọ́ ni.
Tó ti bá fẹ́ tàṣọ náà tí mo máa kọ́kọ́ lọ kọ́.
Kọ́kọ́ kọ́ torí iṣẹ́ tẹ́yìn ò bá kọ́ kò lè mọ́. Tó tẹ́ bá ti kọ́ bóyá ẹ lọ́dún kan o, oṣù 6 o, láàárín ìgbà yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ ti máa yé yín àti àpariwo ẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ó ti máa yé yín láìkọ èlò mọ́tà.
Ìgbà wo lẹ ti mọ̀ ń pé ìgbà wo ló ti sọ sí yín pé nǹkan yìí lè fẹ́ máa tà?
Àtìgbà tí mo ti wà ń kékeré náà ni.
Ẹ ti sọ pé fẹ́ máa ta ìṣó.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, mo sọ pé mo láìkọ ọjà building materials. Ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ dàgbà, mo wò pé kíní mo lọ kọ́.
Báwo wá ni òwò náà ṣe ti rí láti gbà yẹn báyìí?
A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé òwò téèyàn ń ṣe tó ń jẹ tó mu tó bọ́mọ tó rọ́mọ lọ léèwé tóun náà rí nǹkan dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run.
Kí wá ní ìpèníjà tó wà nínú kíní tẹ́ǹtà yìí?
Ìpèníjà pọ̀ ìjọba pé bá a ṣe wà yìí kò sí bó ṣe lè ṣe iṣẹ́ nìkan ló ń tà á tó 2, 3, 4 kò sí téèyàn ṣe wà láàrin ọjà tí ò ní ìpèníjà díẹ̀ tó sì gbọ́ Ọlọ́run nìkan ni.
Báwo ni ẹ ṣe wá tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ní kọ́sọ́mà sí? Báwo lẹ ṣe ń ṣọ̀yàyà fún kọ́sọ́mà yìí? Bóyá mo fẹ́ ra nǹkan sí, ẹ convince mi nípa pé kí n ra nǹkan tẹ̀ka yìí.
Àǹtí kí lẹ fẹ́? Ẹ wá bá mi rà ìṣó ni mò ń tà. Ẹ bá mi rà ṣe má bá yín gbé lọlé. Má bá yín gbé lọlé. Ẹ bá mi rà. Ẹ má yà mí ọmọ òníyà yín. Ẹ̀yin náà máa ṣe rere. A máa sọ̀rọ̀ ajé fún yín náà ni.
Ìjọba bá polówó.
Ó máa polówó nìyẹn. A dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run.
tàbá pé a lè pè yàn mẹ́rin àǹtí ẹ bá wà rà àbọ̀dé ẹ bá wà rà kó jẹ́ yàn mẹ́ta èèyàn méjì máa dúró ẹ dẹ̀ máa rajà.
ẹ mọ̀ pé ibi tí sọ fún mi pé ìpèníjà kan tó wà nínú òwò yìí ni pé ẹ pọ̀ tẹ̀ ń tarú kínní so báwo ni ẹ ṣe wá ń ṣe tó jẹ́ pé ẹ sì dúró bẹ́ẹ̀.
ṣe rí kéèyàn ti wà nínú ọjà ní ọdún kìíní ọdún kejì ó máa tọ́dún bíi mélòó kan ẹ ti máa mọ̀ wá ara yín irú àwa báyìí sì bá ṣe wá ń sìn bóyá kọ́sọ́mà kọjá báyìí àwọn tó ń tàṣọ ẹgbẹ́ mi náà rí wọ́n lè dí ẹ bá wà rà iwájú mi náà wà ọ̀nà àjọ máa pín ní àjọ máa pín ní nínú ẹ̀ àjẹjọ́ máa pín a máa fìfẹ́ bára wa lọ.
tẹ́lẹ̀ tí ń bára yín kò ṣe pé èèyàn ń jẹ owó àbí kankan.
a máa pín ó yà wọ́n mú ilé wa ìwọ́n mélé wa ìwọ́n yóò tó wa gbogbo wa dẹ̀ máa dunnú àjọ máa dunnú. so ayé yóò le lẹ́yìn bá.
ok nísìnyí yàtọ̀ sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí kí ni nǹkan mìíràn tẹ máa ń sanwó fún nínú bíbá?
a máa sanwó báńsù a máa san táàtì a máa sanwó ọdẹ.
ṣé every month ni àbí pààyè?
owó káńsù pààyè ẹ̀.
bí èlò?
10 plus ṣá.
owó ọdẹ ńkọ́?
owó ọdẹ wa 1000 la máa ń san lóṣooṣù.
lóṣooṣù. àti owó kílẹ̀ tún pé.
a máa sanwó asọ́gbóná oríṣiríṣi owó náà la máa ń gbé wá bá ti gbé wá náà a máa sanwó akólẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ náà la máa san.
nínú ọjà yìí náà.
ọjà náà ni.
ṣé ẹ wá ń rí owó san fún gbogbo ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ọjà tẹ́ ẹ ṣe?
ọlọ́run ṣèyanu ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn owó tá à ń sọ yìí òróró ni kò ṣe jẹ mẹ́ran a máa yọ ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ náà la ṣì wà lọ́nà mi ta lọ a máa yọ a máa san ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ń bà sí.
ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí sìn ṣé iyọ̀ méjì lẹ́jọ́ pé.
odidi ni báyìí èmi lo àfù ẹnìyẹn náà lo àfù.
báwo lẹ ṣe wá sọ ṣé oṣooṣù náà lè ṣe.
ìrú yẹn ń sìn ara ni. ara lọ́wọ́ mi.
In this section, traders pay different operational fees, council levy annually, security fee monthly, permits every year. Despite this market operates daily, with movement at all hours, including early mornings and late nights. Security presence helps maintain order across the section. The sawmill section of K2 Market is not just about wood. It is about supply. It is about supply chains. It is about construction. It is about survival. From forests in different states to cotton machines here in Lagos, every plank passes through human's hands and every cut tells a story. This is in the marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV, the eating process behind the buildings we see every day.
Hey guys, we've come to the end of today's In the Marketplace, and I must say there's a lot to learn about this market. The challenges, people really crying out, down to the different kind of wood that is being sold in the market. I hope you've learned one or two. Do not forget to subscribe, follow, comment under the comment section which market you want me to explore, and I will be right there. Yes, just comment and see me right in the next market. Till I grace the screen again, I am Elizabeth Abepe, and thanks for watching In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV. Bye for now.
A very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations. And it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHalla TV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to, give, the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right. We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right. That can also take up cases. Okay. So, and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brand, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end. And yet, they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country. None. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am, that's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, you know. And then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. You know, oh, let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, you know, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack, there was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, you know, by the time he even called, you know, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then the thing just, you know, stopped, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Shebi is a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so. We had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, you know, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, you know, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you, so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe
time is 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on ConsumerHallaTV Media News. I am Ire Ayobi Kaleke. The federal government of Nigeria is now in partnership with the African Development Bank, and a new report says this partnership has initiated a new national aircraft leasing project to resolve the long-standing procurement and financing challenges facing indigenous airlines. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, announced the establishment of the Nigeria Aircraft Leasing Company during a stakeholders meeting held in Abuja on Tuesday, describing the project as a major breakthrough for local operators. According to the minister, the initiative was designed as a strategic intervention to support domestic carriers through practical institutional reforms rather than political promises. Mr. Festus Keyamo stated that the administration has consistently worked over the past 3 years to assist various air operator certificate holders who have faced significant difficulties in launching their flight operations due to financial constraint. The concept for the leasing firm was originally incorporated into the National Aviation Roadmap into 2015, but experienced a prolonged implementation delay due to compliance dispute regarding the Cape Town Convention. The minister explained that this international legal framework projects the global aircraft financiers and lessors, and Nigerian previous non-compliance had hindered foreign investment in the local aviation industry. The recent resolution of this legal compliance dispute has successfully restored international investor confidence, clearing the institutional path for the formal takeoff of the special vehicle. Festus Keyamo emphasized that participation in the leasing program remains voluntary for the local airlines, as the entity was structured purely as a special purpose vehicle to assist operators rather than compete with them. We are still talking on this news. The African Development Bank is currently finalizing the official signing of a memorandum of understanding with the federal government, reflecting a strong international institution backing for the sector. And to ensure effective execution, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has mandated the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, alongside the Ministry of Justice, to collectively design the final operational framework. The federal government has launched a comprehensive nationwide program to modernize and revive existing grazing reserves and ranches to provide a lasting solution to farmer-herder clashes across Nigeria. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development, Idris Ajimobi, disclosed this yesterday during an interactive media session held in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. The presidential aide revealed that structural work has already commenced at the Cow Grazing Reserve in Abuja, which serves as the pilot project for the agricultural transition. Idris Ajimobi stated that the nationwide structural audit of the 417 existing grazing reserves is currently underway to assess their current state before creating a new infrastructure. According to the Senior Special Assistant teaching modern livestock techniques, it said this must be supported by adequate physical infrastructure to achieve the desired agricultural transformation. The administrative strategy aim is to upgrade the old reserves into modern ranching platforms, mirroring the successful international agricultural models that have effectively neutralized the land use with the conflict between agriculturalists and pastoralists. The administration, however, of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu reiterated its commitment to national food security, which motivated the recent creation of the dedicated Ministry of Livestock Development. Mr. Idris Ajimobi stated that the administration has set a specific nutritional benchmark to ensure that every Nigerian child can access a sachet of milk and an egg daily. Addressing critical concerns over rural insecurity within forest reserves and agricultural zones, the presidential aide stated that combating banditry requires a collective local intelligence. Mr. Idris Ajimobi concluded that criminal element cannot operate successfully without some element of community complicity, which is often by the rural poverty. Let's talk about the Nigeria Labour Congress now. The Nigeria Labour Congress has strongly criticized the current economic conditions and rising insecurity in the country, stating that millions of citizens are facing severe socio-economic hardship. In an official Salah message issued yesterday ahead of the Eid Kabir celebrations, the organized labor union stated the workers and vulnerable citizens are bearing the brunt of recent economic changes. The official statement signed by the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Jojero, urged political leaders to thoroughly evaluate the societal impact of their economic policies. The Labour leader emphasized that the primary responsibility of governance should remain the protection of human lives and the provision of basic amenities like food, healthcare, and stable employment. The public criticism reflects growing friction from civil society groups regarding the fiscal reforms introduced by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And this policy adjustment included complete removal of petrol subsidies and the unification of foreign exchange windows, which state authorities maintain are vital for long-term fiscal stability. Although the macroeconomic reforms have received commendation from the international financial institutions, but they have also triggered high inflation and an unprecedented rise in transportation and food costs. The Labour Union stated that its compounding economic pressures have severely weakened the purchasing power of households across the West African nation. Meanwhile, the Workers' Union further noted that widespread insecurity across the geopolitical zones continue to undermine rural livelihoods and national stability. Mr. Jojero declared that the persistent cases of kidnapping, banditry, and communal violence represent a clear indictment of the current national governance and security architecture. The cash held aside to the formal banking system in Nigeria decreased by 104,760 million naira between February and April 2026. Financial data obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria Money and Credit Statistics indicated the currency outside banks dropped significantly during this 2-month operational review window. The contraction occurred after the Monetary Policy Committee reduced the benchmark monetary policy rate to 26.5% during its first legislative meeting of the year. The total volume of cash circulation outside banks vaults dropped from 5.19 trillion naira in February to 5.08 trillion naira in April. The financial indicator showed a 2.02% reduction in unbanked cash, although the Apex Bank did not publish the currency statistics for March 2026. The total currency in circulation similarly recorded a downward trend, falling by 63,460 million naira to close at 5.65 trillion naira. The currency held outside the banking system constituted 90.03% of the total money supply in April, down from 90.87% in February. The structural shift implies that a larger volume of liquid capital returned to formal financial channels, increasing domestic banking liquidity despite the initial interest rate reduction. Moreover, the short-term drop overall cash volume remained higher than the figures recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. And concurrently, statutory financial reserves held by commercial banks with the Central Bank of Nigeria rose by 1.86 trillion naira to each 34.60 trillion naira. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has declared that achieving total excellence in the maritime industry requires systematic effort to eliminate institutional barriers against female professionals. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Dayo Mubiriola, stated this while hosting various women maritime associations during the commemoration of the International Day for Women in Maritime. The official event was confirmed in a public statement released by the Deputy Director and Head of Public Relations at the agency, Osagi Edward. The Maritime Head commended the various female professional bodies for their resilience, innovation, and continuous technical contributions towards developing the national maritime industry. Reflecting on the 2026 global theme, which focused on moving from policy to practice, the agency head stated that the sector must prioritize actionable implementation. However, Dr. Dayo Mubiriola stated that building a sustainable blue economy depends heavily on ensuring safe, inclusive, and gender-enabling operational workplaces for all practitioners. The Director General challenged female maritime leaders to establish sustainable institutional frameworks for technical mentorship and capacity building across all operational levels. It noted that creating structured professional pathways is vital to ensuring a steady pipeline of competent female leaders for future administrative successions. The regulatory agency established its long-term commitment to advocate for progressive policies that promote gender mainstreaming and empower women in shipping. The NIMASA concluded that the Nigerian maritime sector can only attain global competitiveness when equal professionals' opportunities are accessible based strictly on competence. The Association of Food, Beverage and Tobacco Employers has raised concerns over the increasing burden of multiple taxation and regulatory constraint imposed on manufacturing companies by state agencies. The president of the association, Chinedum Okereke, stated this during the institutional group's 47th annual general meeting held recently in Lagos. The national leader stated that the food and beverage subsector remains a critical pillar of the Nigerian economy, through its massive contributions to job creation and public health. Chinedum Okereke argued that existing fiscal policies should be designed to structurally insulate the local manufacturing companies rather than weaken their operational capacities. The manufacturing group noted that several companies are currently operating under severe financial strain caused by rising production costs and uncoordinated regulatory levies. The Employers Association emphasized that industrial relations with government regulatory bodies must be driven by continuous dialogue and institutional fairness to protect investment. The Industrial Association also re-established a strong opposition to the proposed government ban on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in small sachets. The association president warned that executing the packaging ban would immediately worsen industrial unemployment, reduce corporate investment, and shrink independent government revenues. The association urged the federal government to deploy empirical data before implementing major changes and called for immediate tax incentives for local manufacturers. The body also recommended upgrading the existing industrial clusters into functional free trade zones to assist the long-established firms dealing with infrastructure deficit. The persistent shipping disruptions within the Strait of Hormuz caused by the geopolitical conflict involving Israel, the United States, and Iran have increased the Indian's importation of Nigeria's crude oil. The Indian oil refiners have significantly diversified the raw material procurement strategies by turning towards West African and Latin American producers to secure steady energy supplies. Data compiled by Global Commodities tracking the firm Kepler indicated that Indian oil refiners increased their monthly purchases from Nigeria, Angola, Brazil, and Venezuela. India, which ranks globally as the third largest importer of crude oil, had previously relied heavily on Middle Eastern supply lines prior to the recent shipping restrictions. The Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the most critical transit choke points in the world, adding a massive percentage of global petroleum shipment daily. And now the major Gulf energy producers, including the Iraq, the Qatar, and the Bahrain, depend almost entirely on the waterway to execute their international oil export contracts. The International Trade Report indicated that the increased import of Nigerian sweet crude occurred while India maintained its intake of discounted Russian oil shipment. The Kepler statistics show that India's crude import from Russia dropped temporarily by 29.4% to 1.6 million barrels per day due to refinery maintenance. However, despite their short-term drop in Russian supplies, Russia retained its position as India's primary oil source, followed closely by the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, as Nigeria continues to benefit from India's long-term energy diversification policy. The South Asian nation is working to protect the domestic energy security from Middle East volatility. Thank you so much for joining us on the news. I am Iri Ayomikonleke. Follow us on all our social media platforms and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel, all at the handle ConsumerHallaTV. Once again, thank you so much for joining us on the news. Good afternoon.
there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, you'd be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, yeah. But it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free, ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Hi people, my name is Mofakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem,
Good day and welcome to Healthy Living, the program where we bring you trusted health information and to help you live better, longer and stronger. I am Kike Lomo Ajibola, and today we are tackling a serious but often misunderstood health issues, cervical cancer, and more importantly, the myths and misconceptions surrounding the HPV vaccine here in Nigeria. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths among women in Nigeria, yet it is largely preventable. The tragedy is not just the disease itself, but the misinformation, fear, and cultural beliefs that stop many from getting vaccinated or screened early. And questions like, is the vaccine safe? Can it affect fertility? Is it only for sexually active girls? These are concerns many families have, but how true are they? Today we will separate fact from fictions. We will hear word from a medical expert, address common fears, and give you the information you need to make informed decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Stay with us to know that cervical cancer occurs in the cell of the cervix. That is something that you need to understand. And the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is primarily caused by a virus known as the human papilloma virus, which is HPV. And HPV is very common and can be transmitted through intimate skin contact. In many cases, the body clears the virus naturally. However, in some women, persistent infection can lead to cervical cancer over time. The good news is that there is a vaccine that protects against the most dangerous types of HPV, and it works best when given early. But when myths circulate in communities, how likely is prevention? Unfortunately, misinformation has slowed vaccine acceptance and put many lives at risk. Today we will be talking about the common myths that said earlier on that HPV vaccine causes infertility. The HPV vaccine is risky and the recommended age is too young. Vaccination in general is not safe. It is not necessary if my daughter is not sexually active, and that it is a foreign agenda. Before we bring in our guest, our doctor today, let's go on a short break, and our doctor will be joining us to help us unpack and give us better insight on the conversation of cervical cancer and the myths and misconception that surrounds it. Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back from that break. It is still LD Living on ConsumerHalla TV, and today we are talking about cancer, cervical cancer, the myths and misconceptions surrounding the vaccination here in Nigeria. And I said it earlier on before we went on that break that we have a guest, a doctor, today joining us virtually from where she is, and her name is Dr. Elizabeth Nomoja. Good morning, Dr. Elizabeth. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Kikalomo. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much for joining the conversation. We really do appreciate it. And today, because we don't have too much time, let's get into the conversation. What exactly is cervical cancer? Because in the last 3 years, it has become a very, very crucial conversation. And it is like a threat to women in the society, especially Nigeria here, where understanding sometimes can be very, very difficult.
Thank you very much. So cervical cancer is the type of cancer that affects the cervix. Now, the cervix is, like you had already introduced, the cervix is what we would call the neck of the womb, or what's, to put it in layers of the womb. And it connects the vagina to the uterus. So that is where the cervix, and that is where this common, that is cervical cancer affects typically. Now, you've done most of the introduction, but just to integrate what you've said, it is one of the leading causes of cancer amongst women in Nigeria. And yes, it is totally preventable.
Thank you very much for saying that it is totally preventable, because that is what we want to look at this morning. We often hear about the HPV vaccination. In fact, generally in Nigeria, I think vaccination is something that a lot of people have major concerns about. This HPV vaccination is something that is helping, prevent this particular cancer. But a lot of people have issues with it. Will tell you, why are they recommending for a child of 11-year-old thereabout, or my child is not, sexually active. It's only for sexually active people. What is actually the misconception here, and what is the reason why the HPV vaccination is very, very important to cervical cancer?
Okay, thank you. So, for those that were not here when Kikelomo introduced, cervical cancer is caused by what we call HPV, which is a human papilloma virus. Now, of note or interesting to know is that the human papilloma virus has different strains, and it's something that your body actually fight off depending on the strain that one might have. But why this is very important is that there are strains of the HPV virus that leads to cervical cancer. Now, cervical cancer is something that is that takes a long time to, and ways where this is being introduced is by sexual intercourse. What age group is being targeted is said that at that time, between the ages of 9 to 12 is when we recommend that this vaccine is being administered. Is because we believe that at that time they are not yet sexual, and it is better to prevent something from coming into the body system than start fighting or start saying a dying on. So yes, we recommend that the HPV vaccine in the certain age group between the ages of 9 to 12 in Nigeria currently.
So over the past 3, 4, 5 years, this particular conversation, just like other type of cancers, have been something that is common in Nigeria right now. What is the cause of it? Is it our diet? Is this something that has to do with, because in the last some 10 years back, there was no conversation surrounding this particular issue. Like, what is it? Before we even get to the vaccination, what can we do at home, to better take care of ourselves, instead of us receiving news that, oh, you need to get the HPV vaccination? Because no matter the conversation, a lot of people are still not comfortable with the use of vaccination in Nigeria or Africa as a whole.
Well, something you must understand is that viruses, as far as medical science is concerned, it's very difficult to cure a virus, but what to prevent mutations and prevent that. Now, are there things that you can do? And are there things you can still do course, I would still say yes. But the things you can do before you get that exposure to any of this, particularly HPV, is to prevent it from even coming into your body system. But what are the ways you can also still do? Oh, limit partners, have limit smoking, have healthy lifestyle. Just practice healthy lifestyle, and things that I would say, if your immune system is feeding right, eating balanced diet, those are common things that we would say typically can help one. But now, for the other set of people that will say, oh, I've been sexually active, I'm already, I would say, at risk. There are still things you can. Now we are saying that this vaccine, and if you watch, particularly not saying targeted towards women. I am not gender biased in this case. I'm saying sexually active. The reason being that typically the trend was that, oh, it is from the males, from male folks, that this virus are being transmitted. So the vaccination is not for females only, it is for males and females. So that's why I'm particular about the term sexually active. So the vaccination is not just for females. The vaccination is everyone, because I mean, you can actually prevent something from the source, and you can prevent something at the source, meaning you can give males the vaccine to prevent them from transmitting it to their unsuspecting female partners or anyone, or to their sexual partners. I mean, we just need to be that open and to just say, well, this is a male thing, but it is not gender specific, but gender general. I mean, males and females need to know of this. Oh, okay, I've been sexually active. What can I do? Oh, I'll say, oh, limit the number of sexual partners you have, and practice lifestyle, limit social vices, reduce it as much as possible, and all of that. And the vaccine that we are speaking on is not gender specific. It is not gender specific. Anyone can have the vaccine.
All right, and that is a very, very good insight. I don't think people have that conversation often, because most of it is bring your female children for HPV vaccination. So does that mean that even for young boys at that age, they also need to go for the vaccine, or there's a specific age for them?
Young boys, multivalent, there's a Gardasil 4, there's a Gardasil 9, but typically what we have readily available is Gardasil 4. So like the name implies, it has the cervical cancer component and some other components of some certain things that currently might not be of public health importance, but is on the androgenic. So that's.
All right, thank you for that. Let's quickly look at this. There's a saying currently that cervical cancer, the HPV vaccine, causes or has been linked to infertility by some people. What is your take on that, and how true is that, please?
Okay, that's a misconception, and it's something that would need debunk. Cervical cancer does not have any the HPV vaccine, does not have anything to affect one's fertility. It has its own different pathway. So does the cervical cancer or the HPV vaccine pathway. So they don't interrelate. So it's not something that's going to affect fertility in the long run or anything. So it's a myth, it's a misconception. It's not true.
Thank you very much. Now, there is an age limit for the HPV vaccine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
So when I think it's around 26. Once you're 26, you can't get the vaccine anymore.
Okay, so there's something we call first contact, and that's between the ages of 9 to 12. Currently, it's already in the National Immunization Schedule of Nigeria, where between the ages of 9 to 12, you please walk into any healthcare center and ask them that you want to vaccinate your children against HPV, and you'll be attended to. However, for people that I don't want to say missed opportunities, but between the ages of, it's even far above that, between the ages of, even if you're already sexually active and all of that, between the ages of 25 even up to 45, although you're sexually active, yes, we know, but there are prerequisites that you would need to like get and checked before one can now say, oh, I would recommend you take this or you don't take this step. One of such is that, at that age, from the ages of 25 to 45, we recommend that you do a pap smear. First off, pap smear with HPV DNA is the one we recommend to see, are you exposed? Do you have the HPV virus that might likely lead to cervical cancer or whatnot? If that result comes back negative, yes, you can now go ahead and take the vaccine. For one, and most healthcare prevention experts would say, it's better to prevent something, give somebody a fighting chance. But you actually have to explain to the people that despite the fact that I'm just giving you, it's 50-50. But now the difference in dosing is that taking 2 vaccines while you were just 9 to 13, 9 to 12, you now get to take 3 vaccines at each. So the age specific thing is, so we're giving more people chance to fight for, giving more people a chance for survival in this case, and to reduce the incidence of cervical cancer.
Okay, so the age of 26 is not something that is just a fixed age. We can exit that, because that's that's the huge conversation right now about, once you're 26, you can't get the vaccination anymore because of the age limit that has been placed on it. But thank you so much for bringing in that particular insight. Now let's quickly look into pap smear, because when you get to some certain age, you do a pap smear, to check before you recommended this particular vaccine. But a lot of people also have issues with pap smear. They say it's too invasive, or that it's not good to regularly do a pap smear because it can also cause issue. Please, can you quickly clarify what that particular conversation is, and if it is true that frequent pap smear can cause issues? Because a lot of people that have come out and say, they did pap smear and this and this happened to them, and this has created a lot of fear in the women's society, the women community as a whole.
Okay, so thank you very much. So pap smear it's an invasive procedure, but it's not. A lot of people shy away from pap smear because they believe that, painful procedure. But we need to get cells, or we need to get the cell from the cervix to actually test it to now know what lies there. There are 8 recommendations for pap smear, and 8 recommendation with frequency with pap smear. However, there are certain people that would need to do smear more frequently than others. It's not the same for everyone. People that are at risk, people that have a familiar history, or people that after doing a pap smear had issues with their pap smear, they might need to go back for another pap smear. But if between 22 to 25, you do a pap smear wrong, it's not something you get to do every year. I'm not so sure that people that did pap smear, of the emission of people that did pap smear, something. It's just maybe because of the way the sample for the pap smear is being collected might feel a little bit intrusive. That's why people don't feel comfortable. It's not a painful procedure, but it's also not so comfortable considering how the test is being carried out. But it is something that is recommended to get vaccinated. So it's something that I would still recommend that people be open to do.
Okay, thank you very much. And now Nigeria, before we let you go, Nigeria is highly cultural and a spiritual society, and many people believe it can't be me until it's too late. Medically speaking, who is at risk of developing cervical cancer in Nigeria? Because a lot of people say, God forbid, it can never be me, it can't be my generation. These are things that we do say in this country, and it's so funny. Oh Lord.
Okay. So because females are the ones that so would say females are the one at risk for cervical cancer. But in a general term, everyone can be at risk. But because it's only females that have cervix is why we are saying, it's mostly related to females. But like I said, I was saying that HPV is not just cervical cancer that is being caused by HPV. I mentioned that there are other cancers, but currently not of public health importance. That is still very important. Androgenital warts or genital warts and all of that. So everyone that is sexually active is at risk of getting HPV. But in this case, I would say the females are at risk of getting cervical cancer. Now, also a previous family history of somebody that maybe your mom, grandmother, somebody close to you, first relative, close relative might have suffered from cervical cancer. It is actually a pointer for us to want and check if we are exposed or at risk of this virus. There's some social events or some social characters or habits that we have. Multiple sexual partners, use of some medications or stimulants and all of that might just predispose one. That is more of like reducing your immune system and predisposing one to getting or being at risk of HPV, which can maybe the strain causing cervical cancer.
All right, now let's quickly ask this because I want to let you go right now. The thing is that there is a lot of resistance to vaccination in general. It's not even about HPV alone right now. As a medical doctor, why are these resistance, very, very common? Why are people very, very skeptical about vaccination in Nigeria? And what would you, as a doctor, advise parents and guardians and also young ladies or young boys, young adults about HPV? And what would you tell them to do if there is anybody that fall in line for cervical cancer?
Okay, one thing we should know is that there are different kinds and there are different forms of vaccines. And vaccines do different things and act differently. So there's no one vaccine that would say, acts the same way or works the same way. There's live attenuated. In short, there are just a whole bunch of different active ingredients in this vaccine. But because one common thing that we have seen is maybe in terms of live attenuated, we see, they had this vaccine, they fell sick. But if forget, not all vaccines act the same way and not all vaccines are the same. So in general, they use one experience and generalize the rest. But vaccines are good. There's something we call herd immunity, meaning that if everybody has their immune system up to par on this particular ailment, the severity of one other person or somebody that is not vaccinated coming down with, or the severity just declines. So the severity of one coming down with something is minimal. What do I mean by, if, for instance, everyone around our vicinity is vaccinated for, let's say, smallpox, or let's say, chickenpox. When one person that is not, when chickenpox comes, or somebody come in contact with chickenpox, the incident or the clinical symptoms that the person might experience would not be as marked as how it's if there was no immunity. So vaccines help us in terms of increasing what we call herd immunity in the community and our environment. So vaccine is not just because we want to preach vaccine. For collective good, individual good, it is something that we should look into. And the fact that somebody had a bad experience with one vaccine does not necessarily mean that is the same experience everybody's going to have. And that we should also look at there are different forms of vaccine and there are different molecules or different ways these vaccines act in our body systems.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Elizabeth Nomoja. I think I've been, rehearsing your name. Did I get it correctly? Because I've been rehearsing it. So I'm like, okay, thank you so much for joining us for LD Living. And that is a very, very insightful one. The explanation you gave were very, very simple for everybody to actually understand and digest. And maybe next time we'll have you back on other episodes of the program. Thank you so much for, honoring our invitation.
Thanks for having me.
All right. You just heard from Dr. Elizabeth Nomoja, and a medical doctor, talking about cervical cancer, myths and misconceptions of vaccines in Nigeria. And know that cervical cancer is pretty much preventable. The vaccine is available and the knowledge is here, and that is what has been shared with us this morning. And what remains is actions with parents, guardians, and young women and men, like she mentioned. This is your opportunity to protect the future. Don't let myths and misconception make decisions for you. And know that you need to speak to a qualified healthcare provider, visit a health center, ask questions, get vaccinated. And that conversation right there just now proved everything that you actually need to understand before going to the hospital to actually make you research yourself. And thank you so much for joining us today on Healthy Living. Remember, your health is your greatest wealth. Cervical cancer right now is causing a whole lot in the community, especially with women. This is not a death sentence. Before it becomes so, try as much as possible to actually research and also go for checkup. And before we go, follow us on all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, and TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. Until next time, stay informed, stay safe, and stay healthy. I'm Kikelamo Ajibola. Good morning.
Hello, consumers. You have the right to be heard. Absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello, consumers. You're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofe Koforola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers, and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AUF packages.
Public service announcement. Hello, consumers. I am Kikelomo Ajibola, and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHalla TV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025. Bye.
Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market, from the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to in the marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV,
You deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new
God.
movie release, update and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Ta-da!
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to another beautiful edition of Real Estate Today on ConsumerHalla TV. You already know here we give you real estate insights, policy updates, and consumer protection in Nigeria. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Good afternoon, and I'm Iremofe Koforola. It's always a pleasure to have you join us.
Real Estate Today provides timely updates and valuable insights in Nigeria property markets. We bring you the latest developments in housing, infrastructure, property investments, and urban growth.
Not just about growth, you get to know about every verified information in the world of real estate.
But before we dwell in, because today we'll be bringing you the news insights, news highlights, everything, the news currently happening in real estate today. But before we go into that, we'll be right back. Let's go on a short break. Yeah, welcome back. Here are today's top real estate stories. The Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has announced ongoing reforms aimed at improving housing delivery and expanding access to home ownership across Nigeria. According to the ministry officials, the reform focused on improving land administration systems, increasing mortgage accessibility, and encouraging greater private sector participation in housing development. Industry stakeholders says the initiative forms part of broader efforts to address Nigeria's housing deficit and reduce barriers preventing many Nigerians from owning our homes. Real estate developers have raised concerns over the continuous increase in the cost of building materials, warning that the trend is slowing housing development and affecting affordability. According to industry stakeholders, rising prices of cement, iron rods, tiles, and other construction materials are increasing overall project delivery costs, forcing many developers to adjust properly prices upward. They also noted that economic pressures and foreign exchange challenges continue to impact Nigeria's construction sector. Now moving on to investor interest in short-let apartments remains strong in Lagos as developers increasingly focus on high-yield rental models. Market analysts say growing demand for flexible accommodation, especially among business travelers and young professionals, is driving the expansion of the short-let market across high-demand locations in the state. The analysts added that many property owners are shifting from traditional yearly rent to short-term rental models because of faster returns and higher income potential. Now, the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASERA, has warned residents to verify agents and property documents before making payments, following renewed complaints involving fake listing and fraudulent land transactions. Officials of the agency stated that several reported cases were linked to unregistered practitioners operating illegally within the property market. The authority advised property buyers and tenants. And that wraps up today's real estate new highlight.
Whew, that's nice. Anyway, I just believe that these pieces of news that you've shared are very important for people to know, especially this last year. Because I know that many times there have been different complaints based on listings and also when it comes to fraudulent practices by these agents. So everybody should know that it's very important for them to be warned. All right, so let's move to some fact-based pieces of information for you, because over the past few years, short-let apartments have become one of the fastest growing segments of Nigeria's real estate market, especially in major cities like Lagos and Abuja.
Areas such as Lekki, Ikoyi, Victoria Island, and Ikeja have witnessed increasing demand for short-let accommodations, driven by business property owners.
All right, so help us understand what really drives success in the short-let business. Today we have an amazing guest who would be doing a lot of justice to this discussion. So before we introduce you our guest, we'll go on a short break now. Ensure you go nowhere because the show is just about to start. Welcome back and thank you for staying on real estate today. So to understand location, luxury and profits, what drives short-let investments, how we are joined by a short-let investor and real estate entrepreneur. We have Coach Philip, who has actually been in this space for a very long time. He's a real estate advisor and MD of TQ Global Limited in Lagos with several years of experience. So thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate.
Yeah. So you're welcome. Let's dive into this conversation straight away.
Okay, now from your experience, what has been driving the rapid growth of the short-let market in Nigeria over the years?
Okay, the rapid growth of short-let in Nigeria majorly has been driven based on the fact that a lot of people like comfort. They want to leave all the bustle of the hotel and they want to have a comfortable place, and also that kitchen facility that makes it feel like a home. not just that make it feel like something that is just an hotel, they order everything, they order food, they cannot do some things by themselves. No, they want it to feel like a home, something that is more comfortable, more cool. So people like it. And also, you know, in some hotel, loud music and other things, but when you're in your shortlet, you can curb everything and just make it personally to yourself. So I feel a lot of people prefer that to the hotel.
All right, yeah, that is very, you know, insightful, because I was saying before we came on the show that some years back, probably many people wouldn't know that shortlet apartments will be something that will be very like increasing in demand now. So let's look at it. How lucrative is it when it comes to someone investing in it as a player who wants to, you know, invest in it? So how lucrative is it, and how accessible is it for ordinary Nigerians?
So if you talk of being lucrative, are you talking of the price?
Yes, the lucrative aspect of it, in the sense that, okay, I want to invest in it.
Okay.
What are my returns at the end of the day?
Your ROI,
yes,
like return
yes,
on
the
investment.
ROI, yeah.
So if I would tell you, it is far very lucrative. So let's just take a normal traditional rent. The traditional rent is like, let's say a traditional rent in a place, just take a case study of a rough place, maybe like 2 million or 3 million. From a shortlet, you can earn between 7 to 8 million per annum.
Seriously?
So that's more than a 200 or a 300% from normally the traditional. So it's something that is extremely lucrative, although it has its own cons, do's and don'ts, and its own sides. So, but if you talk of being lucrative, it's very lucrative.
So all you're trying to say now is that if I, at the end of the day, if I invest some millions of naira, I can get that, I can recoup my money within some months, and yes, I don't have to be at loss.
Okay, so when it comes to investing in shortlet, there are a lot of things you need to consider. The fact that it's lucrative does not also mean it's like a jackpot. It's not. It's not. Yeah, because I've had a lot of people lose a lot of money in shortlet. So I will say this: if you are doing a shortlet and you are like renting an apartment to do a shortlet, it can be very dicey.
Wow.
You may lose all your money because, so let's have this case study. For instance, you rent a place, maybe for like a 3 million, let's say a room and parlor. You pay agency fee, you pay this, it's going to like 4.5 million. Then you now start furnishing it. You furnish it with as much as, let's say, 10 million, because you need AC, you need flat screen TV, your color, your kitchen, your bed, everything. You now do it well to be very smart. After you finished, the landlord now increase the rent the next year. And now don't forget, if you spend the 10 million to do the rent and to furnish, you spend a 4.5 million, let's say total, to get the place for 1 year with agency and everything. You have spent about 14.5 million, right? If you have spent 14.5 million for those things alone, then the first year, with what we said, you can only make between, let's say, like 7 to 8 million. So you have not even made the old money you invested yet.
Exactly.
Landlord now come and say, my next year rent is no more 3 million. No, you have to pay 4.5 or 5 million. You know that you at first you want to fight with him. When you fight with him, you say, okay, quick notice, begin to go. When he says begin to go, all the things you have done on the wall, maybe you did wallpaper, you did some very fine
design,
the console for the TV and all this, you now start removing it. If you go to that place, you start from the beginning. You spend almost half of the 5 million. Maybe you recoup some equipment, like if you are calling another AC guy to come and fix your AC, the 2 ACs, they will charge you to buy gas. By the time you calculate all those costs, you are losing. Then that place, maybe the rent is now another 5 million you are paying them. So I would say, for it to be very lucrative, renting for a year will not pay.
Now, talking about money, considering the economic reality facing Nigeria, now this level of patronage, this money of a thing shortlet apartments, where do you see your patronage from? Is it those in Nigerians or those in diaspora?
So you're talking of how do I get my customers?
Yes.
So the truth is that most of my customers have been diaspora, Nigerians in diaspora that are coming just to do something, so they want to hide from the hustle and bustle of the day and just be in the shortlet. But the truth is that we had some tech guys. There was last year, a tech guy was posted to a branch. So he needed a place to stay for 21 days. And all the hotels he has been getting were not it. One room hotel, maybe 40,000, 50,000. It was not really good. He got a shortlet, a mini flat. I said, okay, normally we collect 80,000 per night, but because you are taking some days, we give you for 50K per night with all facilities, everything. We have gas, we have everything. Then he looked at it. He said he wants to take a 20 days. So we said, okay, pay 1 million for a 20 days. Do you understand the point? So those are tech guys. Now, apart from tech guys, a lot of people want to, like some companies, they used to have their AGM and some other things. They may need a 3-bedroom apartment or they may need a duplex. And sometimes, if they post some people from another location, before they get out, maybe for 3 months, the company will just come, pay for the 3 months and tell them to stay there for the comfort while they look for a house and furnish it for them. So we have a lot of ways we get our clients. Nigerians in diaspora, so anytime they come, especially when you have a good client base, they just call you, hello, Mr. Philip. I was telling my boss here that somebody just called me this morning that my 2-bedroom flat is sold out. It's already booked out. No apartment for now, presently. All are booked, all are occupied. So if a lot of people are now saying, hey, it's not lucrative, sometimes I used to look at it and that means you don't really know.
What makes you say that? Okay. So now 2-bedroom flats. Why is it that majorly 2-bedroom flats is the one that sells the most? Why are they always rushing it for 2-bedroom flats?
No.
Shortlet apartments.
Okay, so I will not say 2-bedroom flat sells a lot. Okay. I will say the self-con and the mini flat really sells a lot. Because even the guest that we put in a mini flat now, she's going to stay there for a month. The guest said she wanted a 1-bed. So you know what I did? Because as a businessman, there are a lot of integrities in this business that a lot of people don't know. I took her to a room self. The place was very high. She did not like it and the staircase. So I took her to the mini flat. And when she saw the mini flat was far above her budget. So I now told her, okay, what I will do for you? What's your budget? She told me her budget is, okay, let's give a case study. Her budget was 30,000 naira. If she's taking for 30 days, that should be 900,000 for just one room. And I'll say, okay, what if I give you a mini flat for just 1 million? Just add 100,000 and take a mini flat. She did not think twice. She grabbed the offer immediately. You understand the point? So most of them that come, they always need room self or mini flat, room self. So people that collect 2-bed majorly, they are really companies or maybe they are coming in group of family. They can now take 2-bed. But the mini flat and the room self, tech guys that are coming to work and everything, they are always looking for either mini flat or 1-bed or 1 room self. Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, you made mention of something there on which I want to take you back to it. And so it's 2 points you raised. So I just want to make it like into one question and to build it into one. So first, you mentioned tech guys. You mentioned, some companies having, AGMs and all that. At the end of the day, so people that patronize shortlist apartments. So what is the demographics like? 1 and 2. Some people are of the assumptions that shortlist apartment now generates more income than traditional rental properties. So what's your take on this?
So if you talk on the demography first, I would say we are looking at, that's like looking at the age brackets and all this. Yeah, from 18, there was one guy that came that he was 19 years old.
Okay.
Just want to stay out of the house. So then we also have corporate guys. We have corporate guys from like 35, 40. Then people that maybe they reside in Abeokuta, but they have to come and do something in Lagos. So when they come to stay. You understand? In a shortlet, maybe close to Shomolu, close to Yaba. Yaba now is like a tech ecosystem. And for young professionals, everybody around, okay, we have Yaba Tech, we have Unilag, we have Akoka FC. So that place is doing awesome.
Yeah.
So all the shortlets I have in that area has been booked.
Wow, interesting. So no hope for me. Because I just want to stay away from work and like, let me just rent and...
Yeah, maybe when you come, we can try and look for something.
All right, so that is demographics of people. So let's go into the assumptions, because some people just think, oh, these guys are not making a lot of money. That, you know, rental properties now, people doing other businesses related to that, they're not really generating more income like you guys in shortlets. How true is that?
Okay, let's take a case study. I don't know, I love using case studies so that we
Very
can
important.
do real world analysis.
Yeah.
So let's say I rented a place in Shomolu. The rent of the place normally is a 2 million per annum for room and a parlor. Let's just assume. Now, and I have the same room and parlor. I furnish it. I want to use it for shortlet. And I said, okay, it's supposed to go for like a 70,000 per night because it's a room and parlor. Don't forget, you cannot get a good hotel with a room and a parlor for 70,000.
Wow.
Are you aware? Even in Agege. I went to Agege recently for a wedding of a friend. We rented a 2-bedroom. It was 150,000.
Wow.
A 2-bed. Because it's in an hotel. So imagine I now have a shortlet there and maybe like 100K, then I'm pricing for some days and I take it for 70K. Even in K2 here, maybe a street called maybe Aladdin or something like that. We took a 2-bed there. It was 160,000 per night because we did the wedding and I was like the best man. So we took, for 2 nights, we paid 320K. But it was 165, we negotiated it to 160, then we took it 2 days. So that is a 2-bedroom. While I will now be giving a shortlet out that we even have more amenities than that hotel. I'll give it out cheaper. But the truth is that I'm seeing my profit because if I'm collecting only a rent from a room and parlor of a 2 million and I'm doing my own shortlet for 70K per night, and because I want to beat the demography and the market price outside for hotel, I'm not telling people that, okay, come, let me give you, you are taking a month, let me do something, let me give you for a 40K per night. So for 30 days, that would be like a 1.2 million. And people are saying, oh, a 1.2 million. I said, okay, that's supposed to be. What do you want to pay? Okay, I have a 1 million. Are you paying immediately? Now, imagine I get such client consistently. Don't forget, that means I'm giving it out for like 35,000 per night. You cannot get any room and parlor, even hotel. You cannot get it for that price. So if I'm giving out a room and a parlor, 35K per night, after removing all my expenses, maybe the supplies and everything, maybe Netflix and chill, the
basic amenities they need,
the washing of the laundry materials, everything. So giving it out, give and take, I spent like a 200K from the 1 million I collected. So it made 800, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's say the agent that brought the person, I gave him a 10%, let's say 100K. So making my money 700. So I have 700 to myself. 700, and I keep getting, because I'm cheap and I'm 35K per night, everybody wants to be
patronized.
So if I'm getting a 700 per month, it will always be booked out. Even if you, as a house owner, know that a place is 35K per night, you can leave your house one day and say, I just want that comfort because it's 35K, it's not expensive. So now I have 700K. Let's say I'm not even able to be booked 12 months in a year. Let's say I'm just booked for like 10 months in a year. That's a 7 million. How much is the rent? 2 million. What is the difference? 5 million.
Man, there you go.
Do you understand the point? So it is far doing better than traditional marketing.
I know you've made mention of different locations.
Okay.
So now I want to ask you, how important is location when it comes to profitable in the shortlet business, and what location currently offer the best opportunities for investment? Because I know you make mention of when you went to Agege, this and this, you're already thinking ahead that what if I have a short-let apartment here?
Exactly.
Exactly. So I want you to dwell more on that for us.
Okay. So if you look at location, the truth is that I don't tell people a lot of this because it's a secret of the business, but every location presently now is almost perfect. But nevertheless, there are some locations that pay more than the other. If you look at the corridor of the Lekki Phase 1, Ikoyi and Victoria Island, corporate clients like going there. Corporate clients, maybe all these bank CEOs, they were moved, expatriates, they like to stay in those locations. Do you understand? If you look at the Yaba axis, the Shomolu, Yaba and all these places, based on the school environment around and the tech ecosystem around, a lot of people like to also move there, the young professionals and everything. If you also look at the Ikeja axis, because of the closeness to the airport, a lot of people like going there. Do you understand the point? So those are very key areas on where you can situate a good shortlet. But nevertheless, I will tell you that presently now, based on a lot of construction work going on in the Lekki Free Trade Zone, the Dangote refineries, where are the expatriates going to be staying? Because those expatriates, they don't just want to sleep on the site like normal laborers. Some of them will have to come as far as Amen Estate to stay. Look at the distance from Eleko in Amen Estate down to Ibeju-Lekki where Dangote refineries. Do you understand? So we need all those things in those Ekpe areas because it will be booked, it will be taken. Ekpe areas inside the Ibeju-Lekki, good shortlet with security. People working in Lekki Free Trade Zone can access. People working in Dangote refinery can access. And most of the road construction going on in that area now, a lot of people want to say, okay, we have a lot of engineers. At least at the time I was hearing, maybe let me not say a rumor because it's not a proven fact here that maybe the Dangote refinery will have to take about maybe 8,000 engineers. Solid ones. Where will they stay? They cannot be coming from that place down to Lekki Phase 1 to come and stay. Or down. They have to stay somewhere close. So those places will need a lot of shortlet. And if we now get a shortlet for them and you tell them that per night is just between 40 and 50K, it will be something that the company can even pay up for them without stress. So, and hotels are not much in those areas yet. So shortlet will be the best for them. They will feel at home as if they're in their house. So if you now leave that environment also, let's now see that, okay, we move to the places like the Mowe areas, the Christopher Universities, where Christopher University is, the Redemption Camp. In fact, from Bega, Ariko, all these places, we have over 25 camps. Anytime December and they are doing program, oh my God, the Christ Embassy thing, you will not see a single shortlet available. All hotels booked, all shortlet booked, it's always. And sometimes Redemption Camp, people come for prayers. Their apartment inside is finished. So they are always looking for where to stay. So when they look for where to stay, they now come around that area. They will see a place to say, maybe to pray, maybe to do some spiritual. Some of them come with their family. They say they don't want to stay in camp. They want to stay in a comfortable zone and all these things. So where is not good for shortlet? I don't think anywhere is not good. I just feel it's about your strategy. You understand? Where you situate it, you strategize. You look at the market demography and everything. You look at the market price, evaluation, everything that is happening. Then you calculate, okay, this is my audience. This is my target market. This is people I want to sell to. And also getting customers, Instagram, Facebook, and we use a lot of channels. You understand? But the thing is that because of the internet everywhere now, no place, I don't think any place is not good for sure.
Wow. So you mentioned strategy, you talked about so many points, and you talked about location earlier on. So I was going to ask, because now if you look at it, almost everywhere you go to shortlist apartments. So I want to ask that, how saturated is it now when it comes to that sector, when it comes to shortlist? And also for competitive advantage, you made mention of the fact that, okay, if you are renting out for a night or
how many days people want to stay in a month, you are giving them, you know, trying to make it cheaper at that point. So what is that thing one can do for competitive advantage to stand out if the market is saturated?
So my own is majorly pricing. Because the market is saturated. I was telling one
client, it is saturated, right?
Yes, okay. The market is saturated, but in a way, I would still say there is still enough space for anybody that want to come in.
Okay.
The only thing is that your strategy must be different. I was telling one client, and because I help most of my clients manage their shortlet, when they buy from me, I now help them manage.
Oh. Wow.
So I was telling one client, I say, ma, insisting on 80K per night and getting only 2 clients in 1 month than leaving it for between 35 and 40K per night and getting booked out everything. Which one will you prefer? It's volume we are looking for. Cash flow is important. So why are you insisting on we doing this when your house can be generating this and you make want to sell? How much do you buy the place? Do you understand? So I now thought about it. I created my own strategy, my own personal strategy. How do I make this work? It's majorly when I give you the same luxury you get in an hotel, but at a reduced price with a better comfort. You have no choice. I love leaving my customers choiceless.
I love that.
So when you come, you see what I have, you look outside, you say, nothing beats this.
I'm staying here.
I'm staying here. The last client I even took her, she said, no, I'm staying here.
Wow.
Now, talking about getting your guests really comfortable, now what do you think attracts your guests? Is it the ambience, interior decorating, or how comfortable they feel this place is? And this is why I think I'm settling for this shortlet.
Okay, so if you talk of attraction, about one, human beings generally, we are visual beings. So when you come to a place, you look at the interiors, the finishings, that should attract you. And most times, most of the clients I've taken to, let's say we have 3 apartments, maybe I tell the owner of one that do your interior, they say, let them just take it like that, it's cheap, it's cheap. The other one focus on the interior. When we go around, the client say, no, is this one with the best interior I'm taking? And sometimes we now have an advantage. The advantage is that no, this one is more expensive than this. How much are we pay? So people are ready to pay for that. But when it's not okay, they'll be telling you that, do you have another one? Do you understand? So interior finishing must be done well. The choice of furniture. A lot of people are using the old modern design furniture. When we have Gen Zs in this place they know what is happening next. Even the type of doors. At a particular time, I've discovered that even this door, this is not the latest door for a shortlet. So they're always trying to look for every aspect that is perfect. So from your furniture to your TV console, to your type of rug, to your type of bed frame, you understand? To the type of wardrobe, and all those amenities that will make them comfortable. The AC, a lot of people just put AC in the sitting room. You don't put AC in the room. No. Say you put a small fan, a rechargeable fan. No. Put AC in everywhere. Let the client feel like anytime they are coming to Nigeria, say that apartment is still available. Sometimes some of them will call me that by June. Somebody called me last week and say by June I'll be coming. So I have to tell the person that, are you still taking, because somebody is already booking for June. Person now say, I don't know. I say, you have to know so that I will know what to tell the person. Do you understand? So the guy is like, okay, this night she will give me feedback because somebody is already booking for June to July. Before another person will come and book from July to September.
Wow.
You understand? Wow. So most of the things, those ambience and how you make them feel. Now another thing that attracts them is, I remember telling a client at a time that I told the client that, okay, will you like to self-service or I should do the service? She said no. She wants me to do all the service. She doesn't want to do anything, just to be sleeping and waking up. So a lot of things like that. So I now said, okay, it will cost you more this if you are self-servicing this. If you are, said she was going to pay that more because she wants that self-service comfort. You understand? So all those things, just like what Amazon do, that they can bring something to the comfort of your zone, and it's now taking over the market. That is the same thing and the same customer care service we should give our clients that comes to Shortlet.
Cool. All right, you can.
Okay, so what package comes with the service that you're talking about?
Okay, the self-service, you subscribe your Netflix TV yourself. You do we have all the amenities available, but you are the one that will be paying your bills yourself. Your internet, you do it by yourself. We have the internet router, but you pay by yourself, you do all those things. But when you come fully serviced, we pay for everything. The only thing you need is maybe your food, but other things will do everything for you.
I hope you've noted that now, because when you want to go on vacation and just
It's very important.
yeah, we need to experience that too, so that we can come back on the show and say, this is what you've experienced too. Is it true, or you just anyway? I know it's true. And so you talked about the fact that some people are started booking for June, some people go December and say all that. So I was going to ask, is there a particular season or period of the year? Is there any quarter of the year that you have more bookings, or the bookings? I know it can't always be the same, but I know sometimes festive period, all of this. But for someone who is interested in the business, would also want to know, are there seasons that you make more profits, and what seasons are those moments?
Yeah, so normally as a starting Shortlet, there are always seasons. So like we are booked from that November, December, January. It was a book out.
Okay.
Without advert. But I tell people something, then during the Easter period and the Ilea times too, we always have a lot of book outs,
yes,
because of the festive period coming. But I tell people a lot of things that, so when you now have a customer base, so when I mean customer base, you have generated leads from a Facebook, from Instagram, from YouTube, you've done a lot of content. A lot of people have come, you have done their testimonial, their reviews, you have shared it everywhere, and people are now beginning to trust you. They are even inviting their friends. You now have a client base, maybe up to like 100 clients that have used your place and are happy with it, and they are also referring people and they are okay. Your booking will not know bound. You will not be seasonal again. You will have to even be contacting your friends to help, because the truth is that most of the time, everybody need a place to stay. It's just like the concept of the hotel. I go to this place, I don't have anywhere I stay. So, but in starting, we can say the layer seasons, the Easter period, and the December period majorly, we get booked out.
Yeah, I just thought this is a follow-up question to what you said now. You talk about the clients, you talk about, trying to, like, their portfolio, trying to know what they do. Because sometimes you said tech guys, different people get this. Have there been situations whereby I don't want to mention in particular, the wrong set of people have actually booked? Or how can somebody prevent such thing from happening? Because at the end of the day, if the wrong set of people book, definitely the person who has the apartment will be in trouble. So this might be some of the risk associated with this kind of business.
Yeah, so I had a really bad experience at a time. This client booked, he was in the UK, booked, and after he booked, he called, he came in. The very first day he came in, he had a complaint, so we helped sort it. The second day, he said he was no more interested in the place, that he wanted his money back. And we shut down 3 people that wanted to take it because of him. So when we dragged, we were just talking normally, and he was trying to threaten me that I will call soldier. So we played with him that even go and call soldier general. We thought he was joking. That's why I went to the barracks and bring a bunch of soldiers and came to meet us in the Shortlet, and it was not funny. So immediately my friend had to go out, talk to the police people and say, okay, police come also. By the time they got there, the soldiers and the police were not like agreeing. They just want the money. Off and on. When the case was dragging too much, we had to
let him go.
Pay the money. We just removed some, maybe the first 2 days he stayed and some other little prices, and let him go. So the mistake we made then was that there was no proper like contract signed. So if somebody is taking above a month, 2 months, I advise that there should be always a contract signed Number one, once you have come in, because you might have seen the place before, you said once you have come in, there is no always refund. You understand?
So, okay. So how competitive is short-let apartment? And as an expert who is doing well, how can you stand out in that industry in that zone?
Yeah, it's a bit very competitive because almost everybody, even some people that are living in their house, they want to use the house to do the short-let. But as I said earlier, your pricing and your interior design can be your major place to stand out, and also you run a lot of adverts.
All right, so in 2 minutes before we allow you to Coach Philip, for someone who might consider a potential investor in this sector, so what are the biggest risks they might want to, consider when, because it's not every time you make money and all that. So what? Let me just put it this way, in a simple way. What are the things they should consider before investing in short-let apartments?
Okay, so as I said before, I talked about using a rented apartment being a risk.
So other factors
so now,
you can consider.
I also talked about if you buy a house solely for short-let, only for short-let, and that's the purpose, it may also be a big risk. Because the amount you use to buy the house, you may not recover it for a long time. Buying of a house is expensive. The best ball game is to take a long lease.
Okay.
Most people are doing long lease now, 15 years, 17 years, 20 years, 25 years. So take that, furnish it, use it. So you are not at risk. You know why you are not at risk? Let's do a case study. We got a short-let apartment, let's say, total with the interior, 35 million, and it's for 15 years. If the first year nothing happened, like no sales, nothing, the first year you are still doing your marketing, but it's furnished, no landlord will come and pursue you the second year because you already have it for like 15, 17 years. So because you have it for that long time, in 1 year, you now have good booking because of your client base have come. You made your normal 700,000 every month. You have made your 7 million. By the time you make that 7 million for the first 3 years, you have made a 21 million from a property you bought for 35, and you still have another more than 10 years left. So I used to tell people, give and take, in 4-5 years, you should be able to make the money you invested all through. So the remaining 15 or 13 years that is left, you begin to make money free of charge and use that money you have made to invest in another short-let and start having much property to yourself.
What a cheat code that has been. So thank you so much for joining us on the show today, Coach Philip. For people interested in short-let, you've come to know about the luxury, the location, and the profitability when it comes to short-let apartments. So that is just what it is, Elizabeth. So
it was really a beautiful one because Coach Philip really coached us. So he explained a whole lot of things we need to know about short-let apartment, because we know it's a lucrative business. That's what we're hearing, lucrative different apartment. People, especially during this festive season, people are always trailing in, moving in, and all of that. And that was so insightful. Okay, now we'll be moving on to Consumer Corners. You know what we do on Consumer Corners, whereby we'll tell you what you need to know as a consumer, the things you really need to know as a consumer. But then we will be right back.
That was Consumer Corner right there, and a lot of information for you. You pick the one that suits you, but I would advise you pick everything, because in the world of real estate, it is not just about you owning a property. It's all about the information and how best you can apply this information, right, Elizabeth?
Yeah, very accurate.
Yeah. So one day I see myself owning short-let apartments, and probably by then I would have been a big man, because from everything I've heard today, I think owning a short-let apartment is just the future, right? I can see Coach Philip smiling.
You can just see the way I'm sitting right next to Coach Philip.
Oh,
I'm ready. I'm going with him.
I
think I'm going with him.
That's not ConsumerHallaTV. All right. That was just a very soft one right there. So this is all we can have on Consumer Corner for real estate today. And not just that, know that this program is something you shouldn't miss at any point in time. And do not be selfish enough to just watch it. You can do it to subscribe across all our social media platforms. On X, on Facebook, on TikTok, we are there at ConsumerHalla. So get more information, and also get updated, and that is the best way to grow, not just in any other way, but in real estate world. Thank you, Coach Philip, once again for being on the show. I look forward to having you in other episodes, because I know this conversation, it continues.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot.
It's not just a one-time edition.
Yeah, you still need to unwrap so many things for our viewers out there.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate.
Yeah. So, and I believe people can always get to reach you if there is need for that, right?
Of course.
All right. So you heard from him. So I'm Mufe Koforola, and know one thing, I always love real estate today because I would always want to learn more and invest smartly.
And I am Elizabeth Abefe. Do not forget. Bye for now.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Jobal Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at FlashChange, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Oluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs, and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today,
as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube, it's free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy Joy maximally with AWOOF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWOOF is for you. You can get to know about trending market slashes, promos, offers, and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that's so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English.
Good afternoon, the time is 2 o'clock and welcome to ConsumerHalla TV News at 2. I'm Yuri Hayamikonleke. Let's begin the news with the Nigeria Labour Congress. In a new report, the Nigeria Labour Congress has strongly criticized the current economic conditions and rising insecurity in the country, stating that millions of citizens are facing severe socio-economic hardships. In an official Salah message issued on Wednesday, yesterday, ahead of the Idil Kabir celebrations, the organized labor union stated that workers and vulnerable citizens are bearing the brunt of recent economic changes. The official statement signed by the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Juro, urged political leaders to thoroughly evaluate the societal impact of their economic policies. The labor leader emphasized that the primary responsibility of governance should remain the protection of human lives and the provision of basic amenities like food, healthcare, and stable employment. The public criticism reflects growing friction from civil society groups regarding the fiscal reforms introduced by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And this policy adjustment include the complete removal of petrol subsidies and the unification of foreign exchange windows, which state authorities maintain are vital for long-term fiscal stability. Although the macroeconomic reforms have received commendation from international financial institutions, and they have also triggered high inflation and an unprecedented rise in transportation and food costs. The labor union stated that these compounding economic pressures have severely weakened the purchasing power of households across the West African nation. The workers' union further noted that widespread insecurity across geopolitical zones continues to undermine the rural livelihoods and national stability. Mr. Joe Ajero declared that the persistent cases of kidnapping, banditry, and communal violence represent a clear indictment of the current national governance and security architecture. The cash held outside the formal banking system in Nigeria decreased by 104,706 million naira between February and April 2026. The financial data obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria Money and Credit Statistics indicated that currency outside banks dropped significantly during the 2-month operational review window. The contraction occurred after the Monetary Policy Committee reduced the benchmark monetary policy rate to 26.5% during its first legislative meeting of the year. The total volume of cash circulating outside bank vaults dropped from 5.19 trillion naira in February to 5.08 trillion naira in April. The financial indicators showed a 2.02% reduction in unbanked cash, although the Apex Bank did not publish currency statistic for March 2026. The total currency in circulation similarly recorded a downward trend, falling by 63,460 million naira to close at 5.65 trillion naira. The currency held outside the banking system constituted 90.03% of the total money supply in April, down from 90.87% in February. The structural shift implies that a larger volume of liquid capital returned to formal financial channels, increasing domestic banking liquidity despite the initial interest rate reduction. And despite the short-term drop, the overall cash volume remained higher than the figure recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. And concurrently, the statutory financial reserves held by commercial banks for the Central Bank of Nigeria rose by 1.86 trillion naira to each 34.60 trillion naira. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has declared that achieving total excellence in the maritime industry requires a systematic effort to eliminate institutional barriers against female professionals. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Dayo Mubiriola, stated this while hosting various women at the Maritime Associations during the commemoration of the International Day for Women in Maritime. The event, meanwhile, the Maritime Head commended the various female professional bodies for their resilience, innovation, and continuous technical contributions towards developing the national maritime industry. Reflecting on the 2026 global theme, which focused on moving from policy practice, the agency head stated that the sector must prioritize actionable implementation. Dr. Dayo Mubiriola stated that building a sustainable blue economy depends heavily on ensuring safe, inclusive, and gender-enabling operational workplaces for all practitioners. The Director General challenged female maritime leaders to establish the sustainable institutional frameworks for technical mentorship and capacity building across all operational levels. He noted that creating structured professional pathways is vital to ensuring a steady pipeline of competent female leaders for future administrative successions. The regulatory agency reestablishes long-term commitment to advocate for progressive policies that promote gender mainstreaming and empower women in shipping. Then the master concluded that the Nigerian maritime sector can only attain global competitiveness when equal professional opportunities are accessible based strictly on competence. The Association of Food, Beverage and Tobacco Employers has raised concerns over the increasing burden of multiple taxation and regulatory constraint imposed on manufacturing companies by state agencies. The president of the association, Chinedum Okireke, stated this during the institutional group's 47th annual general meeting held recently in Lagos. The industrial leader stated that the food and beverage subsector remains a critical pillar of the Nigerian economy through its massive contributions to job creation and public health. Chinedum Okireke argued that existing fiscal policies should be designed to structurally insulate the local manufacturing companies rather than weaken their operational capacities. The manufacturing group noted that several companies are currently operating under severe financial strain caused by rising production costs and coordinated regulatory levies. The Employers Association emphasized that industrial relations with government regulatory bodies must be driven by continuous dialogue and institutional fairness to protect investment. The Industrial Association also reestablished a strong opposition to the proposed government's ban on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in small sachets. The association president warned that executing the packaging ban would immediately worsen industrial unemployment, reduce corporate investment, and shrink independent government revenue. The association urged the federal government to deploy empirical data from implementing the major changes and called for immediate tax incentives for local manufacturers. The body also recommended upgrading existing industrial clusters into functional free trade zones to assist the long-established firms dealing with infrastructure deficit. And if you're just joining us now, this is ConsumerHalla TV News at 2. Thank you so much for joining us. On the foreign scene now, the persistent shipping disruptions within the Strait of Hormuz caused by the geopolitical conflict involving Israel, the United States and Iran have increased India's importation of Nigeria's crude oil. The Indian oil refiners have significantly diversified their raw material procurement strategies by turning towards West African and Latin American producers to secure steady energy supplies. Data compiled by global commodities tracking firm Kepler indicated that Indian oil refiners increased their monthly purchases from Nigeria, Angola, Brazil and Venezuela. India, which ranks globally as the third largest importer of crude oil, had previously relied heavily on Middle Eastern supply lines prior to the recent shipping restrictions. The Strait of Hormuz remains one of the most critical maritime transit choke points in the world, handling a massive percentage of global petroleum shipment daily. The major Gulf energy producers, including Iraq, Qatar, depend almost entirely on the waterway to execute their international oil export contracts. The International Trade Report indicated that the increased import of Nigerian sweet crude occurred while India maintained its intake of discounted Russian oil shipment. The Kepler statistics show that India's crude import from Russia dropped temporarily by 29.4% to 1.6 million barrels per day due to refinery maintenance. And despite a short-term drop in Russian supplies, the Russian retained its position as India's primary oil source, followed closely by the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. But still talking on this news, Nigeria continues to benefit from India's long-term energy diversification policy as the South Asian nation works to protect its domestic energy security from Middle Eastern volatility. And now the Economist Intelligence Unit has reported that the ongoing operational expansion of the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote petroleum refinery is reducing pressure on Nigeria's foreign exchange market. The analytical report stated that the mega refinery successfully covered the country's historical dependence on imported petroleum product. The research findings released through an official statement by the Dangote Group noted that the facility has structurally transformed Nigeria's downstream oil sector. Prior to the completion of the plant, the continent's largest crude producer relied almost entirely on the foreign refiners to meet its domestic fuel needs. The data also showed that the private refinery successfully met nearly 80% of Nigeria's domestic premium water spirit demand during the month of April. The Economics Intelligence Unit described the pre-existing downstream structure as highly inefficient, given that the country produced 1.5 million barrels of crude oil daily while importing fuel. The operational ramp-up of the facility has significantly improved the local fuel security and strengthened Nigeria's balance of payment by reducing import bills. The research group added that the planned future expansion of the industrial complex will provide vital support for national economic growth. The analytical division of the London-based Economics Group projected that increased refined product export from the complex will boost real gross domestic product growth through to 2027. The report concluded that the expansion coincided with critical downstream reforms, including the removal of state fuel subsidies. And now, the Money Point Incorporated has announced a financial commitment of 3 billion naira to develop modern innovation hubs across 3 prominent federal universities in Nigeria. The long-term corporate social responsibility project is aimed at expanding the digital talent pipeline and fostering technological entrepreneurship among Nigerian youth. The tech infrastructure project will be executed over the next 3 years at Obafemi Awolowo University, the University of Nigeria, and Ahmadu Bello University. The official announcement was made at Obafemi Awolowo University during an academic ceremony attended by institutional vice-chancellors, technology executives, and traditional rulers. The fintech firm stated that the selection of the 3 federal institutions were carefully planned to ensure strict geographic balance across different regions of Nigeria. Speaking at the launch event, the co-founder and chief executive officer of MoneyPoint, Tosin Enyolorunda, stated that the project was inspired by the qualitative foundational training it received in Nigeria. Each campus innovation hub will operate as a dedicated technical center providing hands-on training in software engineering, artificial intelligence, data science, and robotics. The educational program will be fully accessible to students across all academic faculties, utilizing the code-based learning system and direct professional mentorship. The technology executive stated that developing local talent density is essential for accelerating the growth of the West African digital economy. The Vice Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University, Professor Adebayo Bamire, commended the multi-billion-naira partnership, stating that the project will translate academic knowledge into tangible societal solutions. The total debt market size of the FMDQ Security Exchange Limited has reached a historic financial milestone, hitting 118.29 trillion naira. The official market report, which captured trading activities as of 26 May 2026, highlights the rapid expansion of Nigeria's domestic fixed income market. Financial analysts attribute this rapid growth to intense surveying borrowing by the federal government and liquidity management operations by the central bank. The corporate institutions are also increasingly utilizing commercial papers and corporate bonds to secure long-term capital amid ongoing capitalization reforms within the banking industry. A comprehensive review of recent exchange transactions showed a short-term instrument dominated market participation due to attractive yields for institutional asset managers. The trading platform has capitalized on its electronic infrastructure and transparent pricing mechanism to sustain the local investor confidence despite high inflation. However, investment experts noted that the surge in corporate debt issuance reflects the strategic shift by corporate treasurers responding to tighter credit conditions in commercial banks. The FMDQ platform offers seamless onboarding corporate processes and clear yield curves that make it highly efficient for matching long-term capital liabilities. The current upward trajectory of the fixed income market comes amid monetary tightening by the Central Bank of Nigeria to curb persistent inflation. This interest rate environment has naturally elevated yields on government debt instruments, making them highly attractive to risk institutional investors. Thank you so much for joining us in ConsumerHalla TV News at 2. I am Iri Ayomi Konleke. Join me live by News at 4 to give you the latest news update. Good afternoon.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Van Eyck Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around, it was to the US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. the whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 10, I could almost say almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody were jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very managed, well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, we have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization.
Hello everyone and welcome to our Woof, the show where we bring you the hottest deals, biggest discounts, sweetest giveaways and all the best Woof happening across Nigeria. Trust me, you don't want to miss this for anything. I am Iremofe Koforola and you can call me the Woof General Overseer. And if today is the first time on the show, it's always a blend of English and Pidgin. So that means they go, side by side, and let's just have fun today on the show while you get to know about all the deals happening right now. So if you have been looking for ways to save money, which is very important, but while enjoying all these promos, you can, enjoy discounts, win prizes, or simply get more value for your spending. And one thing about promos is that it's not about you just saving money or you just enjoying the discounts. You can also win prizes, so it goes both ways. Trust me, who would not want to get any of these? This is just the right show for you. So you can simply get value for all your money, for your spending. Then today's episode is something that's fully packed for you. So from cheaper train rides to shopping discounts, banking rewards, telecom deals, and nationwide consumer giveaways, every brand and several brands out there, as well as different organizations, are currently rolling out exciting promos Nigerians can take advantage of right now, and I mean right now. So trust me, some of the deals are very massive, then they're very gigantic, they're big. Any word where you want to qualify them, different, big, bigger, biggest. All these are very massive, they are huge, they are gigantic, they are, what else? Anyway, so let's get into it. Let's enjoy the show together and let's get to know about different deals you can enjoy. Now, say if today now the first time you say they join us onto the show, before you go into all of these deals, you subscribe onto our channel. It's very important on Facebook, on TikTok, on X, everywhere where you think of, we did there at ConsumerHalla. So let's get into the business of today. So the first promo I'll be talking about is the federal government's 50% train fare discount. This one is very sweet. I love it. Federal government, do well for this one because one of the biggest nationwide relief currently, this promo is running. And it's so interesting to know that federal government said they do promo for Nigerians, despite all the, basketballs where they happen everywhere. But this one too, they say for citizens of Nigeria, may you can enjoy this 50% reduction on train fares for the Eid el-Kabir celebrations. The celebration has started since yesterday, and this 50% train fare discount is also running, and it's something to know that yes, the government too has us in mind. So the discount applies to all passenger train services operated by the Nigerian Railway Corporation, including the major routes like Lagos to Ibadan, Abuja to Kaduna, and Warri to Itakpe. So all of these locations, trust me,
there are discounts for you and you can enjoy them. So according to the Federal Ministry of Transportation, the promo started on May 26, 2026 and runs until June 1, 2026. For some days now. If I were you, I would just be traveling from one location to the other, just going from here to there. So that means Nigerians only have a few days left to enjoy the discount before it expires. It does not run forever. It runs just from May 26th up to June 1, 2026. What are you waiting for? It's that time you have to experience, train life, experience what it means to journey on that train. Go with your family, go with your friends, Lagos to Ibadan. You can just enjoy the moments, have some beautiful moments, enjoying this 50% discount, because one thing, it does not last forever. Interestingly, passengers who purchased tickets before the announcement will also receive a 50% rebate, and that can still be used before the promo ends. So if you have purchased your ticket right before now, that one means say you still fit use them. Me say, because say some promo go say as soon as before the promo starts, if you don't buy tickets, go fit enjoy. But this one, even if you don't buy before the promo start, the team say as Nigerian where they use train, now opportunity for you to enjoy. Whether you don't buy before or you just don't buy a ticket, 50% sure for you. So the initiative is aimed at easing transportation costs during the festive season as millions of Nigerians travel across the country. Happy holidays to everyone and keep enjoying this discount. And no, signed, sealed and brought to you by the federal government of Nigeria. Well done. So let's go to another promo that is so sweet to know. Today's promo are just so sweet from different sectors. So Wema Bank 5 for 5 promo. Absolutely brilliant promo. You should get to know. So next year that we are talking on this show, right now is the Wema Bank's popular 5 for 5 promo, and this has become one of the most talked about banking reward campaigns in Nigeria. So interesting. People are talking about it. It's so hot, it's so sweet, it's so yummy, it's everywhere. So the promo rewards customers simply for actively using their accounts. Yes, if you never opened Wema Bank account, waiting they wait for an opportunity, may you do so big. Just take that opportunity, grab and use them well, because as long as you get the account, they reward you. So this is how it works. Customers fund their accounts with at least 5,000 naira. Yes, chicken change, right? Now waiting, some people they use buy burger with that. Some people they buy shawarma. Anything where they buy 5,000 naira. Some people they even buy suya 5,000. Just put them for your account. Carry out your transactions and stand a chance to win cash prizes. Amazing one. So over the years, Wema Bank has reportedly disbursed hundreds of millions of naira to thousands of Nigerians through this initiative, and this year is no exception, because they are also doing same thing. So the campaign is designed not only to reward customers but also to encourage digital banking, savings culture and financial inclusion. Trust me, these things are very important for every Nigerian out there. So use that opportunity to learn how to save, how to use your digital banking. Is very important. We live in that age right now. So many Nigerians consider this to be one of the easiest banking promos to participate in, because everyday transactions can qualify users for rewards. You just keep carrying out your transaction. It is real, it is legit, it is ultimately something you do not want to miss. So the current edition is expected to run from May 2026 up until December 2026. You have few months to go, but do not sleep on it. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. Another promo. Call everyone to come and know about this. It is the EcoBank customer reward campaign that is going on right now. EcoBank say may you can enjoy this one, so it did very important. So EcoBank is also running several customer focused reward campaigns tied to savings, digital banking and account usage. Another one for the same sector, but the same way they use your digital banking, they're very important. So the bank regularly offers incentives to customers who perform mobile transactions, maintain savings balances, or consistently use EcoBank digital platforms. So some campaigns target students, salary earners, and small business owners, encouraging customers to embrace cashless banking solutions. We live in a a kind of cashless community right now, a cashless economy whereby everybody they carry cash around. So it's more of digital banking. So for students, business owners, across different spectrum of the economy, you can actually enjoy all of these things. So with competition increasing among Nigerian banks, promos like this are becoming major tools for attracting and retaining their customers. Trust me, it's something you want to jump on. So for many users, the appeal is simple: transact normally and stand a chance to win bonuses or cash rewards. So most of EcoBank's current campaigns are they're ongoing with different timelines depending on the specific offer. So that one means different offers in day for all of this. Now EcoBank say may they enjoy all of this campaign right now. It is very important. Now let's go to another one. This one I like him because I like food very well. And why you no go like food? So for people who say they like me, they chop, they like me, they hit, they like me, they chow, may they just eat good food. So Food Co Festival of Savings is ongoing right now. So if you love grocery shopping discounts, then Food Co's Festival of Savings promo is one to watch. It's something you should enjoy. The retail chain launched the campaign to help Nigerians buy household essentials that are very important at reduced prices amid rising living costs. We all know that the economy right now, it's a whole lot. It's unbearable. What do we do? So they just want you to enjoy reduced prices of different items, especially household essentials, but this include food items. So the promo includes discounts on groceries, toiletries, food items, beverages, and everyday household products. This is particularly important at a time when inflation and food prices remain major concerns for many Nigerian families. Trust me, and everybody they feel the heat this time around. So this one we got that day, and this kind of promo, this one they run from May 22 to May 31, 2026 across selected Food Co outlets. So go to all of the outlets, selected ones, and if you enjoy this promo. So the goal is to help customers stretch their budgets further while shopping for necessities. Is very important. We get more promo where we say you go run come your domot your screen this afternoon. But before we do that one, maybe go short break, go drink water, cool our body before you can run the remaining promo day. Konga save the run promo. Me, I dey interested for this, and I know say some people say they won't know about this promo. No go anywhere, and I still your Google show me this. I'll be right back. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Now young Bigger should be this wolf. I don't go drink water, come back because it's very important. Now I don't get more energy, may go run you all the different promos where we say you never know. Now onto this channel if you know all the Obunge and original promo. Now let's talk about Konga. Konga already when it comes to e-commerce, say now household e-commerce app, or you can just trust them for anything e-commerce related. So Konga Berekete sales is ongoing. Nigerian's e-commerce giant Konga is also running its Berekete sales campaign, and they offer discounts up to 50% on selected items. I love this, it's so interesting. So that one, they don't smash sales with that. So the promo covers electronics, laptops, home appliances, smartphones, fashion items, beauty products, and office equipment. What makes online sales campaign attractive, and it just makes it very convenient. Trust me, this promo is something that makes shopping life very easy and quite affordable at this time. So instead of moving from store to store, you comparing prices. You know, shoppers can browse deals online and purchase directly from their phones. You just have to stay at the comfort of your office, of your home, everywhere you are. You want to shop for your friends, you want to order things for them, your phone is just all you need. So for many Nigerians waiting to buy gadgets or home appliances, these sales periods are often the best time to make purchases because prices are what's temporarily reduced. So many of the offers are expected to remain active, yes, through the end of this month, May 2026. So we just have a few days to go. Why not jump on it? What are you waiting for? Trust me, you don't want to miss this. Emeka tell Nkechi tell what? Biola tell who? I mean not say this promo is there for you. They for you. Another one be say, for those of us who say like me, our teeth they bright, may they white, may they sparkle, you know. Anything where you say you want call them. Close up say may you can't chop. So now why they call everybody go chop promo. Be this one say may you know, buy the products and enjoy the moments while you shop. So Close Up is currently running a major nationwide consumer campaign called Everybody Go Chop. Who no go chop? Nah, everybody go chop. So according to the company, over 500 million naira worth of prizes is available to consumers. So customers who purchase different Close Up products can win instant rewards, cash prizes and other giveaways. Interesting. I love giveaways. Who wouldn't love that? I love it. So consumer promos like this remain very popular in Nigeria because they combine everyday purchases with what? Excitement of winning prizes. Absolutely. Whew. I'm just thinking about these promos and I don't even know the one to pick right now. So instead of you just buying products, consumers, you know, as you buy, you can feel that there's an added opportunity for you, an added reward, you know, attached to your spending. And with current economic realities, everybody just talking about current economic realities because it can't, it's something that is very close to us. It's what everybody is feeling. So all of these promos are just to cushion the effects and make everything very, you know, light for us so that we won't have to feel the pressure too much. So this promo offer instant cash or gift reward that attracts massive participation. So the campaign is expected to combine and continue, you know, different processes, and it's across different promotional phases throughout 2026. So what are you waiting for? Jump on this. Lastly, before we go on the show today, you know, like I said, this edition is quite different because all these promos, even any promo we don't start with federal government, no say everybody have promo we go follow now ogbonge one. So the federal government open the floor and every other sector, banking, telecommunication, even the food industry, they've decided to, you know, follow suit with different discounts. So that is why Globacom smartphone and data campaign deal is here. So telecom companies, Globacom is also offering smartphone deals and bonus data packages for everyone using smartphone. So customers who purchase selected Samsung, Tecno and Infinix devices from Glow World outlets can receive bonus Ethernet data running into several gigabytes. So that means if you buy all of these devices from their Glow World outlets, you get all of these. So the goal is to encourage smartphone adoption while increasing internet usage among subscribers. For many Nigerians, this type of promo is valuable because purchasing a new phone often comes with additional costs, and that is data for data. You want to get data, another, but they've made it very simple and very easy for you. So receiving bonus data alongside a device purchase helps reduce immediate expenses. Absolutely. So the current deals are just expected to remain available while promotional stock lasts during this quarter of 2026. Should I go ahead? Oh, trust me, I would love to go ahead, but it's time to go. Out of all these promos that we've talked about today on your show, I will, from Close Up to the federal government promo to, you know, Wema Bank to Eco Bank to Food Co to Konga Berekete sales, all of these promos, you know, it's Glow World, they are showing you, and the railway for you people traveling for Eid Kabi, you know, that is also there for you to know, to jump on. Oh, is it for Wema Bank? 5 for 5. Oh, trust me, you don't want to miss it. And if it's for EcoBank as well, they are rewarding you as long as you bank digitally. That one is for you. And for Foodco Festival of Savings, trust me, you want to get a lot of items, you can get all of these. But it's ending May 31st 2026. Do not sleep on it. And Koga Berekete also, it's ending this month. So out of these promos, which of it, as well as close up for those of us who love to smile bright like me, trust me, you should jump on this promo as well. So which of it has really caught your fancy and you want to like, oh boy, I want to go for this? Or is it every promo we brought to you today that you love? Come to the comment section, let's rub minds together. Or are there promotions that you want people to be aware of that they do not know? Trust me, I will fix that shit for you to get your promos, your market slashes, to get your deals, your offers to the screen, and people should know about it. Reach out to us and we help you. We shall help you, and we must help you amplify your promotions. And you can follow us across all our social media platforms as displayed on the screen right now at ConsumerHalla. So there you have it, from train, fair discounts and banking rewards to shopping deals, telecom offers and nationwide giveaways. Several promos are currently helping Nigerians save money and get more value for their spending. Whether you are traveling this holiday, shopping online, opening a bank account, or simply buying toothpaste, there's probably an AWUF somewhere waiting just for you, because you matter a lot. But remember, always read the terms and conditions. It is very important. Read it carefully before participating in any of this campaign. And who knows, your next everyday purchase might just come with a major reward. And this has been AWUF, bringing you the hottest deals and biggest promos happening in Nigeria right now. I am Irimofe Koforola, and you call me the AWUF General Overseer. Thank you for watching today. See you on to the next episode. Bye for now.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20.
You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Forola, and you know what? They call me the AWUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWUF is for you. You can get to know about trending market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 a.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. Don't say at all.
Who makes it thrive? We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to be in the marketplace on ConsumerHallaTV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media and on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Marketing is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHallaTV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, he's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new movie release, update, and Screen Time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHallaTV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Hello and welcome to another edition of Market Innovators on ConsumerHalla TV, where we talk about real innovators and inventors, people who are transforming ideas through and industries and businesses through innovation, resilience, and impact. I am your host, Peace Nwoke, and you are welcome to have me on the show today. Today, we turn our attention to the agriculture sector, a sector that remains critical to food security, employment, and economic growth in Africa. According to the African Development Bank, agriculture contributes significantly to employment on the continent, with millions depending on it directly or indirectly for survival and income. Yet, farmers continue to face challenges ranging from climate pressures, weather conditions, rising production costs, to access to finance and modern technology. And that is why we have this discussion today. Today, our guest is one of the industry know-it-all, someone working to bridge the gap through practical farming, advisory services, and farmer development initiatives. Joining us today is Adekunmi Adefioye, widely known as Kunmi Agbafama, founder of Kelly's Farms and Consults, an agricultural enterprise involved in livestock production, crop cultivation, and agricultural consulting. He is also recognized as part of the African Food Changemakers Network for his contributions to food security and agricultural development. He is also the author of a book titled Everything Looked Right Until It Wasn't. Now, before we bring Mr. Kunmi onto the stage, onto this discussion today, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the show on Market Innovators on ConsumerHalla TV, and today we have with us Mr. Adekunmi Adefioye, also known as Kunmi Agbafama. He is the founder of Kelly's Farms and Consults. Mr. Kunmi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Okay, I'm very happy to have you on the show today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, before we start, let's talk about the name Kunmi Agbafama. What should I even call you? Should I call you Mr. Adekunmi or should I call you Kunmi Agbafama? And what brought about the name?
Well, the Agba and the Kunmi, it's not really, most people when they see the Agba, they just feel, after seeing my picture, they're now like, they were expecting to see a very old man. But the Agba in quotes just means my experience in farming.
Yeah.
So it just means years of experience. Yeah.
All right. So, okay, let's go into the discussion of today. Many young people still see agriculture as physically demanding with limited opportunities. So let's talk about your journey. What inspired your journey into farming and the agribusiness?
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, myself, I never even knew I was going to even venture into agriculture in the first place.
Wow.
Because even in my secondary school days, I always run from agri-science because they're always making us cut grass.
Yes.
So I think that's where it's all started. So another thing is the perspective our forefathers have already built in us about agriculture. So they made it look like it's something like it's for someone that doesn't have any hope, or someone they are just doing it just to get, not to get idle. That's why you see most times there are some slangs that maybe someone went to the city, that maybe at the end of the day they now said, the guy didn't make it, he has gone back to his village, he has started farming. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. So that's how that's the perspective most people have done. And again, the way they make farming look like, they made it look like hard labor. So now you see most times on the internet, you see when they want to portray a farmer, they'll just portray one old man with tattered cloth and a hoe. He's hanging the hoe on his shoulder. You understand? So, but agriculture is more than that. So by the time, there was a time my dad, when he retired, so I think he now did a small backyard poultry, just at the back of the house.
Okay.
So then I was in school then, so I was seeing carrying the feeds, going to feed the animals, and I never had any interest. In fact, I was even scared of chickens. But just because of Yoruba culture, I just same kind. I was like, Dad, yeah, bring it. Let me help you. So by then, I was now learning the process gradually. You understand? I was learning the process. Then I was seeing, it came to a point that I now had to even put me in charge of the poultry. So then I started learning new things. Then I started picking the interest, like, okay, this is not how people used to say farming was then. Do you understand? So along the line now, I started seeing new things. I started adding my own to it.
Yeah.
You understand?
So it was at that point that you fell in love with farming.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about your company, Kelly's Farms and Consults. What problem were you trying to achieve when you started that business?
Yeah. The problem I was trying to solve then was this: most people, when they venture into farming, I noticed most when I started my own farm then.
Yeah.
So the thing was that there was a man that saw it. It was like, wow, he likes the way this guy is doing. So maybe at the end of the day, when I sell my goods, you just see people, they'll come to buy in bulk, but he doesn't know the process I went through. So all his intention was like, there is money in what this guy is doing. You understand? That was when he now ventured into it without getting the proper knowledge. At the end of the day now, he even regretted. He ran at a loss. You understand? When he ran at the loss now, the next thing, people were telling me, Shebi, this is what so and so is doing, and he's doing well, this, that. You understand? So I now went to meet him. It was like, he now explained that he didn't really have the knowledge. So I now felt that there are still more people like this man out there. You understand?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I should just form this thing. Then I started organizing training for people. I started informing people online, trying to change their perspective on how agriculture is. And I think it's quite working.
Okay, so talking about that knowledge, your earlier knowledge of the agribusiness started from you getting informal knowledge from your dad.
Yeah.
Yes. So did you later get, more hands-on training? Did you later read courses on agriculture, on farming, on sustainable farming? Did you later get more, not hands-on experience now, but more like courses? Did you later get any course to read on to get more information about the agribusiness?
Okay, yeah, well, then, like I said earlier on, when I started assisting my dad, so in fact, he now left it for me. I was now the one handling it. You understand?
Okay. Yeah.
So along the line, when I now discovered that I have even gotten enough experience I need on this. So I was like, okay, let me go and be on my own and start my own farm. So when my dad heard that, he was very pleased then, but he now told me, was like, before I can venture into it, I shouldn't just copy him because I'm seeing this one is good. Instead, I should explore the other aspects of agriculture before I start. So that was when I went for one training at Farm Service Center.
Okay.
So I think it was a few months training. They now gave us a brief of different aspects of farming. You understand? So I think along the line then, later, instead of me doing the poultry, so that was when I now saw that piggery. I was like, wow. I compared it with poultry. I was like, okay, let me start with this pig farming. You understand?
Yeah.
So when I started along the line, you understand? I was still using the method our old fathers were giving us.
Yeah.
Because most times when we started, sometimes they'll tell us, they'll say, okay, there are these pigs that before you get to the farm, that you must wear tattered clothes so that the pigs will pity you and start giving birth to lots of piglets, so that it will be like, I must make this man rich. You understand? So that's it. So most of they'll tell you, pigs can eat anything. That once you give them this one, so myself, I followed them. But at the end of the day, in fact, it's crashed. You understand? So aside the theory part. I also learned through experience.
Experience.
Yeah. So after I failed the first time, I now had to retrace my steps. Then I had to fix those little parts that I knew that I had some flaws.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about modern and sustainable agricultural practices. What are some of the practical innovations or techniques that you use in your farm currently?
Yeah, most of the techniques I use, then just starts with the crop side, because most times we see farmers, they rely on rainfall. In fact, if you see the weather now these days, you see most times it's not predictable.
Yeah.
Sometimes during rainy season, that's when the sun starts shining.
Yes.
You understand? Yes. So during dry season now, when the Harmattan is coming, you see everywhere will be hot. You understand? Yeah. So instead of that, instead of we rely, then again for the other the side of the animal aspect, we now have to even modernize, even from the structure of the building, we have to make automated feeders and drinkers. At least it will reduce the stress of workers and the farm. Because most times those workers, if the work gets too much on them, you understand, they won't find it interesting, and in fact they might not even do the work well.
Okay, so in one of your videos you mentioned that farming is no longer plant and wait, it is a system driven business. Yeah. So these techniques that you've mentioned, will you say they are the same thing as the systems you were talking about?
Yes. Let me give an insight now.
Okay.
When that's part where I said farming is not plant and wait. Yeah. Like for example, there was a time I was at home. You understand? So I saw some pepper seeds, so maybe my sister grinded some pepper, you understand?
Yeah, I guess.
So I just threw it outside at the backyard there. Yeah. So you won't believe it that at the end of the day, the thing started germinating. I didn't even apply fertilizer. I didn't even apply anything. You understand? Along the line, the thing germinated. It even started producing pepper. Yeah. In fact, we're even using it at least for noodles. You understand? Like so.
I get it.
At the end, when I now saw this, I was like, wow, this I can turn this into business now. I was like, okay, no problem. That was when I now cleared like about 2 plots of this thing. I now planted pepper. In fact, it was that period. That's when I started discovering different type of pests and diseases.
Wow.
You understand? You see this one. In fact, you see one insect that you've never seen before. That's when they will come. They will evade the crops, the crops and everything.
Wow.
So for the mistake I did was that I just felt the farming was just plant and we just dip the seed in the soil. Yeah. Then you just expect it to just grow and start producing bountifully. But there are some systems that you must, because the thing, it follows protocols. They have programs. There's a time you apply chemicals. There's a time you fumigate. There's a there's the way you apply your fertilizers and the likes like that. Even there are some instances too that you have to even prune to.
Okay.
You understand? So all that, one must just have all that in place. Yeah.
Okay. So talking about different types of pests, that was when you ventured into farming only. That was when you discovered there are different types of pests and you had to find systems to combat that. So let's talk about food security, because food security remains a major concern across Africa, due to inflation, climate change, and supply chain disruptions. From your experience on the field, what are the biggest threats to sustainable food production?
Yeah, well, I think one of that is the climate. Like I said, the climate is not predictable. You understand? During the rainy season, in fact, most times it affects animals too, because you can bring a breed of animal from one state, maybe from the north. You understand? Now bring it to this place. There are some that might not like too much heat. Heat stress on the ants. Investing a lot. I lost everything, but what do? I just had to improvise and do so. Then again, the thing is the market and importation of products too.
Yeah.
That's another factor, because now those people importing the goods to Nigeria, in fact, they're even importing at a very cheap price. You understand?
Yeah.
Now you see those people. There are people that they've already fixed their own agricultural system in their own. So in fact, it's much more affordable for citizens of that place. So it's like more like the excess they are even bringing here to Nigeria. Yeah, you understand. Another thing, like the cost of production in Nigeria too, it's very very high. Yeah, because you see now, in fact, just to even run the chemicals are even expensive. Because most of the chemicals, some of them are not even produced in Nigeria. They have to import them, so they are very expensive. Then even cost of running your farm, you have to buy fuel for generator, even your transport cost to the farm and everything. Sure, you understand. But at the end of the day, the consumers, they'll still want the farmers to sell at a very low price.
Yes, now affordable price.
Yeah, affordable price. And the funny thing now is that even the farmers might even decide that, okay, they want to even sell at a very low price. That's when the middleman and the middlewoman they now come in. I don't want to be biased and use man because women too come. Yeah, so that's when they come, and you see most of them they buy from the farmers. They now hoard the product. Once they hoard the product, they wait for scarcity. Then they now increase the price and now start selling. Then at the end of the day, the whole blame goes back to the farmer. Yeah.
Okay, so talking about these challenges, I'm very particular about the climate change. Was there a period in your business that the climate change affected the season, your harvesting, the crops, the business? Was there a time when it ever happened?
Yeah, there was. In fact, that was the time before I set up my irrigation system. Then it was rainy season, so I planted vegetables then. So at the end of the day, while we were expecting rain, I was now like, okay, rain will fall today, rain will fall tomorrow, like that. You see the weather has changed a bit. There's hope, the rain will come. And the rain didn't come. So at the end of the day, before I know to be wetting it manually is very, very taxing. Very taxing, you understand?
Yeah.
So the stress again, and in fact, most times even the people working that want to be wetting it, it will come to a point that they will be fagged out. They won't do the job with passion. They'll start seeing it as punishment, and their own motive is that at the end of the day, all the whole profit is for the owner of the farm. It's not like this guy is just treating us like slaves. You understand? And you want to tread carefully on those people. You understand? So, but at the end of the day, you just see that it will run at a loss for you and the people working for you. You understand? So that was the climate. It really affected me then, but that was what prompted me that no, I need to find a solution to this. So that's why I set up that irrigation system.
That's why you set up. Okay, so let's talk about another passion of yours, which is farmer training and capacity building. Why is knowledge sharing so important in agriculture today?
Yeah, knowledge sharing is very important because, like I said the previous time, that most people they just jump into it without getting the knowledge. Like for example, there was one guy. He saw. I think then there was a time I did cucumber. Then I planted cucumber. You understand? So the mistake I made then was this: instead of me looking for the market first before planting it, I just felt like, okay, I just planted since it's a short term something that I'll make my money sharp. So I now planted it. When it was now time for harvest, I now started looking for buyers up and down, people to buy. You understand? I know the thing is perishable after harvest. Within few days or weeks, it will now perish. You understand? So those buyers now, they were now using me to do shaka because they've seen that I'm desperate.
You were desperate to sell, yes.
So I now end up selling at the price that won't favor me. Because most time I'm like, if I keep this thing, it will spoil. So it's better I just sell at a very low price than that. You understand? So along the line too, so I felt that okay, I saw that some other people too will have been facing that kind of challenge too, and those people they are feeding fat on farmers. You understand? So along there I was like, no, that this kind of thing it mustn't repeat itself. So before I started the training, I now had to do my research. I now looked for the market by myself. So in fact, this one I had to even target shopping malls, and they were buying at a very, very reasonable price then. In fact, they will even be the ones to even come over to come and buy instead of me paying transport and, you understand, now settle middleman and giving him 10%, and those ones is the price they tell you they sold it. That's what you should accept. You understand? So even they sell it like twice the price, if they tell you that they didn't even sell at all, you just accept your fate like that.
Wow.
So that was like, okay, with these experiences I have, I need to like spread to other people so they won't like make that kind of mistake that I made.
Wow. Okay, so your business, you know, aside crop cultivation, you also do livestock production.
Yeah.
So how important will you say integrated farming is for profitability and sustainability?
Yeah, it's very, very important because you see it's like they are interwoven. They both benefit from each other. Like from the animal side now, the waste of the animals, you can use it as organic manure for the plants, you understand? Then the plants too, the waste from the crops too, you can use it for feed for the animals, you understand? Because now, like, let me give an instance, because there's no way that when you plant something, at least not all of them will be good. There are still some that might not mix up with the market standard. You understand? So those ones, instead of throwing them away or wasting it, you can just collate it and just use it as a feed formulation for the pigs. So that's it. They both benefit.
Interwoven. Yes.
And you can't rely on one in case one is not working well. You still have something to fall back on. And both of them, they have their own seasons and time too. Yeah, there are some that will give you money on a long run, and there are some that will give you money within the short period. So the one giving you the money within the short period, you can use it to invest on the long period.
Time projects, yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you believe agriculture can realistically become a major employer path for Nigerian youth?
Yes, I believe, because in fact agriculture is a very wide space. It's a very wide space because most people, when they see agriculture, when they talk of agriculture, the next thing they just feel that, okay, go to the farm and plant. You can be in the agricultural sector without even touching the ground or touching a seed.
Wow.
You understand?
Yes.
Because now, as it is now, we have the processors there, we have the marketers, then we have the main farmers too. You understand?
Yeah.
Then we even have those. There are some guys that are into tech too, that I linked up with them. In fact, they had to even they had to make one a marketplace app in which buyers and sellers can meet.
Can interact.
They can interact. You understand? So instead of you going up and down to be looking for buyer, you just paste your product there. Then buyer will just be there. Then even there are some that if they are looking for farm hands too, or you want to rent equipment, you can go on there to check. So the space is very, very wide, and in fact it's a very good means of job opportunity for the youth.
For the youth. Okay, you know, let me jump on that technology bit. Let me jump on it now. So how prepared will you say local farmers are to embrace agricultural technology? How prepared do you think local farmers are embracing agricultural technology?
Well, I think the local farmers, I think now they are now improving because as it is, they have started seeing results from those that are already using the modernized method of farming. You understand? Yeah. So they've started seeing the results. So I think they are already getting hope that, okay, this kind of method will be much more favorable than so. In fact, most of them are embracing it already. So that's why Kelly's and I am farms and consults too. It's here. We train them. You understand? We train them. We highlighting them. You understand? So that's
okay. So let's talk about, you know, access to funds, because many farmers, they complain about limited access to funding and high production costs. So in your opinion, what needs to change in the financing ecosystem for agriculture to thrive?
Well, I think the farmers, the local farmers are already embracing it already.
Okay.
Because I think they've started seeing results from those that are already using the modern method of farming. So they are seeing results already. So they're already embracing it. So, and that's where Kelly's Farms and Consults comes in. So we enlighten them the more to make it more easier for them.
Okay.
So I think they are embracing it already.
Okay, you know, talking about embracing it, the farmers, they also complain about limited access to funding and high production costs. So in your opinion, what needs to change in the financing ecosystem for agriculture to thrive?
Well, I think most the financing part is discouraging because of the high interest rates on it. You understand? So it's very discouraging because there was a time I also applied for a loan then.
Yeah.
In fact, then I was even the youngest then because most of them were all retired men and women.
Yeah.
You understand? So when I told them the amount of loan I wanted to get, they were like, you this, but what do you want to use it for?
Use this
this,
money
that.
for, yeah.
I gave them the quotation. Okay, this is what I needed the money for. You understand? But it was later I now even had to find out that those that were even in charge of the loan too, I think they were like they are going to get their own cuts from the loan, and even the interest rate was very, very high. You understand?
Yeah.
So it was really, really discouraging. You understand? So that's why most time I just want to encourage at least if private sectors too can come in. You understand? They can do it. They can encourage farmers. You understand? In fact, even their investment alone is even enough to even make it work. You understand?
Is it encouraging private sectors to come in? Is it by giving the farmers loan or investing, buying their stocks? Which one in particular are you talking about?
Well, I think both can be, because they can give farmers loan at a very, very low interest. Then majorly too, they can also invest. Yeah, they can also invest, because now as it is now, you see that most farmers now, once their goods are ready, you understand, most times sometimes they get spoiled. You understand? So most private sectors, if they can like establish like a processing system, you understand? So then they will be in charge of it. Then they can help farmers will just be supplying the product.
Okay, so let's talk about your recognition as one of the African Food Change Makers Network. What does that recognition mean to you? And how important will you say collaborative agricultural network is across Africa?
Well, I feel that it's more like an honor and also a responsibility, because as it is now, it's just like a collection of like minds that wants to change the perspective of agriculture. So each people from different places, we come together with different ideas, you understand, just to make improvements in the agricultural sector. Yeah, then please, the second question.
The second question is, how important do you think collaborative agricultural network is across Africa?
Yeah, I think it's more like, let me just say, it's more like two heads are better than one. Different people, different ideas coming together to just make it work.
I like that. Okay, so let's talk about the fact that you are an author. You have a book and it is titled Everything Looked Right Until It Wasn't. So what inspired that book, and what are we to expect if we buy that book, or when we buy that book to read?
Yeah, I would just say the book is just simply like accumulation of the knowledge and my experience over some decades in farming, you understand? Because when I myself, when I wanted to venture into farming, you understand? So there are some times that once I've already made my calculation that, okay, once I do this, at the end of the day, I'm going to get this, you understand? So it looks good, like, okay, everything is perfect. Not until when you now start, that's when you now start seeing different things start coming up, you understand? So that's it. I just feel like it's more like my experience with the business wise, then with workers, you understand? Then because the book is not really about I'm teaching you that, okay, this is how to plant yam.
I'm not teaching how to farm.
No, I'm not teaching how to farm. I'm not teaching how to farm. It's just at least each page of the book, it's like an accumulation of the knowledge and experience I have on farming.
Wow, that's a really good one. That's a really good one.
Thank you.
So looking ahead, what changes do you believe are necessary for Africa to achieve stronger food independence and agricultural sustainability?
Well, the changes I feel should work is most farmers, for example, we should like we should, because I notice most times farmers these days, they are like more like competing against each other. A farmer like this can have this knowledge. Okay, like me, for example, maybe my years of experience, maybe I'm very good at planting, let me just say this crop as example, maize, for example, you understand? Maybe I tried, failed multiple times. Then later I now got it right. So at the end of the day, when people now see that, okay, they now come to meet me that, okay, how are you doing this? Can you teach me? Me, I might not want to teach them because I just want to be like, I'm the only one that is good at this, you understand? So I want to be selfish with my knowledge. Like, let me give you an instance. There was a time there were some Indians, they were producing raw materials close to my farm then. So while they were building, I went to meet them. I was like, what they want to start producing here? So they told me they wanted to produce this, that. I was like, okay, that peradventure when they start production, I want to start buying the raw materials from them. I want to use it for my animal feeds. They were like, okay, no problem. In fact, they were giving me almost free that time. In fact, they were even the one bringing it to my farm. You understand? So it came to a point that, okay, what I was having was more than enough for me. I was like, okay, let me introduce it to other farmers. So I did the analysis. I started taking it from farm to farm to introduce them. I gave them samples and they saw it was working for them. So the next thing, I started supplying farm settlements, you understand, at a discounted rate. So me, I will have added the logistics and the rest. So along the line, when there was one particular farm settlement, I don't want to mention the name. So I was supplying them. Let me just say, for example, I was buying from the company at the rate of 30 naira. I was supplying them for the rate of 15 naira. Okay. So the 20 naira is for logistics and transport, the loading and offloading. You understand? So I was supplying it and it was very cheap then. So later then I was using my truck. I now saw the quantity they needed was more than what, so I now had to go and hire a bigger truck. So funny thing now, those people now went to meet the driver, that the driver should take them to where is getting the produce. So when the driver now eventually took them there, they went to the company, they now negotiated along the line. The company, they now paid that 15 naira I was selling. You understand? They didn't know that 15 naira already, the logistics was included. So they paid directly. That was when the company was now like, they've seen a better offer. That was how they now cut me out. Wow. You understand? So they now cut me out. So along the way, we started dragging, like, no, if I can't pay that amount, this, that. That was how per adventure they started increasing. Now, it's not even affordable for anyone now. Wow. Because the price is because those people now, they've already seen that, okay, it's something that most farmers need. And something that we see that is already working for us. You know, to change it now might be a big problem because we are used to it already. So those people now, along the line, I even had that now they are now even exporting it. You understand? Because they are already seeing a big price on it. You understand? So I just feel most farmers, we shouldn't compete against each other. We should work together. You understand? Work together, rub minds, and let's just make everything work for our favor.
Just for your favor, yes. All right, so let's talk about, young entrepreneurs, people who are looking to get into the agribusiness, into farming, livestock production, crop cultivation. So what practical tip or what practical advice will you give them?
Okay, well, the one major advice I usually give most people is agriculture is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It requires a lot of patience. You understand? It requires patience, so it's not something that you just expect quick returns. You understand? So I just advise them that if at all you are going to venture into it, you are going to start very small. Because now I've met some young folks that they got developed interest in agriculture, but what was discouraging them was like they felt that, okay, for you to start, you must start big. Maybe you must buy like a big land. You understand? So in order for me to encourage most of them, I was like, okay, this guy was telling me, it was like, okay, he said he wanted to go into piggery. You understand? He's a very young guy. So he came to meet me that I should advise him that I should give him the quotation and everything. So I gave him everything. I saw the money was big. Because even to build a pig farm, it's capital intensive.
Yeah.
And even after doing everything, just don't expect to start getting your profits. Even that year, just forget you're not even getting any profits there. You understand? So when it came to me, I was like, okay, for him to encourage him, I was like, okay, I now came up with a program for him. I said, okay, he will buy like a pig in my farm. So he just pays monthly for the upkeep.
For the upkeep.
Yeah. So after paying for the upkeep, when the pig now eventually farrows, you understand? So there will be a percentage for the farm and percentage for him. You understand? Then if there's sales too, there will be a percentage for the farm. So him like this is, in fact, is farming without even going to the farm.
Wow.
You understand? So he's farming. So him too, when he's outside, he's telling people I'm a pig farmer. So we give him updates. We show his pig, the pig has given birth. You understand? We give him monthly. We give him records of the pigs and everything. Most time he can visit the farm if he wants. Yeah, so that's what I used to encourage the guy. So in fact, I had to even call more people to come and join.
Okay, because I was going to ask that if that was a one-time thing or if it's something that other people can join.
Yeah. So that's it. I did it. So I started with the pig farm. So later I now, aside the pig, so I now started the goat aspect too. Yeah. So most people too, they bought goats, they keep it, they pay for their monthly upkeep of the animals. So for the past 2 or 3 weeks now, most of those that even ventured into the goats, but most of them are not even in Nigeria, mostly UK and the US. You understand?
Yeah.
So the thing is that most of them, what I try to encourage them is that most people, they just see agriculture as a retirement plan, and which shouldn't be so. So I think it's best to start early so you can quickly reap the fruit of your labor.
I like that. All right, so we are going into another favorite segment of mine, and this is what I call the favorite quote segment. So what I do is I'll tell you a favorite quote of mine, you tell me a favorite quote of yours. So let's start with me. Okay. One of my favorite quotes is, the best time was yesterday, the next best time is now. I'll repeat, the best time was yesterday, the next best time is now. So if you missed out on yesterday's opportunity, the next best time to take action is today. So let's go on to a favorite quote of yours. What favorite quotes do you have that has kept you grounded over the course of your business?
Well, mine is very short and simple.
Mine was short and simple.
Okay, mine is shorter and simpler.
Okay.
Yeah. So mine, it's like I usually tell people, agriculture is for everyone. So it's not until you own a farm before you can be in the agricultural sector. You can be a lawyer, you can be a banker, you can be anything. Agriculture is for everyone because as long as you are eating food, so you see that all aspects or all careers still falls under agriculture. Even our doctors too that are treating us, they have to eat too.
Exactly.
And besides, they said the best medicine is food. Yeah.
Sure.
So that's it.
All right then. So let's also talk about 3 principles that has guided you over the course of your business, that has kept you grounded, that has been a roadmap or a pathway to how you've conducted your business. What are the 3 principles that has guided your business over the course of years?
Well, the first, I would say it's knowledge. I think the second should be patience. And the third is let me just say, always expect the worst and be prepared. Okay, let me just say, be prepared for the worst and hope for the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
Knowledge,
patience,
and preparation.
Yeah.
Okay, those are really good, because whatever you do in this life, you need to be prepared. You need to have prior knowledge of it. You need to be patient to be able to reap the fruit of your labor, and you need to be prepared according to what you said. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Yeah. All right, so now we'll go on a quick break, a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right here until you come back. Welcome back, people and market innovators, and we are still here with Mr. Adekumi Adefioye, and he has made us, I've really enjoyed this conversation. He has made us know that agriculture is for everyone. It doesn't matter what other aspect, what other profession you are into. Agriculture is something you can still venture into. He has also made us know that knowledge, patience, and preparation are vital if you want to exceed, or if you want to excel rather, in the agribusiness and in other aspects, any other profession that you are into. So before we round up this show, I have just one final question for you, and it is, beyond farming, where do you see the biggest untapped opportunities in Nigeria's agricultural value chain?
Well, that's where processing comes in. Yeah, that's where processing comes in, because you see that most times processing and value addition. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's where the opportunities are, not just only in farming. Because now, take for example, now most of the goods that we have, if you don't process them, most of them they perish. You understand? So that value addition, it increases the lifespan of the product. And most times you see that there are some products that you might want to even export. You understand? If it's not well processed, along the line it can even spoil before even getting to its destination. You understand? So I think it's processing is the answer to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so today's conversation has been very insightful, and it is time for us to wrap it up now. Until the next edition, this is Market Innovators, where we talk about real innovators and real inventors, people who are bridging the gaps. And today our guest is Mr. Adekumi Adefioye, and he has shared valuable insights into what it takes to grow within the agricultural sector, from livestock and crop production to advisory services, farmer training, and sustainable farm management practices. I mean, I really enjoyed my time on today's show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Don't be fooled by his very calm voice. It's a lot of knowledge and experience that is packed into that voice. All right then, until the next time, don't forget to follow us on ConsumerHallaTV on all social media platforms, on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube. Until the next time, I am your host, Peace Nwoke. Stay inspired, keep building, and stay innovative.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Van Eyck Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. There was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. The I was on what you call business economy. You know, the whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 10, I could almost say almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew, apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they brought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I brought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Halla came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint.
Good evening. The time is 4 o'clock and welcome to ConsumerHalla TV News at 4. I am Ayomikunle, and now let's begin the news. The cash held outside the formal banking system in Nigeria decreased by 104,760 million naira between February and April 2026. Financial data obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria Morning Credit Statistic indicated that currency outside banks dropped significantly during the 2-month operational review window. The contraction occurred after the Monetary Policy Committee reduced the benchmark monetary policy rate to 26.5% during its first legislative meeting of the year. The total volume of cash circulating outside bank vault dropped from 5.19 trillion naira in February to 5.08 trillion naira in April. The financial indicators showed a 2.02% reduction in non-bank cash, although the Apex Bank did not publish currency statistics for March 2026. The total currency in circulation similarly recorded a downward trend, falling by 63,460 million naira to close at 5.65 trillion naira. The currency held outside the banking system consulted 90.03% of the total money supply in April, down from 90.87% in February. The structural shift implies that a larger volume of liquid capital returned to formal financial channels, increasing domestic banking liquidity despite the initial interest rate reduction. Despite the short-term drop, the overall cash volumes remained higher than the figures recorded during the corresponding period in 2025, and concurrently the statutory financial reserves held by commercial banks with the Central Bank of Nigeria rose by 1.86 trillion naira to 34.60 trillion naira. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has declared that achieving total excellence in the maritime industry requires a systematic effort to eliminate institutional barriers against female professionals. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Dayo Mubiriola, stated this while hosting various women maritime associations during the commemoration of the International Day for Women in Maritime. The official event was confirmed in a public statement released by the Deputy Director and Head of Public Relations at the agency, Osagi Edward. The maritime head commended the various female professional bodies for their resilience, innovation, and continuous technical contributions towards development in the national maritime industry. Reflecting on the 2026 global theme, which focused on moving from policy to practice, the agency head stated that the sector must prioritize actionable implementation. Dr. Dayo Mubiriola stated that building a sustainable blue economy depends heavily on ensuring safe, inclusive, and gender-enabling operational workplaces for all practitioners. The Director General challenged female maritime leaders to establish a sustainable institutional frameworks for technical mentorship and capacity building across all operational levels. It was further noted that creating structured professional pathways is very vital to ensuring a steady pipeline of competent female leaders for future administrative successions. The regulatory agency reestablished its long-term commitment to advocate for progressive policies that promote gender mainstreaming and empower women in shipping. The NIMASA concluded that the Nigerian maritime sector can only attain the global competitiveness when equal professional opportunities are accessible based strictly on competence. The Association of Food, Beverage and Tobacco Employers has raised concern over the increasing burden of multiple taxation and regulatory constraint imposed on manufacturing companies by state agencies. The president of the association, Chinedum Okereke, stated this during the Institutional Group 47th Annual General Meeting held recently in Lagos. The industrial leader stated that the food and beverage subsector remains a critical pillar of the Nigerian economy through its massive contributions to job creation and public health. Chinedum Okereke argued that existing fiscal policies should be designed to structurally insulate the local manufacturing companies rather than weaken their operational capacities. The manufacturing group noted that several companies are currently operating under severe financial strain caused by rising production costs and uncoordinated regulatory levies. The Employers Association emphasized that industrial relations with government regulatory bodies must be driven by continuous dialogue and institutional fairness to protect investment. The Industrial Association also reestablished a strong opposition to the proposed government ban on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in small sachets. The association president warned that executed the packaging ban would immediately worsen industrial unemployment, reduce corporate investment and shrink independent government revenue. Now the association urged the federal government to deploy empirical data before implementing major changes and called for immediate tax incentives for local manufacturers. The body also recommended upgrading existing industrial clusters into functional free trade zones to assist the long-established firms dealing with infrastructure deficit. The persistent shipping disruptions within the Strait of Hormuz caused by the geopolitical conflicts involving Israel, the United States, and Iran have increased India's importation of Nigerian crude oil. The Indian oil refiners have significantly diversified their raw material procurement strategies by turning toward West African and Latin American producers to secure steady energy supplies. Data compliant by global commodities tracking firm Kepler indicated that Indian oil refiners increased their monthly purchases from Nigeria, Angola, Brazil and Venezuela. However, India, which ranked globally as the third largest importer of crude oil, had previously relied heavily on Middle Eastern supply lines prior to the recent shipping restrictions. The Strait of Hormuz remains one of the most critical maritime transit choke points in the world, handling a massive percentage of global maritime shipment daily. The major Gulf energy producers, including Iraq, Qatar, and Bahrain, depend almost entirely on the waterway to execute their international oil export contract. The International Trade Report indicated that the increased import of Nigerian sweet crude occurred while India maintained its intake of this counter-Russian oil shipment. The Kepler statistics show that India's crude imports from Russia dropped temporarily by 29.4% to 1.6 million barrels per day due to refinery maintenance. And despite a short-term drop in Russian supplies, Russia retained its position as India's primary oil source, followed closely by the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. And as a stand, Nigeria continues to benefit from India's long-term energy diversification policy as a South Asian nation works to protect its domestic energy security from Middle Eastern volatility. The Economic Intelligence Unit has reported that the ongoing operational expansion of the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote petroleum refinery is reducing pressure on Nigeria's foreign exchange market. The analytical report stated that the mega refinery successfully curbed the country's historical dependence on imported petroleum product. The research findings released through an official statement by the Dangote Group noted that the facility has structurally transformed Nigeria's downstream oil sector. And prior to the completion of the planet, the continent's largest crude producer relied almost entirely on foreign refineries to meet its domestic fuel needs. The data show that the private refinery successfully met nearly 80% of Nigeria's domestic premium motor spirit demand during the month of April. The Economic Intelligence Unit described the pre-existing downstream structure as highly inefficient, given that the country produced 1.5 million barrels of crude oil daily while importing fuel. The operational ramp-up of the facility has significantly improved local fuel security and strengthened Nigeria's balance of payment by reducing import bill. The research group added that the planned future expansion of the industrial complex would provide vital support for national economic growth. Meanwhile, the analytical division of the London-based economics group projected that increased refined product export from the complex will boost the real gross domestic product through 2027. And the report concluded that expansion with critical downstream reforms include the removal of state fuel subsidies. The Money Point Incorporated has announced a financial commitment of 3 billion naira to develop modern innovation hubs across 3 prominent federal universities in Nigeria. The long-term corporate social responsibility project is aimed at expanding digital talent pipeline and fostering technological entrepreneurship among Nigerian youth. The tech infrastructure project will be executed over the next 3 years at Obafemi Awolowo University, the University of Nigeria, and the Ahmadu Bello University. The official announcement was made at Obafemi Awolowo University during an academic ceremony attended by institutional vice-chancellor, technology executives, and traditional rulers. The fintech firm stated that the selection of the 3 federal institutions was carefully planned to ensure strict geographic balance across different regions of Nigeria. Speaking at the launch event, the co-founder and chief executive officer of MoneyPoint, Tosin Enyolorunda, stated that the project was inspired by the qualitative foundation training it received in Nigeria. Each campus innovation hub will operate as a dedicated technical center providing hands-on training in software engineering, artificial intelligence, data science, and robotics. The educational program will be fully accessible to students across all academic faculties, utilizing the cohort-based learning system and direct professional mentorship. The technology executive stated that developing local talent density is very essential for accelerating the growth of the West African digital economy. The Vice Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University, Professor Adebayo Bamire, commended the multi-billion-naira partnership, stating that the project will translate academic knowledge into tangible societal solutions. The total debt market size of the FMDQ Securities Exchange Limited has reached a historic financial milestone, hitting 118.29 trillion naira. The official market report, which captured trading activities as of 26 May 2026, highlights the rapid expansion of Nigeria's domestic fixed income market. Financial analysts attribute this rapid growth to intense the sovereign borrowing by the federal government and liquidity management operations by the central bank. The corporate institutions are also increasingly utilizing commercial papers and corporate bonds to secure long-term capital amid ongoing capitalization reforms within the banking industry. A comprehensive review of recent exchange transactions showed the short-term instrument dominated the market participation due to attractive yields for institutional asset managers. The trading platform has capitalized on its electronic infrastructure and transparent pricing mechanism to sustain the local investor confidence despite high inflation. The investment expert noted that the surge in corporate debt issuance reflects a strategic shift by corporate treasurers responding to tighter credit conditions in commercial bank. The FMDQ platform offers seamless onboarding corporate processes and clear yield curves that make it highly efficient for matching long-term capital liabilities. Furthermore, the current upward trajectory of the fixed income market comes amid monetary tightening by the Central Bank of Nigeria to curb persistent inflation, and this high interest rate environment has naturally elevated yields on government debt instruments, making them highly attractive to risk-averse institutional investors. And now the implementation of targeted operational processes by the National Single Window Team has resulted in a 60% reduction in data migration challenges with the Standard Organization of Nigeria. The Director of Operations at the Secretariat, Peter Rekundayo, announced this in Lagos during the media briefing on the platform performance. The Operational Director admitted that while the interagency platform encountered initial data issues, the technical issues have been resolved. Peter Rekundayo explained that the National Single Window platform has successfully transitioned into a stable operational phase following a weeks of rigorous data adjustment. The technical team noted that the initial phase of the digital migration revealed instances of missing imported data and inconsistencies in the international partner documentation. These discrepancies caused clearance delays at the port during the first week of implementation, creating temporary issues for clearing agents. And to mitigate the administrative pressure, the technical team established a temporary 2-week grace period to enable affected importers to clear their stranded consignment. The temporary framework allowed businesses that already appealed for product certificate to avoid further demorages while data cleaning was completed. The specialized help desk report indicated the backlog of migration complaint has dropped significantly, with remaining queries centered on user learning curves. The National Single Window team confirmed that the Standard Organization of Nigeria Management expressed satisfaction with the project's success, though the data integration is progressing differently with NAFDAC. And to end the news, the global oil prices dropped significantly yesterday after Iranian state media broadcast details of a potential proposal to extend its ceasefire with the United States. The international market reacted to speculations regarding the potential reopening of the strategic Strait of Hormuz, which raised the global hopes of a diplomatic resolution. According to the media report, the draft memorandum of understanding stipulates that Iran would restore commercial shipping through the waterway to pre-war operational levels within 1 month. Meanwhile, the United States will completely lift its current naval blockade on Iranian port, though the White House subsequently described the report as a total fabrication. And now the United States Rapid Response 47 dismissed the claims via social media, stating that the document released by Iranian state media were entirely fraudulent. And concurrently, United States President Donald Trump stated that Washington is willing to negotiate with a comprehensive deal but will not accept a substandard agreement. The American leader emphasized that any final diplomatic settlement must ensure that the Strait of Hormuz remains permanently open to all international shipping nations. Meanwhile, following this development, the international benchmark Brent crude fell by nearly 5% to settle at $95 per barrel. Thank you so much for joining us on the news. I'm Ire Ayomikunle Ike. Good evening. Follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to YouTube channel. Happy holidays.
My name is Korede Peters and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is the voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you, and it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. You know, as they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, you know, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, you know, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, The opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things is already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHalla TV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. You're going to have different types of consumers, and you're going to pander to the different needs, but you're going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters.
Hello, consumers. Welcome to another beautiful edition of Market Stories. Yes, this segment is called In the Marketplace. Yes, in the marketplace, where we visit major markets in Nigeria, bringing you the background stories, the challenges, and the people behind them. Let them tell us the story. And today, I'm live here at K2 Market. That rings the bell, right? I know you'll be like, why K2? We've been here before. But yes, you are right. We were here before, but that was the fruit section. And today, we are here, not the regular market in K2. We are the sawmill section, where wood is cut, shaped, and prepared for use. Come with me as we go find out from people. Let them tell us the story behind this market, what we really do not know about wood. Come with me and let's go find out.
Before the buses, the traffic, and the crowded streets we see today, K2 was not the busy commercial area it is now. The K2 we know in Lagos today developed much later as Lagos began to expand outward from the mainland. As the city grew, more people moved into the assets, seeking affordable housing, better access, and connection to other part of Lagos. Because K2 sits along a major route linking Lagos to Ikorodu and Ogun State, it naturally became a point of movement. And you know where there is movement, trade flows. K2 Market did not begin as one structured market. It grew gradually. The market built not around one product, but around everyday need. As Lagos expanded outward in the late 1970s and 1980s, more people began to settle along the corridor road axis. With that growth came movement. At first, it started with roadside sellers, small stalls, temporary setup, daily trading activity. But as the population increased, the trading activities became more organized. Over time, this scattered point of trade merged into what it is now known as K2 Market. By the 1980s into the 1990s, K2 had already become a busy commercial area. Traders began to settle permanently. Sections began to form naturally, not by planning, but by demand. Today, K2 Market operates in different segments, including the food and provision section, the fruit and perishables section, household and general goods section, and industrial cluster like the sawmill section. Each part developed based on what people needed and what traders supplied. In November 2019, part of the Ikosi K2 fruit market was demolished by the Lagos state government. The operation affected traders and disrupted commercial activity in that section. But K2 Market as a whole did not disappear. It continued. Different sections adapted and moved forward. And if you have been following this journey, you will remember we have already explored the fruits market section of K2. But that is not where the story ends, because K2 Market is bigger than what you see in one section. While one section deals with food and daily essentials, Another section tells a completely different story. A story of wood. A story of construction. A story of transformation. Because before a chair becomes something beautiful in your living room, it passes through ends like this. Before buildings rise across Lagos, the wood is processed somewhere, and that journey begins here in the sawmill section. This is where raw timber is brought in, cut, shaped, and prepared for use. And behind every plank are the people who makes it happen. Let's hear from them. According to Rufai Tajuddin, the vice chairman of the wood market in K2, he said K2 market is divided into different sections, including the fruit market and the wood. Let's hear from him.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
Fine, ma'am.
Okay, now what is your name? Kí lorúkọ yín, sir?
Orúkọ tèmi ni Rufai Tajuddin, tí mo jẹ́ igbákejì alága pákó níbí.
Igbákejì alága pákó níbí báyìí ní K2.
Ní K2, Ìkòsí market.
Okay, now ní K2 ká tó move lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn, ní K2 tàwa yìí, ìpele pa ọjà mélòó ló wà níbí báyìí?
Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ọjà yẹn kó oríṣiríṣi. A ní fruit market, táwọn yẹn náà divide sí àwọn ìpele lóríṣiríṣi. Àwọn ọlọ́sàn wà ńbẹ̀, oní mango wà ńbẹ̀, oní pineapple wà ńbẹ̀, àwọn tó ń ta píà wà ńbẹ̀. Bó ṣe jẹ́ lóríṣiríṣi, onípákó náà wà ńbẹ̀, onípákó ní section tá wà.
So a ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti joyè igbákejì?
Mo ṣe joyè igbákejì láti bí ọdún bíi 4 tí wọ́n ti tún ọjà yìí kọ́ ni.
That is 4 years.
4 years.
So báwo ni ẹ sọ bí ẹ ti ṣe experience yín so far fún ọdún 4 yẹn?
Àwọn nǹkan tó kàn ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ọjà pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ṣe ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ ọjà yìí tó fi jẹ́ tuntun. Torí nígbà kan ó ti wà ní irú pákó yìí sí ìpele 4 ló wà tẹ́lẹ̀. But nígbà tí ìjọba ti wọlé tí wọ́n ti tún ọjà kọ́, ó ti bọ́ sí ojú kan. So ìsọpákó ti wà lójú kan sí. Tẹ́lẹ̀ different chairman la ní, but nísìn àti ní chairman kan, a dẹ̀ ní vice kan tó ń control pákó yìí.
Okay, so now tí ó bá fẹ́ fìyàn jẹ olórí àbí olùdarí nínú ọjà, kí ni wọ́n máa ń wò?
Ṣé nínú pákó?
Nínú pákó. Nínú pákó.
Nínú pákó wa ẹ̀ wọ́n á wo ìṣesí ẹni yẹn, ìhùwàsí ẹ̀, ìjọmọlúwàbí ẹ̀ àti àwọn nǹkan tó ti ṣe sẹ́yìn. Òun ni wọ́n máa wò. Àwa ò kí ń dìbò ń bí o, but ní àwọn other section wọ́n máa ń dìbò. Oyè tí wọ́n ń bí ìdẹ̀rẹ̀ àjẹwọ̀ ni.
Àjẹwọ̀.
Àjẹwọ̀ ni. Yẹn ni pé ó dìgbà tẹ́ni yẹn bá kú kí wọ́n tó change ẹ̀. Yẹn ti pákó nìkan, so a kì í change ti pákó. But ní àwọn other section wọ́n ń lo ọdún 4.
Okay, now mo fẹ́ bèèrè pé kí ni ìtàn tí ẹ lè sọ fún amúmọ̀ pẹ́ ti sọ pé tẹ́lẹ̀ ìpele 4 ni wọ́n pín pákó yìí wá. Ṣé lè dárúkọ ìpele 4 tó pín sí gbà yẹn?
A ní ìrẹ́pọ̀dù, a ní ìfẹ́lódù, a ní àánú olúwapọ̀, a dẹ̀ ní àṣeyọrí tí kálukú náà ní alága tiwọn àti aṣojú tiwọn tí gbogbo wa dẹ̀ ń jíjọ ń ṣe àṣepọ̀ nígbà yẹn kó tó di pé wọ́n wú ọjà wọ́n sọ pákó di
ẹyọkan yìí ni wọ́n á sìn. Ṣé ó ní orúkọ kan tẹ́ ń pè?
Ẹyọkan tí ó wà ń sìn ó lórúkọ tá ń pè, olúwa ló ṣe yìí là ń pè.
Olúwa ló ṣe.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé ìkan wà tí wọ́n fi sọ ní olúwa ló ṣe yìí?
Ó jẹ́ ìyanu because nígbà tí wọ́n wú ọjà nígbà yẹn because a pọ̀ jù báyìí lọ, àwọn kan ń sọ pé kò ní sí sọpákó mọ́ ń bí, ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tọ́lọ́run wá ṣe lábẹ́ babalọ́jà Dáúdà olúwa là ń bẹ̀, tọ́lọ́run wá ṣe lábẹ́ tiẹ̀ tí ìsọpákó padà wù ń bí, òun la fi sọ ní olúwa ló ṣe yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìtàn tí ó bí orúkọ yẹn. Toró jẹ́ nǹkan ìyanu, nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn ò lérò, torí pé a pọ̀ jù báyìí lọ ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti yà káàkiri. Ọ̀tùbà tọ́lọ́run wá ṣe tí nǹkan tá à ń fẹ́ tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ làwọn àgbà Ọlọ́run ló ṣe é, Ọlọ́run ni ò dójú tì wá, òun lórúkọ ẹ̀ jáde pé olúwa ló ṣe é tí a sì ń ṣe anniversary ẹ̀ ní ọdọọdún.
Ṣé mọ́ǹtì wo ṣé May àbí December? November lè máa ṣe.
November 6.
So ọjà yìí ń sìn á ti pé ọdún mélòó báyìí?
Ó ti ń pọ́ ọdún 4 báyìí.
Ọjà yìí ìsọ̀ pákó
yìí. Ó jẹ́ tuntun yìí. Ó ti ń pọ́ ọdún 4 báyìí.
Ọdún ṣe lè rántí ọdún tí wọ́n dá ọjà yìí sílẹ̀?
Mi lè rántí ẹ̀ precisely torí pé èmi náà wá bí ni kò ń ṣe pé mi bá wọn dá ọjà yìí lẹ̀ but látàyè Jákàndé lọ́jà yìí ti wà.
Okay, now kí ẹ tó jẹ oyè tí wọ́n fún yín àti pákéjì kí ni ẹ ń ṣe nínú ọjà tẹ́lẹ̀?
Èmi náà ń ta pákó ni onípákó lè mí.
Lọ́wọ́ báyìí kọ́.
Onípákó náà ṣe ni mí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ṣùgbọ́n nígbà ọjà ti tẹ́lẹ̀ mo fìgbà kan jẹ́ akọ̀wé ẹgbẹ́ ti ọ̀dọ̀ mi tó jẹ́ Ìfẹ́lódùn nígbà yẹn kó tó di pé mo á di gbákejì alága ń sìn.
Ṣé ti ṣiṣẹ́ ribiribi tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ti wò sílẹ̀ tó fi ń jẹ igbákejì?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó yẹ jẹ́ nìyẹn.
Okay, now igi yìí ń sin oríṣiríṣi igi tó wà yìí ṣe lè dárúkọ oríṣiríṣi igi àti pé ibo ni wọ́n ti máa ń kó igi yìí wọlé wá síbí báyìí?
Lóríṣiríṣi igi tí ò ṣe é dárúkọ tán but àwọn èyí tó common jù òun náà ni mahogany tí gbogbo ayé mọ̀ tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe tébù tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe ṣíà tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe àwọn interior decoration. A ní akálà, a ní afàrà, a ní ìtara, a ní àyò, a ní ọ̀mọ̀.
Ibo ni wọ́n ti wá ń kó gbogbo igi yìí wọlé?
Àwọn ìlú oríṣiríṣi náà ti ń kó igi wọlé níbí. Èmi wọ́n ń kó wá láti Kogi, èmi wọ́n ń kó wá láti Bayelsa, èmi wọ́n ń kó wá láti Ondo, èmi láti Edo. So bá ṣe máa ń lọ sáwọn ìlú yẹn káàkiri láti lọ kọjá wa nìyí.
Ìpèníjà wo ló wá wà nínú títa igi àti pé láti máa transport ẹ̀ wá látòdìdí ibẹ̀yẹn wá bíbáyìí?
Ìpèníjà tó wà ń bẹ̀ because èèyàn ní wà nínú iṣẹ́ kan kó má ní ìpèníjà torí pé gbogbo iṣẹ́ pátápátá ló ní challenges. Àwọn challenges ta kàn rí bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n a tún wá dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú president tí Ọlọ́run fún wa tó jẹ́ president onípákó lápapọ̀ torí pé àwọn náà ti bá a ṣe ipa ribiribi lójú ọ̀nà wọ́n máa ń mú pákó tí wọ́n máa gbé lọ sábẹ́òkúta tó máa tà ní auction price but nísìnyí yẹn ti cancel president ti bá a ṣe yẹn kò sí yẹn mọ́ so àwọn díẹ̀díẹ̀ ta ìpèníjà tá a wá ń fèsì tó jẹ́ àwọn kéékèèké lábẹ́lé òun náà ni pé ọjà òkùnkùn là ń rà torí pé ọjà táàrí là ń sanwó ẹ̀ tí owó wa dẹ̀ ń sọnù látara ẹ̀ torí ẹ̀ lè fẹ́ lómi lówó sí kó ní ẹ̀hún ní kíkọ kẹfún lówó kó yá kó má gbọ́jà ẹ̀ wá mọ́.
Báwo lè ṣe wá yín mọ tẹ̀síṣì wà nínú òwò?
Ibi tí wọn bá ti ṣubú ibẹ̀ náà ló ti máa dìde. À ń gbowó lọ́wọ́ báǹkì, à ń gbowó lọ́wọ́ cooperative, a dẹ̀ ń ṣe àwọn ẹgbẹ́ oríṣiríṣi tí àwọn náà ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Even nínú ẹgbẹ́ onípákó lápapọ̀ ó láwọn ẹgbẹ́ kan tá à ń ṣe náà àtàwọn nǹkan tó ń dálẹ̀ pé kí báǹkì máa yá wa lówó.
Kí ni àwọn nǹkan míì tí àwọn èèyàn máa ń rò pé onígi ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn máa ń fojú di onígi ń pé bóyá kò sówó nù ẹ̀ kí máa tagi. Kí ni àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ mọ̀ pé kò ń ṣòótọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn máa ń rò pé ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí èèyàn tó máa ń ta?
Kọ́lọ́n kó ṣàánú gbogbo wa kò sí láyìn tí èèyàn wà tí ò ní sí àwọn kùdìẹ̀kùdìẹ̀ inú iṣẹ́ ta wà yìí náà ẹni tí ò bá because àwọn ọ̀gá tó kọ́ àwa ń ṣe wọ́n sọ fún wa pé ká dúró lórí òdodo lóòótọ́ ẹni tó ń sòdodo ó lè má tètè gòkè bọ̀ tó bá yá á padà gòkè náà ni látara òdodo tó ń sọ because ẹlòmíràn sọ pé ìtara lélẹ̀ tí kì í dẹ̀ ṣe tara ẹlòmíràn fẹ́ ta gírúfin sìn á sọ fún pé igi tó dáa ni tí ò dẹ̀ ń ṣe igi tó dáa látara pé kó lè wá owó but àwọn tó ń ṣe yẹn jù àwọn oníbàràǹdà ni pé kò síbi tẹ́ fẹ́ wá wọn sí but àwọn tá jẹ́ stakeholder a lè ṣerú ẹ̀ torí pé a ti mọ̀ pé abẹ́rẹ́ tó lókun dì ní wa so wọn lókèétì wa so nǹkan tí ò lè jẹ́ ká wu àwọn rúwa rẹ̀ kò sí yẹn torí pé ìbáwí wà fún ẹni tó bá ṣerú ẹ̀ tó bá ti mẹ́jọ ẹ̀ wá ó dìran ká bá wí.
So kí wá ní rules and regulation tó wà nínú ọjà sawmill market?
Oríṣiríṣi òfin ló wà ó depend lé ìtẹ̀yàn bá ṣẹ̀ sí. Àkọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀ ó gbọ́dọ̀ jalè ìwọ tó bá ti jalè ó ti di kó fọjà ilẹ̀ tó lè wọnú ọjà yìí mọ́ ìyẹn gan ló jẹ́ nǹkan pàtàkì tó jùlọ ń bẹ̀ ó gbọ́dọ̀ mú igi onígi o lè bá wọn tajà lágbájá ẹ̀ ló ń bẹ́ẹ̀ tajà iye báyìí ni mo ta èrè tiẹ̀ náà wà yọpọ̀ ń bẹ̀ nígbà tó bá ti sọ iye tó ń ta fún ẹ òtúwọ́ tó bá ti jalè ó ti fọjà ilẹ̀ ni.
So rules and regulations tó wà nílẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni o ò rẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà.
Kí ni ìjìyà?
jà kò ń lọlé ni o wọ́n lè fún ẹ lóṣù kan wọ́n lè fún ẹ lọ́dún kan ó dìpẹ́ǹdì gravity nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin.
Báwo wá ni ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ tó wà láàrin àwọn tí ń tajà àti olùdarí àwọn olórí ọjà?
Ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ wà torí pé gbogbo section tẹ rí nínú ọjà pátápátá yìí ló lófin abẹ́ babalọ́jà kan iṣu la wà torúkọ babalọ́jà ń jẹ́ Dáúdà Ọlọ́run là ń bẹ̀ sòtò náà jẹ́ ọ̀kan nínú sọ̀pákó yìí torí àwọn onímọ̀nìkẹ́ ló bá tẹ́lẹ̀ so ká tó ṣe nǹkan kan nínú sọ̀pákó yìí nígbà táwọn ti wà pẹ̀lú wa a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kán mọ̀ so àwọn náà máa fún wa ní go ahead pé ó yá ẹ lọ dá wọn lóhùn.
Ààbò báwo ni ààbò tó dájú ṣe wà nínú ọjà yìí?
Security wà kò sáà bá lọ ọjà wa ọjà tí ò ní closing time torí pé ọjà ń wọlé lóríṣiríṣi pàápàá jùlọ bá ṣe fi ara ti àwọn eléso yìí ọjà ń wọlé lóru tó dẹ̀ máa já lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ tó ní mọ́tò yẹn á máa lọ ọlọ́dẹ wà ń bí so àwọn alákòóso náà dẹ̀ wà tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lóru bí ìjà fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ni àbí wọn fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ni tó máa pèrè àwọn sákè tó máa yanjú ẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ tí ò ní sí gbọ́n mi sí omi ò tó ń bẹ̀.
So mo rí i pé oríṣiríṣi ìpele ṣọ́ọ̀bù ní olúkálukú ní nínú bíbá yìí ṣé ọdọọdún àbò oṣooṣù ló máa ń sanwó ṣọ́ọ̀bù kọ̀ọ̀kan?
Lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ìjọba ti ta ibi ìfúnmà for 25 years so ọlọ́mọ yẹn kárí wàhálà because ti changing of government bá wà ẹni tó wà mẹ́sìn tí ẹ̀ pọ́ùn ti tà fún wa tó dẹ̀ ní owó tá à ń san lóṣooṣù náà bíi permit ṣùgbọ́n lọ́dọọdún jàre bíi permit ṣùgbọ́n nísìnyí kò sí owó tá à ń san fún owó ṣọ́ọ̀bù yàtọ̀ sí permit yẹn lọ́dún.
Ṣùgbọ́n tí ẹni ẹ bá kúrò ń bẹ̀ tí ẹ wọ́n gbé lómi wá ṣé kò ní.
Òun náà wo ìlànà tó wà nílẹ̀ ìlànà tó wà nílẹ̀ lòun náà máa tẹ̀lé torí kò ní dá tiẹ̀ ṣe lọ́tọ̀ torí pé àwọn olóṣèlú gan àwa ọ̀rọ̀ ọjà náà ń lò so wọn ò lè dá ṣe láì ṣàwárọ̀ ọjà kò sí olóṣèlú.
So kí wá ní ìdí tí ẹ fi fẹ́ràn ọjà owó yìí tẹ̀ wà nínú ẹ̀ kí ní ìdí tí ẹ fi fẹ́ràn ẹ̀?
Káràkátà lèmi kọ́ láti ilẹ̀ ó ti jẹ́ pé mi náà láǹfààní láti lọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ràn kára òun ni mo ṣe wà ń díẹ̀ ó ti fi ìgbà kan ti lù ọ́ tí mo à ń sọ ìlú ọmọ 12 kó tó di pé mo tún fi ìgbà kan ṣiṣẹ́ ọ́fíìsì kó tó di pé mo wá padà sídìí pákó yìí.
Nínú gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tẹ́tí dárúkọ tẹ́tí rí yìí kí wá ní ìrírí kí ni experience tẹ́ lè sọ fún èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé bóyá ó ń rò pé ṣóun lè ṣòwò ṣóun lè ṣe lè kí ni experience tẹ́tí ní kí ni ìgbìyànjú tẹ́ lè sọ.
Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí gbogbo ìrìn àjò tá a bá máa rìn kó bá ìlànà wa mu tí ìrìn àjò ẹ̀ bá ti bá láì yí mu ó láwọn àlàyé tá a máa ṣe fún tóun náà bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àkọ́kọ́ èèyàn máa lówó lọ́wọ́ torí owó ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ìyìn rere ń diṣẹ́ yìí torí pé tó bá ti owó ló máa ránṣẹ́ kò ń ṣe gbogbo àníwó náà lè ṣe wàhálà because iṣẹ́ yìí ò ṣe dá ṣe bọ̀ tó nítọ̀ bá ti lówó lọ́wọ́ ó dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́ iṣẹ́ yìí because tí ò bá kọ́ owó àdánù torí á fún àwọn tí ò yẹ kó fún lówó àwa tá a kọ́ṣẹ́ yìí gan ọlọ́mọdéwó wa nù ni because ọjà táàrí là ń sanwó ẹ̀ so kọ́ lọ́n kó ṣàánú wa.
So bí èlò ni èèyàn lè fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ tíyàn bá fẹ́ ṣe ní èèyàn máa kọ́ṣẹ́ kíyàn tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ tíyàn bá kọ́ṣẹ́ ọ̀hún tán bí èlò èèyàn lè fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ òwò yìí.
Kí ẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé iṣẹ́ pákó wa náà ó póríṣiríṣi oníṣòwò àmbẹ̀ onígíwà ká mú lọ́nà méjì tó bá jẹ́ iṣẹ́ ìṣòro fẹ́ kọ́ àwọn ọjà oríṣiríṣi ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́kọ́rọ́ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nǹkan ọdún yẹn bá at least for starting tí wọ́n bá rí mi 5 million to 6 million á bẹ̀rẹ̀.
So kí ni ìdí tí ẹ fi fẹ́ràn ọjà Kétu sawmill yìí tá wà yìí?
èmi fẹ́ràn bí torí pé bí ni mo ti ń jẹ tí mo ti ń mu tí mo ti ń bọ́ ẹbí tí mo ti ń gbọ́ bùkátà tí mo ti ń jẹ́ ọmọlúwàbí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe rí mi iṣẹ́ láìkì mi.
ẹ jẹ́ ọmọlúwàbí.
ṣé bóyá jẹ́ nìyẹn.
kí ni àwọn nǹkan ribiribi tí ẹ ti ṣe gbéṣe nípa ìlànà yìí?
níbi nínú àwọn nǹkan tí èmi ti gbé ṣe nínú ìgbésí ayé mi nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí mo ti kọ́lé mo ti ralẹ̀ mo ti ra mọ́tò mo dẹ̀ ti tọ́ ọmọ yunifásitì tó ti jáde nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí so kò ń ṣe ẹni tọ́pọ̀lọ́ ẹ̀dọ́ta ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ yìí o à ń fìwé kún iṣẹ́ yìí náà torí 1+1 á jẹ́ 2 ẹni tí ò bá kàwé ò lè mọ̀.
ẹ ṣé sà.
Rufai also explained the types of wood commonly used here. Magani, used for furnitures, tables, chairs, interior works. Akala, Afara, Itara, Ayo, Amo. These woods were sourced from different states, including Kogi, Bayelsa, Ondo, and Edo. He explained that one of the biggest challenges in this business is trust and risk. Sometimes traders pay for wood they have not seen physically, and losses can occur if suppliers fail to deliver. However, he acknowledged support from leadership in reducing past issues like seizure of goods on transit. He also mentioned that cooperative loans and contributions group play a major role in sustaining the business. His advice to anyone entering the business is simple. You must have a capital, you must understand the work, and you must be smart in handling it. We met with Bayo, who has been working in wood splitting and filling since 1998. He started as an apprentice before becoming independent. According to him, this work requires extreme caution because of the risk of injury. He also explained that before machines were powered by electricity, but due to high costs, they now use diesel. Cutting prices depends on negotiation, usually between 500 to 1,000 naira per cut. For safety, workers use protective like gloves, mask, helmet, and safety glasses. Let's hear from him.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà.
Akójúmọ́ Adúmọ́.
Kí lorúkọ yín sà?
Báyọ̀ lorúkọ.
Ok, Báyọ̀ kí ni?
Báyọ̀ Awòdì.
Ok, á ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́tí wá bíbá yìí sà?
Wọ́n ti around 1998. 1998.
1998. Lẹ́tí wá bíbá yìí? Okay, since that wà wíwá láti 1998, ẹ lè sọ ìtàn ráńpẹ́ fún wa nípa sawmill section yìí àbí?
Báwo náà?
Kí ni ẹ lè sọ nípa ìsọ̀ yìí?
Ṣé tí wọ́n ṣe kọ́ yìí ni àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni eléyìí, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, ó lè jẹ́ ogun, ẹ lè sọ méjèèjì pọ̀.
Nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n kan rí bẹ́ẹ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ gbé market wa máa rí báyìí. Because wọ́n yìí rí tó ìwà tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀ kọ̀ yìí and pé àpọ̀jù báyìí lọ but ẹ̀rọ pé lórí owó tó gbé dé market tí àwọn ẹran lọ to avoid it.
Kí ni ẹ ń ṣe ní bíbáyìí? Iṣẹ́ wo gangan lẹ ń ṣe bíbáyìí?
Ẹ̀sọ́ mi làwọn a máa ń update like 5.
So, ẹ̀gbọ́n fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún mi ní bí ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ òwò yìí, iṣẹ́ yìí, báwo lẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀?
Àkọ́kọ́ Alice, àkọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ ẹnìkan plus àti experience nígbà yẹn. Ṣá láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ látọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ ẹnìkan láti máa mọ ọgbọ́n yẹn ṣe nígbà ìṣìkan. Ìgbà tó dẹ̀ di pé a ti mọ̀ so a láti wà ní àyàrá wa sí that.
Kí wá ní ìpèníjà tó wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ yìí?
Ṣé ìjà pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ o? Just one, wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ wà very careful pẹ̀lú àwọn kílè. Lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ìbò, lórí àwọn èèyàn mi tó ti damage tí mo ti rí fún mo ti fọwọ́ sọ pé já iṣẹ́ ìgbọ̀n mi kàn fẹ́ ṣe mú. Lọ́kọ́ bí kò gbà kan sá lọ kọ́mì. Tàbí mo rí pé kọ́mì wọn bẹ̀yẹ̀ kékeré lọ́sẹ̀ owó èdè lélẹ̀ ní alice owó tí mo wá dé ní company máa ń rí èdè ìlú rà so mo sáko lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àìdọ́ àwọn ọmọ tòkítà tó kú mọ́ àbẹ̀bọ́sì ẹ bọ́ lọ́wọ́ àfẹ́ ìjà òṣèlú àwọn ọmọ ìsọlẹ̀ ìgbẹ́ yìí mo bọ́ lọ́wọ́ àfẹ́ ìjà òṣèlú.
So kí ni orúkọ àwọn máṣíìnì oríṣiríṣi àti igi tí ẹ máa ń gé níbí báyìí?
Oníkí wáyé pé ti igi pọ̀ lóríṣiríṣi.
Ẹ dárúkọ àwọn ìbí tẹ̀lé sọ fún wa.
Òkè lórúkọ igi àti òkè láì ìrókò mahogany afara àti òkúùs tó bá gbèrò kìkì àti àwọn tẹ́tẹ́tẹ́ igi pọ̀ mo lè mention tó.
Igi wo làwọn èèyàn máa wá ń gé jù níbí báyìí?
Roofing wood làwọn sọ́mọ wọn máa ń sábà jùlọ láti pọn rú. Bọ̀dọ̀ àwọn furnitures náà máa ń wá bí abúlé àwọn ẹni báyìí kọ́ wá sí wa. Tọ́nà àwọn fẹ́ ṣe bed, àwọn fẹ́ ṣe frame, so àwọn kókó bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣì. Wọ́n máa ń lo àwọn ìlú àfihàn.
So àwọn máṣíìnì yìí sì kí ló máa ń lò fi ṣiṣẹ́?
Tẹ́tẹ́lá máa ń lo iná, but ẹgbẹ́ ló mọ bí Nàìjíríà ṣe rí. Bí ìtọ́jú wa fún wa ń gbà pé ká máa lò ẹgbẹ́ ìyá àlè àbọ̀ èdè. Kí láà lò ìtọ́jú ní ká máa gbé bí a máa sọ 6 million.
Ṣé ní ọdọọdún?
Ọdún la máa sọ̀rọ̀ ní every month.
Every month?
6 million kí láà ń ṣe ó kún kọ́tà ṣe lọ. Sọ àdèlè àbọ̀ èdè àlù jẹnẹrétọ̀ wa láti àdọ̀gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀. Nínú wọn àwọn kan padà wá gbé kí náà ní ẹ̀gbẹ́. Owó tẹ̀ ń gbé wáyé ó ti pọ̀ jù àlè àbọ̀ èdè.
Sọ ẹ pé èlò lẹ máa ń rà lójoojúmọ́ báyìí?
Tọ́ba tún wo fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ̀ náà ló pọ̀ jù. Orí ni ti kékeré náà ẹ̀tọ́ owó ẹ̀ náà ó pọ̀.
Báwo ni àwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń gégi? Ṣé báyìí kí ni lọ́ fi máa ń gégi náà? Àti èlò lẹ máa ń gégi tẹ́ bá fẹ́ báyàn gégi?
Ẹ̀wọ̀n orí price ni irú àwọn ó wà lóríṣiríṣi ní prices. Irú àwọn tí kò tó wà lẹ́yìn sùn ó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ bí kọ́sùmá ẹ̀ bá wà àtẹ̀bá ìjọ àpòsí ó pé wa ẹlòmí lè wà kó gbé wá kọ́lọ́run ní ẹ̀ máa rí nǹkan gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ lè bá bí 30,000 lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ nìkan ẹlòmí ló ní ẹ̀rọ òun lè àwọn ìdí 1,000 pé 500 naira lè ní kò sí wọn tí wọn fẹ́ ṣe.
So iye tẹ máa ń gégi nìyẹn bí 1,500. So tíyàn bá gbé bí báyìí wá mélòó nìyàn máa rí yọ ní fún roofing tẹ̀sán yẹn?
Ó ti fẹ́ nǹkan tó fẹ́ là sí òun tó máa sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbé sí.
Àwọn tó máa sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbé sí.
Lórí ẹlòmíì ìrẹ́lẹ̀ ìṣẹ́lẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní ti lóbẹ́ rí pápá wọn sky jet àtàǹtà rẹ̀ ní ọdún 7 bẹ̀.
So gbogbo 7 yẹn ni 1,500.
1,000 naira ó bí wọ́n ti ṣe 1,000 naira ọ̀sẹ̀ 500 naira ó ti lọ fún 1,000 naira. Ìdí èmi ta ti ra dísù pálítà ẹgbẹ́ lọ́mọ ilé tàbí ta pàjẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ dísù rẹ̀ ló tún wọ́n ju petrol lọ dísù rẹ̀ làwọn á lò.
Mo rí bí wọ́n ṣe ń fọwọ́ fagi àti kínní báwo ni ẹ ṣe ń dáàbò bo ara yín?
Ọlọ́run ló ní àpò lọ́dọ̀ pọ̀tà àánú gbogbo pé àkíní mi ó ní wọ́n mo ìgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe ní ìgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe wíwà ní ìgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe báyìí lónìí sì ní kí ní èyí máa ṣe ń sọ ìṣèwádìí ìyẹn gbọ́dọ̀ ní ẹ̀jù má lọ gbìyàn lọ́wọ́ ìgbà mi rẹ̀ ó lè gba igi báyìí ó lè gba igi lọ́wọ́ yòó kó lọ ju bá ẹgbẹ́ àwọn wájú.
So kì í ṣe iṣẹ́ tó rọgbọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ló rọgbọ everybody ló mọ̀ pé kò sí wọn country. Èyí tí mo lè sọ for example mo kọ́ lọ fún company ṣé company lè sanwó yìí at least ọmọ máa bèrè daddy I want to buy biscuit I want to buy ṣé company máa sáré ṣé company máa fẹ́ lò ṣé company ò gbé ìbọ̀ kan ló fẹ́ gbọdọ̀ àṣà fún ilé la máa ṣiṣẹ́ yìí.
Èmi tí mo wà ń bíbá igan tí mo sì dúró ráì fún mínítì díẹ̀. Yíyí yẹn ó ṣe fẹ́ kí wọ́n fẹ́ kó dẹ̀ yí ìrẹ̀lẹ̀. Mọ́mí, báwo lẹ̀yin tẹ ṣe wá wà nú ẹ̀ látijọ́ ìjọba ò lè ṣe é kó?
Ọlọ́mọ̀ẹ̀ka adapt wọn kọ̀ but àwọn náà máa ń lẹ̀ pé àwọn kìíní o ìfún àwọn kíkọ́ wà gan-an lẹ́gbẹ́ ó ní wọn bá tẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ pàṣípẹ̀ bá lọ pàṣípẹ̀ ó máa bọ́ sí another two owó àdéjọ́sà kò dáa fún ọmọlúwàbí láti máa wà sí ara ẹbí báyìí àlejò èèyàn ń gbọ́dọ̀ máa fìtà rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ìrìn àlejò iṣẹ́ yóò ṣiṣẹ́ jẹ́ pé torí pé mo lágbára bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ òkú tí wọ́n máa ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ fún ẹ nísìnyí lẹ́nu mọ́tò tí wọ́n máa tẹ̀ fún ọ̀sìn yẹn fún ayé wọn pa ọ̀fẹ́ ni gbọ́dọ̀ fún wa nísìnyí.
Kí wá ní nǹkan tẹ máa ń lò tẹ fi máa ń cover ara yín lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ tẹ bá ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún health yín?
Ẹ̀yin bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹbí àkókò wọn àwọn fi ń cover ọdún wa pé láti jẹ́ ní damage kan ìgbà àkọ́kọ́ bí ẹ̀fẹ̀ jábọ́lé wa lọ́wọ́ kí wọ́n fẹ́ gbá wa so àwa lò àti máa ń lo handle a máa ń lo nose cover àti orí kit gan ló máa ń yẹ ká máa yọ kó fẹ́ lórí títí kọjú ìlú nose cover so àwọn kan tá máa ń lò àti máa ń lo nígbà ọjọ́ sí àwọn kan tá máa ń lò.
Ẹ ṣé sà.
We were opportune to speak to a consumer, Basirat Ajoke, a customer from Ojota. She explained how rising costs have affected daily living. According to her, things were once cheaper or easily accessible, but now expensive. She shared how she now uses firewood instead of gas due to cost challenges. Let's hear what she has to say.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà, káàárọ̀ àti o, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o. Kí lorúkọ yín mà? Miss Basirat. Miss Basirat kí ni? Àjọkẹ́ Ọládé látọjọ́ta. Ok, kí ni ẹ máa ń ṣe nínú ọjà yìí? Mo wá ń ra gidi o, igi mò ń rà wo gáàsì kó ló tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti bàjẹ́ pátápátá, àrówó fi túnṣe, àrówó fìlì gáàsì, ìgbà tí wàhálà pọ̀. Tó ní pé bá yá ìkẹ́ tí ó jẹ́ tá à ń tà fẹ́ ni tàmọ́ la fún tẹni tó ń tara igi làwa ń rà. Àwọn tá à ń dáná gan níwájú tàwọn ṣe náà ń kọ̀ǹplé pé ìfín pọ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ àkànfọ̀ ọgbọ́n ṣe ni à ń bẹ̀ wọ́n torí kò wù èmi náà gbogbo ẹni tó bá lò bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa dọ̀tí gbogbo ẹ̀pọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa dọ̀tí ìnira yẹn ti pọ̀ jù. So gáàsì lè máa ń lò fi dáná tẹ́lẹ̀.
Mo lò tẹ́lẹ̀ o mi ò rí lò mọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti bàjẹ́ gbogbo títà yẹn ló ti ń lò láti bí 4 years báyìí.
Láti bí 4 years ẹ ti máa ń ra gímbì bá.
Mo ti ń ra gí o.
Bá a bí
tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n máa fún wa ní bẹ̀tí ní ìsìn wọ́n ń tà fún wa ní.
Tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń fún yín.
Wọ́n máa ń wa ní bẹ̀tí àtẹ́pọ̀ tí wọ́n táwọn náà rè po òṣìṣẹ́ yẹn mọ́ náà ń gbowó lọ owó díẹ̀ náà ń gbà tẹ́ ìgbà lọ́wọ́ ṣùgbọ́n kò dàbí gáàsì.
Lẹ́nu lè máa ra yìí báyìí.
Ní ìsinmi ẹni sùn 4,000 ni mo kó lọ léyìn.
4,000 ẹ̀ lọ tó bí ìgbà mélòó lè máa fi rí lò.
Mo tún pọ̀ lọ́kùnrin lábáyìí.
Tó bí ọjọ́ méjì lè máa là bọ́jọ́ kan mọ́. Tó bá tún di ọ̀tún náà tún máa ra.
Ara ìlera ẹ̀kọ́ ìlú kan ṣàánú gbogbo owó láti fi dá láti ṣiṣẹ́ tán. Àròwó tù ìjọ gbogbo ọjà táǹtà kò sí kéènì kankan lórí ẹ̀. Ọlọ́mọdé yẹn láàmú. Ọlọ́mọ jẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ lásán gbogbo ọmọ wọn ò ráyè lọ lé skul mọ́. Ẹ̀kọ́ lọ́n ṣàánú iṣẹ́ tán iṣẹ́ àwọn tó jáde wọn ò ríṣẹ́ ṣe. Gbogbo ọmọ lókà ìgbogbo náà ti jáde yunifásitì wọn ò ríṣẹ́ ṣe. Ọmọ mi kan bẹ̀rù lẹ́nìsìn ó fẹ́ lọ sáàfù ní Bayelsa ṣé ní mọ́tò lásìdẹ̀tì ọmọ yẹn bẹ̀rù lẹ́nìsìn kí ló fi rìn kọ́pà ni kọ́pà lọmọ yẹn igi ló fi rìn nígbà tí mọ́tò èpo gbiná tó jáde nínú mọ́tò. Ọlọ́run kó ṣàánú wa.
Báwo lẹ ṣe máa transport igi yìí tẹ bá
ẹni tó bá bá mi kò ní ní ìsìn òun mo ń bẹ̀ látàárọ̀ mo ti wà ń bí láti fi 2 o'clock.
Ok, ní ìsìn tẹ bá ra ilé 4,000 naira sí ó ní ẹni tó máa bá yín tì náà máa gbowó ta 2,000 naira. Ṣé ok wọ́n máa bá yín tì dá ọjọ́ ta ní ibi ìsọ yín wà.
Orí ìgbìyànjú ló jẹ́ kí n wá wàhálà yẹn pọ̀ o ẹgbẹ́ o kí ṣàánú wa o ìlẹ̀kùn náà fìyà jẹ jù o ìlẹ̀kùn náà fìyà jẹ jù kí ṣàánú wa o ọlọ́run àfáwọn náà ṣe o àwa náà pé wọ́n ń ṣe bẹ̀tì wọ́n tún bá ọba fún ṣe kí wọ́n tún ṣàánú wa náà omi pọ̀jọ kà lọ kí nǹkan ti bàjẹ́ jìnnà ọlọ́run àfún tiwọn náà ṣe pẹ̀lú òkú ọlọ́run.
In sawmill section, both male and females are all sellers. We were opportune to speak with Mrs. Miriam Chimo, who has been in the wood business for over 35 years. She started as an apprentice in 1995 and built her own business in 1999. She recalled a major setback in 2000 when part of the market was burned down, forcing traders to start again. Despite challenges, she remained in the business. She also explained the different types of wood and their uses. She spoke about risk, such as being duped during transactions. According to her, the work is tough, dusty, and not easy, which is why many young people avoid it. But it is a fruitful business if you can venture into it. Let's hear what she has to say.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ma.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Kí lorúkọ yín ma?
Orúkọ mi ni Mrs. Mariam Jacob.
Kí ni ẹ̀ ń tà nínú ọjà yìí?
Pákó.
Pákó. A ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti wà nínú òwò?
Pákó 35 years.
35 years. Ṣé ó ní ìtàn díẹ̀ tẹ́ lè sọ fún wa nípa sawmill tàwa yìí?
Ọrọ̀ ajé pákó gbígbà yóò wà òkè. Ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ ọjà tó jẹ́ pé ọjà gbajúgbajà tó jẹ́ pé kò sí èèyàn tí ò lè wá sí ọjà wa láti wá ra ọjà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ àwa náà fúnra wa kò sí ìlú tí àdìgbò lọ ra ọjà yìí. A máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti Ogun State, wọ Ọ̀yọ́ State, lọ bí Ẹdó. Ó lọ fà àwọn kájọ máa ń ra ọjà ó pọ̀ bọ̀.
Oríṣiríṣi ìlú lẹ máa ń lọ.
Lóríṣiríṣi ìlú la fi máa ń ra ọjà.
Ok, mo fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún mi bí ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bára yín bí bàbá ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ta pákó yìí.
Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀, mo jẹ́ ọmọọṣẹ́ ní Dubai láti ọdún 1995. So mo wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ okòwò ti tèmi ní ọdún 1999. So láti gbà yẹn, nígbà tó wá di year 2000, January 23, wọ́n sọ náà sínú ọ̀gá yìí. So mo ṣẹ̀ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ bíi pé kéèyàn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ bíi ọmọ òkókó káṣẹ̀ wá máa wá kó díẹ̀. Ìgbà tó yá Ọlọ́run tó bá wa ṣe sókè láwùjọ.
Kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ rí pàkó tẹ́ fi sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ máa ta pákó? Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn míì mo mọ̀ pé kò sí jẹ́ndà tí ò lè ṣe irú ẹni iṣẹ́, bọ̀ kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ̀yin rò tẹ́ fi ní pé ok bísínẹ́sì ni mo fẹ́ máa ṣe?
Láti ilẹ̀ ni mo fi wò pé iṣẹ́ sálárì wọ́n nígbà tí mo fi wà ní sẹ́kọ́ndì ni mo fi ya pílánì mi pé iṣẹ́ sálárì kò lè dé mi. Bí bá ṣiṣẹ́ okòwò ó máa tètè ràn mí lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣe wá ní pé ẹ fẹ́ máa ta bí ìbàkú. Oríṣiríṣi igi wo lẹ lè dárúkọ fún wa?
Igi pọ̀.
Ẹ dárúkọ díẹ̀ nínú ẹ̀ fún wa.
Ṣé akálà ni, màgánì ni, sídà ni, ọmọ ni, ayùnrẹ́ ni, òpépé ni, ìtara ni, agbọ̀nyìn ó pọ̀. A lè dárúkọ ẹ̀.
Ẹ dárúkọ yìí sìn, ẹ kàn sọ díẹ̀ nínú èyí tí nǹkan tó máa fi ń ṣe fọ́níṣọ̀ wo.
Irú akálà yẹn a lè fi ṣe ṣẹ́ẹ̀fù ilé. A fẹ́ ṣe kábínẹ̀tì ni, a fẹ́ ṣe ọ́ọ̀tìsì tó wà òkè, a fẹ́ ṣe wọ́dúróòpù la máa kó aṣọ sí tó máa dúró tó máa ṣe rìn tuntun tó bá gbé pọ́líṣì ní báyìí ó máa dọ́gbọ́n rẹ̀ ó wà òkè dáadáa.
Lẹ́ẹ̀rin ní ìwo lẹ tún lè dárúkọ fún wa tọ́lé tó fi ń ṣe nǹkan.
Tábà ní ká tún wò ó lọ síwájú sí irú a máa péjọ kan ní àràbà which is ó wà fún igi dẹ́kìn. Tàbá bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé kàṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé àràbà yẹn jẹ́ ìtọ́ máa fi ṣe dẹ́kìn tí a fẹ́ gbé ilé wa ní olókè. Ó ti yẹ yín àdè máa ń lo bí tó bá ìtìlẹ̀ tó máa fi ṣe òkú ẹsẹ̀ tó máa gbé dúró pé tó bá rọpò kéré sí kò ní lè dà.
Kí wá ní ìpèníjà tó wà nínú òwò yìí?
Ìṣúná ká máa kù síbí pọ̀. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kára láti dá. Fọ́wọ́n àna ò léyà níwájú wa. So àwọn nǹkan díẹ̀ bí ká lọ rajà, ká sanwó sílẹ̀, ká má tètè rí kó. Ètèyàn bá ti mọ owó àmàlà rẹ̀, èyí tó bá ti rí ńlẹ̀ kó dọ́gbọ́n rẹ̀. So èdè kan tí lè fóònù rí.
Mo fẹ́ sọ fún mi pé ẹ máa ń ra igi yìí lógùn state, ẹ máa ń lọ Ẹdó, ẹ máa ń lọ sí Ifẹ̀ oríṣiríṣi lẹ dárúkọ. báwo ni ẹ ṣe máa ń transport gbogbo àwọn kinní yẹn wá bí báyìí? Ṣé àwọn èèyàn tẹ máa ń ra igi lọ́wọ́ lóko yẹn ṣe mọ̀ wọ́n ti tẹ́lẹ̀ ni àbí báwo?
Mọ̀ wọ́n rárá ti tẹ́lẹ̀. Tàbá ti dé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọlọ́rọ̀ àdúgbò. Irú bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe débi báyìí sùn. Àṣàrà àti fún ẹni rárá ìdí fẹ́ wá rajà ẹ wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ṣókí lọ́jà ṣe lọ gbé tẹ̀síwájú bó ṣe jẹ́ nù. Báwa náà bá débẹ̀ àwọn náà máa dìde mọ́ wa wọ́n máa ṣọ̀yàyà wọ́n máa fi ìfẹ́ wọ́n máa fi mú wa wọ ṣọ́ọ̀bù wọn. Tó bá ti fẹ́ mú wa wọnú ṣọ́ọ̀bù àwọn náà wá jókòó sí wọn. Àwọn aṣọ̀rọ̀ ajá pé èlò ní délé èlò lélẹ̀ èlò tó bá ti sọ price tí price yẹn bá tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn a máa jókòó tì wọ́n a máa bá wọn wà ṣùgbọ́n tí price yẹn bá ti tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn rárá a máa tẹ̀síwájú òtọ́jọ́ kọ́sítọ́mà náà.
Kí ni àwọn nǹkan tí ò ń ṣe òótọ́ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn máa ń lérò pé òótọ́ ni nípa òwò yìí?
Depends on customer. Torí àwọn customer ní wọn kò tọ́. Bí kìíní bó ṣe wáyé ká ní tó bá ètò lélẹ̀ ẹ lè sọ fún yàn pé igi yìí o 500 ní o kó wá sọ fún yín pé 300 ló máa sọ kàkà táàbì jẹ́ kó lọ á gbé wọ́n bá ètò àgbèlè lọ́wọ́ tàbí kí lẹ́pẹ̀ wọ́n gbà tó bá débò mí nà kọ́tọ́ máa tàbí náà lélẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ máa tẹ̀ lọ tó àwọn náà àdẹ̀wá bẹ́ẹ̀ láti wá ṣeré.
So tíyan báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa ń tagi?
Tẹ bá dédé báyìí irú eléyìí sì tó báyìí sì sí bó ṣe wà. A máa ń ta ní 35 pa ẹyọ kan. Ìní ìdèrè yàtọ̀ tó bóyá wà ó jẹ́ oríṣiríṣi. White wà nígbà. Irú white yẹn a máa ń tà yẹn ní 25. So jẹ́ mọ̀ pé oríṣiríṣi ó ti yàtọ̀ síra wọn lẹ́yọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan.
Wá ní ìdí tí ẹ ṣe fẹ́ràn òwò yìí? Òwò yìí ní ṣíṣe kí ni ìdí tí ẹ ṣe fẹ́ràn?
Ní láìpẹ́ lórí ọmọ fẹ́ràn ọmọ mi lọ sílé kódà òwò yìí mi ò lè délẹ̀ kó jẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọ òsì ní wọn fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ìdọ̀tí. Wọ́n máa sọ fún mi that just I don't like it wọn ò fẹ́ ṣe tó bẹ́ẹ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ òsì bá fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ìdọ̀tí nísìnyí màá mọ̀ fún mi wá fún mi yá ọmọ mi.
Ṣé sọ pé òwò yìí sì òwò gidi ni?
Owó gidi tó ṣe fi yan bọ̀ tó ṣe fi rán ọmọ lọ sí ilé ìwé. Owó gidi ni o. I can proud.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mrs. Adeyemo, who sells nails, keys, and building accessories. She has been in the business for 5 years. According to her, she learned the trade before fully entering it. Because in this line of business, experience matters. She also shared how traders and sections work in unity without jealousy, despite selling similar items. Everyone understands survival. Let's hear from her.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ma.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ o.
Kí lorúkọ yín ma?
Orúkọ mi ni Ìyáàfin Mrs. Adéyẹmọ.
Ok, kí ni ẹ̀ ń tà nínú ọjà yìí?
Tántà náà ló wà wájú wa, kọ́kọ́rọ́, ìṣó, páànù.
A ti tọ́dún mélòó tẹ̀tí wà ń bì báyìí?
Tá ti wà ń bì ti pẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ti tún ọjà wa kọ́. Bàtà tún ọjà wa kọ́ sí òtún bí ọdún 5 lọ.
So ẹ ti wà ń bì báyìí ó ti pẹ́, ìgbà tó wà tó kọ́kọ́ dálẹ̀ àti ìgbà tó tún kọ́.
Mo wà kí náà láwà.
So irú iṣẹ́ wo ni ẹ ní?
Gbogbo ìṣó ni mo ní ìṣó 3, mo ní 4, mo ní 5, tó any sizes ìpè ló wà.
So mo fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún mi bí ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ta ìṣó tẹ́ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ta àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ ń ta yìí. Báwo lẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìrìn àjò yìí?
Ọlọ́run kò ṣàánú fún wa ni. Ìrìn àjò ọjà wa yìí. Torí ẹni tó fẹ́ ta ọjà wa yìí ó máa kọ́kọ́ lọ kọ́ ni.
Tó bá fẹ́ ta aṣọ náà tí mo máa kọ́kọ́ lọ kọ́.
Kọ́kọ́ torí iṣẹ́ tẹ́yìn ò bá kọ́ kò lè mọ́. Tó tẹ́ bá ti kọ́ bóyá ẹ lọ́dún kan o oṣù 6 o láàrin ìgbà yẹn gbogbo ẹ ti máa yé yín àti àpariwo ẹ gbogbo ẹ ó ti máa yé yín láìpọ̀ èlò mọ́tà.
Ìgbà wo lẹ ti mọ̀ pé ìgbà wo ló ti sọ sí yín pé nǹkan yìí lẹ fẹ́ máa tà?
Àtìgbà tí mo ti wà ń kékeré náà ni.
Let's see some paper material issue.
Mo sọ pé mo like ọjà building materials. Ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ dàgbà, mo wò pé kíní mo lọ kọ́.
Báwo wá ni òwò náà ṣe ti rí láti gbà yẹn báyìí?
A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Òwò téèyàn ń ṣe tó ń jẹ, tó mu, tó bọ́mọ, tó rán ọmọ lọ léèwé, tóun náà rí nǹkan dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run.
Kí wá ní ìpè tó máa yìí? Bóyá mo fẹ́ ra nǹkan sí, ẹ convince mi nípa pé kí n ra nǹkan tẹ̀ka yìí.
Àǹtí kí lẹ fẹ́? Ẹ wá bá mi rà, ìṣó ni mò ń tà. Ẹ bá mi rà sí, màá bá yín gbé lọlé. Màá bá yín gbé lọlé. Ẹ bá mi rà. Ẹ má yà mí ọmọ òníyà yín. Ẹ̀yin náà máa ṣe rere. A máa sọ̀rọ̀ ajé fún yín náà ni.
Ìjọba bá ń polówó.
Ìjọba ń polówó nìyẹn. A dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Tá a bá pe, a lè pè yàn mẹ́rin. Àǹtí ẹ bá wa rà. Àbọ̀dé ẹ bá wa rà. Kó jẹ́ yàn mẹ́ta, yàn méjì máa dúró. A dẹ̀ máa rajà.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé sọ fún mi pé ìpèníjà kan tó wà nínú òwò yìí ni pé ẹ pọ̀ tẹ̀ ń tarú kínní. So báwo ni ẹ ṣe wá ń ṣe tó jẹ́ pé ẹ sì dúró bẹ́ẹ̀?
Ṣé rí kéèyàn ti wà nínú ọjà ní ọdún kìíní, ọdún kejì, ó máa tọ́dún bíi mélòó kan ẹ ti máa mọ̀ wá ara yín. Irú àwa báyìí sì bá ṣe wá ń sìn. Bóyá kọ́sọ́mà kọjá báyìí, àwọn tó ń tàṣù ẹgbẹ́ mi náà rí wọn lè ní ẹ bá wà rà iwájú mi náà wà wọn ni àjọ máa pín yín, àjọ máa pín yín. Nínú ẹ̀ àjẹjọ́ máa pín, a máa fìfẹ́ bára wa lọ.
Tẹ́lẹ̀ tí ń bára yín kò ṣe pé yọ̀ ń ju owó àbí kankan.
A máa pín, ó yà wọ́n mélèé wá ìwọ́n mélèé wá ìwọ́n yóò ti wá. Gbogbo wa dẹ̀ máa dunnú, àjọ máa lọ. Ayé yóò le lẹ́yìn bá.
Ok, nísìnyí yàtọ̀ sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí kí ni nǹkan mìíràn tẹ máa ń sanwó fún nínú bíbá?
A máa sanwó báńsù, a máa san táàsì, a máa sanwó ọdẹ.
Ṣé every month ni àbí pàyẹ?
Owó káńsù pàyẹ.
Bí èlò?
10 plus ṣá.
Owó ọdẹ kọ́?
Owó ọdẹ wá 1,000 la máa ń san lóṣooṣù.
Lóṣooṣù. Àti owó kílẹ̀ tún pé?
A máa sanwó asọ́gbó náà, oríṣiríṣi owó náà láti wá bá ti pé wá náà. A máa sanwó akólẹ̀, gbogbo ẹ̀ náà la máa san.
Nínú ọjà yìí náà?
Ọjà náà ni.
Ṣé ẹ wá ń rí owó san fún gbogbo ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ọjà tẹ́ ẹ ṣe?
Ọlọ́run ṣèyanu. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn owó tá à ń sọ yìí òróró ni kò ṣe jẹ mẹ́ran. A máa yọ ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ náà la ṣì wà. Lọ́nà mi ta lọ, a máa yọ, a máa sàn. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ń bà sí.
Ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí sìn, ṣé iyọ̀ méjì lẹ́jọ́ pé?
Odidi ni báyìí, èmi lo àfù, ẹnìyẹn náà lo àfù.
Báwo lẹ ṣe wá sọ ṣé oṣooṣù náà lè ṣe?
Ìrú yẹn ń sìn, ara ni. Ara lọ́wọ́ mi.
In this section, traders pay different operational fees, council levy annually, security fee monthly, permits every year. Despite this market operates daily, with movement at all hours, including early mornings and late nights. Security presence helps maintain order across the section. The sawmill section of K2 Market is not just about wood. It is about supply. It is about supply chains. It is about construction. It is about survival. From forests in different states to cotton machines here in Lagos, every plank passes through human's hands and every cut tells a story. This is In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV, the eating process behind the buildings we see every day.
Hey guys, we've come to the end of today's In the Marketplace, and I must say there's a lot to learn about this market. The challenges, people really crying out, down to the different kind of wood that is being sold in the market. I hope you've learned one or two. Do not forget to subscribe, follow, comment under the comment section which market you want me to explore, and I will be right there. Yes, just comment and see me right in the next market. Till I grace the screen again, I am Elizabeth Abepe, and thanks for watching In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV. Bye for now.
Welcome to Screen Time, the show where we take you beyond the cameras, behind the scenes, and straight into the art of entertainment. Where you get to enjoy exclusive interviews, top 5 countdowns, celebrity of the week, and new movie release updates. I am Iremofe Kofoworola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength. And as you already know, I'm always with the ever gorgeous and amazing Kekelomo Ajibola, the one and only queen of the Yoruba kingdom.
Okay. There's a new one today. There's always a new one when it comes to Iremofe. All right, thank you so much for joining us for another beautiful one for Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And this is the particular program you should stay glued to. I'm Kekelomo Ajibola, as he is rightfully, introduced. But thank you so much for joining us once again for this beautiful episode of Screen Time. And today's episode is packed with action, danger, adrenaline, and probably a few bruises too.
Absolutely, yes, because when we watch action movies, music videos, or viral videos on social media, when we talk about media skits, we see the explosions, we see the punches, the jumps, and the falls. But we rarely think about the people risking their bodies or even their lives to make those moments believable.
Exactly. These are the real action architects, the people who turn ordinary scenes into unforgettable cinematic moments.
Yes, all right. Kike, I've seen a lot of, stunts pulled in movies. I'm like, interestingly.
I think we're getting there. It's not as if we're there yet.
Yeah, we're getting there. Compared to some years back, and when you see, even when somebody is shot on the head, you see bandage
on their hand,
a lot of things. But right now, I think we are getting there gradually, and I can only hope that we get better with our stunts performances.
Exactly.
And, fight scenes that we see in movies. These days, almost every movie has fight scenes.
Yes.
Even when there's no need for it, you always see it. Maybe because they just want to show off to us that,
they're improving
that aspect. So joining us today is a man who has literally taking it for entertainment. He's a stunt performer, stunt director, and fight choreographer, working across movies, music videos, and social media productions.
Absolutely. And we will be using this opportunity to welcome the incredible and the talented AB Kashmir Eze.
Yeah.
That is our guest for today.
So let's enjoy the moment together. All right, joining us on the conversation right now is AB Kashmir Eze. We've introduced him earlier, and we are going to have a very beautiful moment right now. So welcome on the show, AB.
Thank you.
All right, so are you feeling shy or what? Are you
shy?
Why
would I be shy for?
All right, so let's go into the conversation because we have to start from the very beginning. Because for some people, if you ask them, when did you start singing, they'll say, when they were in their mother's womb. Understand? So I want to know if it was the same experience for you. So what really made you decide that you were going to fall in love with stunt and, action performance?
Okay, I didn't grow up wanting to do this. Right? It came along the way. But then, from childhood, I've always loved action films, I grew up watching the likes of Jackie Chan, Bruce Lee, Van Damme, Jet Li, all those men. So, the whole adrenaline, the things they do on screen was fascinating. So, at the time when those times when we watch things, we don't even care about the dialogues or what's happening. We just the fight. You get. So it was fun, and we used to recreate them as kids. We just you did exactly. Exactly.
I played that. I did.
No, you missed.
I was the queen. I killed them all.
So we did all of that as kids, and but I grew it right. So. Then officially, not even officially, so along the line, growing, I think sometime around, I can't remember what age I was at the time, but I started, so when I started filmmaking, right, I started with skits.
Okay.
Skits, yeah. So but then I found along the line skits became boring to me because at the time everybody was, that was when social media skit like Instagram content started booming and stuff. Yeah. So I was like, everybody's doing this thing now, let me try something, like look at it, you get. So I now say, okay, what if I start creating action? I had it, I was doing this skit with, right? So I'm like, let's start making action films, sci-fi short films, because I was already learning video editing and stuff, so I could do some little fascinating sci-fi green screen and all of that. So I'm like, let's start making films with this. So that was how. Then you can't say you want to make action films without having an element of fight and stuff like that. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I need a skill that can. I need to do the real thing. I need to learn the real thing, right? So martial arts was the best step to take, right? So I signed up in a martial art dojo, and the rest is history.
Interesting. I can't come close because it's one blow.
We don't do that.
I will see everything.
I think I actually resonate with watching a lot of
action films, right?
But I'm not really a fan, but I think my mom, my brother, they were a fan of it, so I was forced to watch those films. Even though they were action, they were still comical in a way, especially with Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. I know Jet Li's own was more
Bruce Lee and Jet were more serious.
Yeah, they were more Jet Li was just more of flying.
Yeah,
imagine you flying everywhere. So it's so fun, and it's so nice that was something that actually built that flair for something, and it became something that is this beautiful. So now your signature stunt imprint was on A Very Dirty Christmas. I got it right this time around. And it's a cinema project.
Yeah.
How was the experience working on that production for you?
Okay, I was a stunt performer in the project, experience, nothing out of the ordinary. It was just calm, they beat us up. Basically, that's what it is. Costume up, the main actor beats you like you're a thief. You get. It was a fight scene, a huge fight scene. You get. So we had different guys fighting each other. So I fought two guys. Then I fought with Ike Obona, he's the star of the film. You get. So shout out to Advocacy. He was the main choreographer for the project. Oh, okay. But alongside, I work with him on the project.
So let me ask you a question. If it was like a real fight, do you think you would have beaten those people that were beating?
Or Ike?
Do you think you would have beaten him mercilessly?
See, Ike, I don't know if he's gonna see this, but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna beat him.
You are gonna beat him? Wow.
Because I've been training for the longest time.
Wow.
Ike has all those.
I don't think it's by myself.
Leave all those walls.
Did you see how Jack Chan used to,
Yeah, I mean, film fight is different from real fights, right?
Yeah.
But we know the real thing as well.
Okay.
Somebody said it's a martial art.
Forget that one. Even me, I guess skill.
I agree.
I think after this, you have to actually create a match because you say you have skills. There's a person that if you touch you faint.
It's on the show I want to
know. I don't want to be saying all those things. Yeah, it's censored.
Alright, so let's look at this because many people, like you said, in you working on A Very Dirty Christmas, we have some fighting, and many people have that notion so that it's just fighting. You understand? So let's look at the misconception that people might have that okay, you just fight, you fall down dramatically, and that is what does a stunt performer actually do behind the scene?
Okay, when you talk about stunts, it's people think stunt is just fighting. Yeah, it's broad. It's a very big department. Just that over here in Nollywood, because of budget, because strictly, I like to use budgets. So one person tends to do the whole job. You get, but over there in Hollywood, you have the stunt director, stunt coordinator, stunt performer, stunt producer, stunts.
It's a department on its own.
Wow. You get
just like you have every other crew.
Exactly. The way you have DOP and cam operator, sound, you get
costumes.
Exactly. So now in stunts, we have people that their department in stunts is just to ride cars and crash them, ride bikes and cars. Those are stunt riders and stuff, right? And then we'll have people that are strictly fight choreographers, fight performers. We'll have people that are stunt performers, swimmers. It goes along.
So you have different specialties for different people.
Exactly. But then we still have people like us that can do every bit of it. We're not masters of every craft, right? But we have an idea.
Yeah, at least you have an idea of it.
And that's what literally makes you the stunt coordinator or stunt director. Because you have an idea of, just like a film director, you must not know how to act perfectly or how to edit, but you have an idea
of every department.
Exactly. So that's when you can say that, oh, he's the stunt director. So what was the question?
The
people think that it is dramatic.
Okay.
So what do you do behind the scene
okay,
now?
what we do behind the scene is literally what I just mentioned, but to emphasize more on it, it's about I'm looking for the best language. So stunts is make believe.
Yeah.
Right. Just like a film is make believe, but stunts is even more of a make, because when I am fighting with someone on screen, the idea I'm selling to the audience is that I want to kill this guy. I want to rip your head off. You even see that the way I slide. But then, in reality, I am not hurting this guy. I mean, mistakes happen, right?
Yeah.
But then, the idea is to play it safe. I'm not trying to beat him. I'm not trying to hurt him. So, but I'm making you believe. You're like, on your screen. I played a clip of, there was a film I did with The General. You know The General? So, Lost Samurai is on YouTube. I played the clip of when he killed me. He cut off my neck. I played it for my mom. Yeah.
I can't imagine that look.
So
no.
She was like, her reaction felt so real. Like you think I was actually there. She couldn't watch it.
Yes.
She left. So, and that's make believe. That's what we are trying to do, right? So what the stunts department does. So we do a lot of things, right? We are shadows on set. When I mean shadows, we tend to do things that at the end of the day you don't even know who did it, right? For instance, a stunt double, a stunt man doubles for an actor.
Yeah,
you see an actor jumps off a bridge, and then you are like, oh my god, this actor is so cool. Meanwhile, it's a stunt performer doing it, right?
But at the end of the day, you get to see the actor.
And you get to see the actor, right? But then, so the stunt guy there is a shot, and that's our job basically. You are just there to do, and we don't complain. I mean, we complain, but to an extent we don't complain because
that's that extent. Is it because the money is lucrative that's why I don't complain, or what?
I mean, the money self deal, the money follow, but then there are some kind of recognition that we are also
we're
asking for, more credits and all of that. So,
and I think I quite agree with that. There are a lot of beautiful people behind the camera that doesn't get enough credit for their job, because you are just making an actor look more like a superhero to you, whereas you are the one that did the hard job.
Have strength to do all the scenes.
Exactly. So I think I quite understand. It's not all about money. Recognition sometimes goes beyond money, because through recognition you can get more gig that are even bigger than what you would actually want.
I mean, you said it all, because our industry don't. Hopefully we'll get there, but right now, I mean, we are getting there. Unlike 5 years ago, 10 years ago, right? But before, like somewhere around 8 years ago or 7 years ago, I don't want to take it too far. Stunt was not a thing in Nollywood. It has always been,
but not so grounded.
Exactly.
It wasn't the best.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry about that.
I mean, we are not there yet. We are not the best here. We are still growing. We are still working.
We are way better.
We are way better. I agree.
I can't imagine watching Stunt of those times, please.
And we enjoyed it those times. That's
we did, because we didn't know. We didn't know
better.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so now imagine watching something of way back. I'm like, bro, we could have done better. Exactly. So it's like that. I think I do understand that. But Nollywood is becoming such a huge space, huge industry, and we are getting to that milestone where people get to see a beautiful job. And I'm so happy that we're talking to someone that does stunt for as a job.
Yeah.
This is not something that's maybe like during that time that I was doing katana.
Nah, it's not a hobby.
That I would think that nobody would make money from this thing, but now look at it. So I think it's also quite interesting to have you on the program so that people that also want to go in line, or people that actually have the mindset. Some people's kids are learning karate just for fun, but they don't know if they can use this for something more beautiful.
Actually.
So now you work in movies. We've spoken about that. You work in I don't know. We've not spoken about the music videos and also social media content. Which of these spaces is the most demanding physically and mentally for you?
When we say, all of them are demanding. It depends on the content itself, the story, the whole concept behind what you're working on. But when you talk about mentally, mentally is movies, honestly, because if it's a social media content, maybe under 48 hours max, or the longest you can shoot a social media content, you're done in 48 hours, right?
How many minutes video is that? 48
I'm just saying, like, maybe you don't get to finish the shoot today. But movies, when you're on a set for 2 months, right? Do I need to say more?
And then you have to retake.
Right, and then you have very little time to rehearse, you're on set trying to, so the whole thing is mentally draining, so I can't really say this is, but if I'm to answer, if I'm to have an answer, it should be movies.
Okay, can I ask if you've actually sustained any major injury, or someone that has sustained a major injury?
Someone that I know, a lot of us are sustained. See, this, I'll be honest, I'm talking to people that want to start doing stunts. You and injury, this is you guys. You are not like this. This is you.
5 and 6.
Yes. You just have to. The thing about wanting to do this job or doing this job, you have to be mentally strong before you are physically strong. People think it's about the physical strength. People see me and they don't know I do stunts. They don't even need to know. But when I tell them, they still don't believe, because they're like, you don't look like him. You have to be, how? Did they write up for face? How do I need to look like him?
I take it back. I'm not doing stunting.
So you need to build your mindset that the worst can happen.
The worst can happen.
Yeah, you need to be that mentally ready. That's what's gonna influence your physical state before you do any dangerous stunts. You need to be like it's just like joining the army, life and death. But we plan for the best, right? We overthink the best. As you are overthinking the worst, you are putting the best in front. You are telling God that, God, I beg you, make I no go injury. So, but speaking of injuries, I've not had any life-threatening one, but I've enjoyed a lot. And I mean a lot. I've enjoyed a lot. And I think the worst I've had was the one that I suffered the pain for over 4 months, 3 months. It was on my waist. I did a flip. Not even flip. Someone threw me. It's a judo throw on a hard concrete floor. There was no mat. There was no safety.
Was there no mat?
It was me being naive. That was like 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. So sometimes the adrenaline is just there. You don't care about what's gonna happen. You're not thinking. You just want to do it.
Okay.
And that was like the 3rd take. I didn't like the first 3 takes.
Don't like those.
I don't wait. I'm sorry. You didn't like the showing on the floor.
Yeah. See, that's the thing about the job, right? When you get, it's just like, what do you love to do? I'm asking you on a personal level.
Well, for me, I love writing sometimes.
You love writing.
Yeah.
Have you not been in a situation where you write and you're like, nah, you cancel it?
Yeah, I just want
I know, but the writing is different from the one
it's the same thing. It's the same. You want to look your best on camera.
I get that.
Right? You want the audience to look at it and be like, wow.
But not before fights now.
Exactly. Like, no.
You guys
I don't want to. I get it.
If you say you get it, then you have to agree with me.
I can't understand. Yeah. But the one thing I'm trying to look at is that I'm passionate about it.
You can't do this because of the money.
You have to do because of passion.
No, the money is important. Right now, I'm chasing the money. Those times I was all about
the passion.
Right? Now I'm looking for give me $1 billion, right? But you have the passion has to come first.
Yes.
Before the money.
If you are doing it for the money, nah.
You won't bring your best to the game.
Yeah, I get your point. If you don't like a take, you can go as many times.
As a matter of fact, now stunt people they tell director say this shot no fit go. Say they want to do them again.
Because at the end of the day, this affects your own performance.
Exactly, and it's also a mental thing that come on, I can do better. Right?
More mental
not
calculation.
I think this thing I was talking about made me remember the arguments I do have because I'm a huge lover of wrestling.
Oh, okay.
So now my father also we watch wrestling in my house. I think only my mom that doesn't really, she's not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of boxing because I don't like anybody. But my parents do watch.
Wrestling is okay.
Yeah, so they will say wrestling is fun. I would say, how come people be training themselves? And people will say they are playing. Which kind of play now is that? Because they will literally be training themselves on. It's not even on that mat alone. They do use chairs to eat each other. You can see marks, but you say it's entertainment. I say,
it is.
How can you be beating yourself up for entertainment? I just don't like when you associate the word play, because to me, I can feel from there. Sometimes you see blood. Sometimes you see how. Yes, they are. I think I agree that their speech is for fun, but I don't ever want to be in that ring and say I'm playing with somebody, because that's what it's giving me. Because you're telling me now that you enjoy the fact that I have not done my best. I have to give my best, so I have to do whatever it takes. Even if you think it's entertainment, I will suffer the pain for that. I think that's why I don't like.
But you
action
love wrestling,
film.
though.
I love wrestling so much.
So how are you contradicting what
No,
you
I'm saying that people do say that wrestling is just for entertainment. Like, it's just fun. They're not fighting. But for me, I feel like they are eating each other. They are hurting each other.
Wrestling is sports entertainment.
Yes.
They are actually hitting each other, but not. You can't compare it to boxing.
Exactly. Right? I can't. So that's my problem. Then I realize it's like, it's just for fun. It's not fun as long as for me. As long as somebody is actually going through pain, and you just said it right now that you injured your waist.
Yeah, I did.
You still went back to it, and I think that's why right now, if you are chasing more of money, you tend to think of also the long term, because if you have an injury that would render you just not doing anything anymore, there's no gain in both of them.
Yeah. You stated something earlier. Talking about fight choreography and all that. You talk about injuries. You talk about obviously, but what are the safety measures that you take, or as stunt performers that they need to take to ensure that their lives, because at the end of the day, you don't want to render yourself, paralyzed or anything. So, what safety measures do you personally take whenever you want to go for all these performances?
Okay. First off, forget the fact I said I've injured, or maybe I want to do this 100 times just to get the best shots. At the back of your head, you know that you need to be safe. You need to do it so that you can be able to do another job, right? And also, this profession is not unlike a normal actor that you can act for till when you die. Actors don't retire. Right? If you are 10 years, you play a 10-year-old role. If you are 100 years, you play a 100-old man role, right? But at some point, as a stuntman, you have to step back. You have to pull back, because our body is our tool, right? And then you won't, naturally, you can't be strong forever. I mean, Jackie Chan still makes his own films, but you can't compare Jackie Chan of 1990s till now. He uses a lot of stunt doubles now. He uses CGI, VFX and all of that. And I feel like even in a few years' time, he will quit entirely and probably just be a director, producer, or just an actor, right? So safety is key. Safety is the first thing to do. Back then, when we are still naive and adrenaline rush, we just want to jump, just do it, But we grow wiser, get to know that, because those times nothing they really bother us. Just the shoot, just they go ahead. But now I know that I guess I have a life now. I guess build family. I guess you get so you are getting more. So safety measures, there are a lot of them, and it depends on the stunts you are about to do. It depends on what the project is about, right? So if it's a basic fight scene, you have to design the choreography first, so if it's from the choreography that you know the safety that you need. For instance, that fall I was talking about, if it has to do with the fight, then there has to be some kind of mat, right? And if it's going to be too heavy, you have to have some kind of padding on your costume,
Okay.
right? You got essential places like your elbows, your knees, your like joints that you get exactly. If you have to do with your head landing, you know, helmets and all of. So, there are a lot of safety measures. If it's a swimming stunt, you obviously have to know how to swim. You have to breathe underwater. You know how long you last before they can evacuate. You know, a lot of it. If it's car crashing, you have to guard your the same thing I just mentioned. So a lot of safety measures. It depends on what you are doing. You get.
I don't the reason my career now.
But let me quickly ask you questions. But then if the movie has to show your head hitting the floor, is it through editing we're going to see that, or because if you are flipping and then you're landing, the helmets cannot show. So how does that work?
Okay, so stunt is not on its own in movies.
Okay.
Right. In fact, a film is a collaborative work, right? So we have other departments that we work in hand with. So there is the SFX department, there's the prosthetics department, there is the what's it called, VFX, CGI, right? So when a stunt is too tasking that the performer, like something that is very risky that the performer just can't pull off naturally, that's where some of these departments come in. So when in regards to what the question you asked, if it's something that we need to see clearly that, oh, this guy's head hits this wall, right? The props, the art department can have a soft surface there, right? We actually hit it, and the VFX would, you know, do their thing. SFX, blood. So it goes a long way, right?
I think I don't understand where you said
it's film trick.
When it comes to Nollywood.
So now all the song we go, I don't know if you feel like
what's going on? Yeah, you feel like your heart is about to rip out. Like imagine your favorite actor jumping or hitting their head, you would just
feel it, right? Talking about favorite actors, because you know you get to see Hollywood. These guys can train for months, you know, to perform all of this. But in Nollywood, you mentioned budgets. How does it work with these actors? Because most of the time we think they are the ones performing all these things. You see them doing this thing, but how do you, as a stunt performer, work, you know, effectively to show that we see them, but you are the ones performing the stunts?
Okay. So Nollywood, unlike Hollywood, right? They have the money, they have the equipment, the technology, and all of that, right? And then that's why some actors over there can do 1 film in a year or even 2 years. They can work on a single production for a whole year, right? And then they are good for like the next 3 years. But over here, which actor want to do 1 film in
for
1 year? How will you survive except you have other business and stuff like that, right? So our industry has done it in a way that, I mean, budget goes a long way, because when those people over there in Hollywood, an actor can train for 6 months for a project. When Keanu Reeves did, I don't know if you know this film, Man of Tai Chi. It's a very old film. It's one of The Matrix. The Matrix. I think Man of Tai Chi came before The Matrix. You know, The Matrix is an old film from Keanu Reeves. So he trained close to 1 year for that role. Right? He was not anything of a martial artist or a fighter. He had to train strictly. And then at the end of the day, he looks very convincing. You'll be like, oh, this guy is, you get. So, but we don't have that luxury here, because sometimes you get to train actors for the highest you can get to train actors here is like 1 month. I mean, it could be more than that. I can't say for sure, but from what I've heard and experiences, you get after you get 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
So even sometimes right on set.
Exactly.
Some people you do it on set. Maybe camera is about to, you are showing the actor do this, and then they will go on set and do another. I've been in situations where I won't mention the project or the film, but when we choreographed with the actor, we told him, see what you're gonna do. He's using a weapon, all of that. You know, we've practiced, like we did the dry run like 5 times already, more than 5 times, right? Or behind the camera, like somewhere in the corner. And then when we got on set, the actor switched up and started hitting everybody. Yeah.
started hitting all the stuntmen outside of our choreography. And guess what? Some of them sustained, even though the weapon was not a real one, but it was the intensity, and because you don't know what is called, you are coming to the actor with the choreography that we did, and it's hitting you in the face. And then you have to act, you have to fall. The show goes on. Yeah.
Wow.
And by the time the director says cut, you are looking at your hand, you are seeing blood. So that's what can you? I mean, these are the structures that we are working on.
Yes.
You know, things that we are trying to revolutionize, because it cannot continue like that. You are putting the life of stuntmen. So that it boils down to all these safety things that we're talking about. If you can't go outside choreography, you just start. So we'll talk about that later. So over here we don't have that. First of all, stunts we are still coming around, right? So, but sometimes producers or directors will be like, you should be able to do this in 2 days now, 1 week now, you guess, and you are letting them know that no, you need time, right? And then they also don't want to bring in stunt doubles. They want the actor to do it, and you are telling that it's not going to look so good. So, but at the end of the day, when they see that, oh, the actor cannot really do it, they now get doubles, right? So.
Nice of them to do. But let's quickly, apart from the injury that you sustained with your waist, what is also another one that you sustained that you felt like, oh, this is also very, very bad?
Yeah, I've had a shoulder pull. Yeah, I can once maybe you sometimes it comes around.
All those kind of injury.
Yeah, it was about 2 months too that I felt it. Yeah,
wow. So
my left
did
shoulder.
they put it back in place immediately?
Yeah, it was after 2 days. I didn't start feeling it until after 2 days. Yeah, I didn't start feeling it until so it just felt like a normal ache. Because I mean, we always have body pains. If you are my friend, whenever you ask me how far, I just say I'm fine. But I feel some kind of pain sometimes. My close friends know. So I felt like it was just one of it that when I sleep and wake up, because most times when you sleep and wake up, our body has been conditioned.
Yes.
Okay, like I went to train yesterday, so I'm feeling a bit of soreness right now.
Yes.
But I know that by tomorrow I'll be good.
You'll be good.
Right.
Okay.
So I felt like it was one of those. But then after 2 days, it became very intense, and I couldn't feel. So I had to go and they put it back.
So how many times do you train, or how many?
I mean, I train often, but sometimes life can get busy, career can get busy. So, but anyhow, I just keep it at least once in a week, no matter how busy I am. Just maybe 2 hours, do something. Yeah.
Alright. So has there been at any point in time you feel like this is not just a career path? I would do.
Yes. A lot of times.
A
lot of times.
So
I can imagine.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. I'll be honest.
I want to know.
Okay. This didn't start looking like a career officially until like, for me, I'm not saying for every other person, for me personally, it didn't start looking like a career path until like maybe, let me say 3 years ago, or even 2.5 years ago. I mean, I've been doing this for over, like, the stunts. I started martial arts before stunts, right? But the stunts going on is over like 6 to 7 years now. But it didn't start looking like something that would give me money until like 3 years ago. Yes. So all those other years behind it was just me working on my stuff, creating my content and all of that. So all those times, a lot of people, I've heard a lot of things. People are telling you that, what the fuck are you doing? This is like one of the comments that I would never forget. Is printed in my head. Was a girl. I posted a video of me training, my martial art and all of that, and she responded to me, was like, "What are you doing? This is something my kid brother."
Wow.
My kid brother done after he finished watching it. She meant it as a joke. She meant it as a joke, but at the time, because there are some times that you are thinking about your life. You are just trying to, find a balance to things. Like you are depressed and stuff. And it came at that time when I was that down.
Social
You know,
media,
I was that down, and I saw this thing. It felt so, and then I went back to look at my stuff, and really, it started looking like what she said. Like,
it was messing with you.
Hey, can't they be like, now this thing what they do, like, and then you look at the industry that I am working on, and you see, I mean, there are other stunts. A lot of them, my seniors, them with the. You get, I look at them, I'm like, okay, I want to get to where they are too, but I feel like, no, we can be more, right? So, and that more is what I'm still working on, we are working on, because I can't really, I have other people I look up to, right, in Hollywood and other industries, but they say charity begins at home. So when I look at the things that, you know, the way they carry this particular part, I mean, I do other things, right? So the stunt is one of the things I do. So somehow you just have to motivate yourself. But along the line, I've had, even my family said, the day my dad, he's late now though, but the day he found out I was doing martial arts behind his back, my mom knew first. But the day he found out I was doing martial arts, he didn't like the idea at all. He was very pissed off about it. But then I kept on training, you know, so he kept on complaining about it.
Was it because of safety reasons?
No, he didn't just like, nobody is doing this in my family.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
What am I saying family? In my whole kindred, in my whole extended, I would even like to say my community. Or maybe, okay, there is one other guy that is boxing in my community. But nobody's doing, so you can just imagine, and I'm a last born. So it's not like I'm following anybody's footsteps or anything. I just stand. So it felt so odd. And so to say, there was a time I was the black sheep of the family. So he's now feeling like, oh, I'm doing something
so different from everyone else. Right?
So he was not getting it. He was not getting, and at the time I wanted to be an engineer, and then you are doing, like, what do you want to do exactly with your life? You understand? So nobody saw the vision. So that's one thing I always tell people. I mean, I've not gotten, in fact, I'm not even halfway to the place I'm going to. The journey is too long. But so far, from what I've experienced, from what I've gathered, if you have a vision in your head, and you are truly convinced that this is what you want to do, you see the light, you dream of it, you overthink the best out of it, don't let nobody discourage you. They will come, family members, friends, church people, peers, they will talk. It's a long time, you go far. So yeah.
I think I understand when it comes to Nigerian parents, when you do something that is just out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Imagine before, people don't have issues with their kids becoming a content creator. Like 5 years back. What do you mean you want to be a content creator? You know, like,
engineering, doctor, lawyer, stuff like that.
When you know, like 10 years back, you want to be an actress. What do you want to do? Like, you're not serious with your life. You're not doing it. So it's always fun to now see that things that our parents used to think were not visible enough or would make us earn a good living, and now something that, in fact, some parents are buying their children gadgets, you know, to start content creation. Imagine if all our parents has got, some people's parents has actually allowed them to do content creation. Imagine where they would have been by now.
A lot of potentials has died because of parents' influence, like parents not wanting their kids to do a lot of things. And I mean, as much as my family did not really see the reason at the time, they also didn't pin me down. And I'm grateful for that, you know, because if they had, I wouldn't be here today.
Exactly.
Right.
So let's walk us through the journey of what goes through your mind when you want to do a very risky stunt. You know, you're about to do something like what exactly what are your thought process at that particular time?
First of all, you pray to God. You ask God, Baba,
help me.
This is not the time.
I want to live to do more.
This is not the time. And then after you pray to God, no matter how nervous, no matter how risky it is, you have to remove the fear of your mind. Because if you are afraid, trust me, you are going to make that mistake that you have thought of. Right.
And that's not with fear.
Exactly. So you have to kill that fear first. Then you don't overthink it, because I mean, you've been practicing, right? You have the draft already, you know what you want to do. You don't overthink it, you just wait for the action and you get to it.
It's really that simple. It's not complicated. Trust me.
Okay, I trust you because you are the stunt performer.
Yeah, trust me.
So you mentioned so many things. You know, we've talked about budgets, filmmakers. We've talked about the mental planning you know engage in, the physical strength you need, and all of those things. So in all of these things, what do you actually think is the future for this industry now? You know, many young people are coming, they're aspiring also, they love what they see. And sometimes the money they will get at the end of the day might not be encouraged. And you've shared your story, your family might not support you and all of this. But what do you think? Because you also talk about recognition and credits, all of those things. So what exactly is the future for this stunt industry?
Okay. The first money I made as a stunt performer, actually, because I went to perform for a production. That was 2023. Yeah. Like I said, you didn't start feeling like a career until that part where I made money. Like someone paid me to do stuff. I'm like, something I can do for free, like something I've been falling.
What am I doing?
Do you get? So it was at that point that my mindset changed towards it. I called my mom that day that I made money from this thing. Yeah, I did. As a matter of fact, I lied. I had to like double the money.
I understand.
Yeah, just so she would, see.
Mom is going to watch this.
So
she will understand. So, but then it felt so good. I mean, the money no go far at the time, but it felt so good that I can actually make money from this, right? So, up until now we are looking for the bigger bag, right? So the future of stunts in Nigeria, in Africa, is bright. You know, so some people might say different, but personally, I believe it is bright because we are working. We are working on revolutionizing stunts in Nigeria, in Africa. We are planning to be the best. So
that's good.
This is to everyone. Yeah, this is to everyone that wants to start doing stunts. You just have to,
including me. Yeah.
You're welcome to. Just have to make up your mind. But first of all, you need to tell yourself the truth. Is this what you really want to do? So I just feel like the industry, because right now we have a new wave of young filmmakers. Coming up with fresh ideas, brilliant ideas, and then you have AI coming up. So people are saying AI will replace our work. Nah, I don't think it ever comes.
I think it will enhance, but I agree with you because there's some movies these days that are imputing AI in, and they look really weird.
Exactly. They look really I feel like it will come to a time where people will start looking for original content, begging for original content, human content.
Yes.
So the point is, this new generation of creatives with fresh ideas and all of that are going to bring in things that would introduce, will call for more stunt people. There will be demand of stunts in a few years coming. So, and I believe that we'll be there to make that change. We'll be there to make that impact. And more people are gonna join us. We are not a lot now, but
definitely I believe so because I saw your video on X. You tagged Kemi Adetiba for forthcoming production, this tool. So hopefully Kemi will see that. And
looking for. I was in To Kill a Monkey's audition. 2022. I was number 704.
What?
Yeah.
You're not even tired by that time.
That was my second week in Lagos.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Yeah. I came to Lagos and the upper week I went to Kemi's audition. It's a crazy story. You know what I hear. But I left. I didn't get to audition.
You didn't get to audition.
Yeah, I didn't. How? I was there. I was there, and guess what? At the end of the day, there were about more than 2,000 people.
Definitely.
And I looked at it and then more than 50 people has not auditioned by the time I left. So I just
what time did you get there?
I was quite late. I got there around somewhere 10 o'clock.
Are you ready for?
The auditions where they go for normal time
This is
is that.
Lagos State. This is
Right,
Lagos State.
right. So, I mean, we know better now.
But you know that with this stunts, Kevin has no choice.
She would have to look for you.
Hopefully,
Trust
Auntie Kemi, Ejo, we can do it.
We can do it.
All right.
Yeah.
So before we allow you go, it has been a beautiful conversation.
Thank you.
But let's test you with a very quick rapid fire round. This one, you just have to give us one word answer if possible.
Let's go.
Anything
I trust you.
You know,
I
just
trust
like
you.
should we water the ground?
No, let's have it.
All right.
Let's have it. I trust him.
So let's go. Kike starts with us.
Okay, favorite action movie of all time?
The Raid.
Okay.
You came prepared though.
You came prepared though.
Yeah.
You have to throw him off. Let's
All
go.
right. Hollywood actor you love to work with?
Chris Hemsworth.
Okay, that was slow. I love that. Most painful stunt ever.
Most
Painful stunt ever.
Oh, the waste thing I talked about now. The throw.
Okay, one thing people always get wrong with stunt performance.
Stunt performance.
Yeah.
Stunt performance or stunt performance?
Stunt performance. One thing people always get wrong with it.
Is that
One word.
Okay, one word.
One word. It's not a name, just one word.
Shit. Unrealistic.
Oh, okay.
You see now?
That's good. Action movies or martial art movies?
Action movies.
Wow.
Seriously.
All I've thought
I thought you were
Exactly.
Martial arts was in the 90s and we've gone past that.
Okay.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
I mean, there is still martial arts right now, but Nigerians, we don't need to make martial arts.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
yeah.
leave it for the Chinese people.
Yes.
In fact, Bollywood don't need to make martial arts.
Yes, they have their own type of.
Is synonymous to Japanese, Chinese, Koreans. The sword ninja thing. Hollywood will make a mess at martial arts.
Interesting.
I think that's why it always looks weird too. Sometimes when we use all these sword fights.
Yes,
Because it's not realistic
exactly.
to our upbringing.
Yes. I mean, I've done it in.
If it's
I can still do it now as a content and stuff.
Yeah,
but,
I think it's like incantation, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is our own. We
Yeah.
embody that.
All right, so thanks so much for joining on the conversation.
Thank you
It's
so
been
much.
so nice.
Thank you.
And you made me sure that you don't do stunts alone. You do other things. So
Yeah.
what other things do you do?
Okay, you go far.
Okay.
Okay, let me pitch myself to the audience. Hello guys, my name is Abi Kasmia Eze. I'm a filmmaker, which makes me a film director and a film producer and a screenwriter. I'm an actor. I can do anything that has to do with acting. That is not bad. Then I'm a stunt director, a stunt performer, a stunt coordinator. I'm a cinematographer. I'm a video editor and graphics designer and visual effects artist. And I'm alive.
All right. You go like other people. They go do film. Now they go do right now.
Yeah, a lot of my short
I was
films,
waiting for
my
you to say,
credits
I
be
can
like
sing,
that.
or I can write.
That's one thing I don't.
Thanks so much. Yeah. I've said that I've been times now.
I enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to because we are talking. The show is about stunts.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be right that I don't shout out to my ogas, my colleagues, and the ones coming up. So I don't know if that works.
No, that works.
Alright.
That's good.
So shout out to all the stunts people in Nigeria, in Africa that's trying to change the narrative, that's pushing it, the action creators and all of that. Shout out to Mr. Lollywood, shout out to Tough Bone, shout out to Ebel Chivik, shout out to Adam's Effect, shout out to Zoe Tony, shout out to the General, shout out to Mr. Glitch. What am I missing?
And heavy.
Shout out to Crazy Stones, shout out to Sensei Pierce, shout out to everyone, shout out to what's this guy? Soms Fade.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to my stunt team. Yeah, the main stunt team.
Yeah, you should not forget them.
I
Anyway.
can't mention their names one by one, but yeah, shout out to them. Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to everyone. We are the future.
Yeah, so the future is here.
The future is here.
Definitely everybody is going to see the spark the future brings for us. We have to go on to other parts of the show right now, so stay with us as we continue with the show.
Oh wow, what an incredible conversation right there. Today we've learned that behind every punch, every crash, and every action-packed moment on screen, there is preparation, discipline, sacrifice, and serious creativity.
Absolutely, Remofair. Stunt performance are truly some of the unsung heroes of entertainment.
Absolutely, I can't agree. I can't agree. Less or more. Whatever it is. So a big thank you to our guest, AB Kasmi Eze, for joining us today.
And I think before we actually move on, we should let you know that the segment that is next to this one is where we dive into the world of movies with incredible
help to push the boundaries of action storytelling in Nollywood and spotlighted the creativity of stunt performance behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes. All right, number 5, we have Oloture. I don't know why this movie would not make this list. This movie is an amazing one. I haven't got to see it, but I know if I've seen it. I don't know how many times
trust me. I've watched it a couple of times.
Okay, so I haven't gotten to see it. If you don't know me, you should know by now, but I'm not really a fan of crazy dramas. But I'll try my best to see this one. I've seen bit by bit of the movie, just like Blood Sister. I think I didn't get past that butchering scene, and I just left it. I'm not in that right frame of mind to watch movies like that. But I do try. I do try sometimes, to watch films like that. I watch Black Book now.
Yeah, you try.
I watched Black Book. So, although Oloture is not a full-blown action film, Oloture contains emotionally charged escape scenes, violent confrontations, and survival-based physical performances that require discipline, stunt coordination, and realism. Absolutely. And what does it stand out? The realistic survival action, emotional physical performances, controlled chaos in crowd scenes, raw and immersive movement design.
Yeah, I saw it was really so. All of these scenes are highlighted. I mean, they give the stunt performance in the movie a pass mark.
I think Oloture also make me remember 3 Cold Dishes. I think it almost is. I wouldn't say they are similar in the storytelling, but I'll say they are similar in journey, just like trafficking and stuff like that. So also 3 Cold Dishes also is not more of fighting and stuff like that. But I think maybe 3 Cold Dishes has more crimes, violent scene compared to Oloture. Yeah.
All right, coming on number 4 spot is no other movie than Good evening and welcome to News Highlights on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Iremofe Kofoworola. And now to the news highlights. The federal government, in partnership with the African Development Bank, has launched the Nigeria Aircraft Leasing Company to address financing and aircraft procurement challenges facing local airlines. The initiative is expected to boost investor confidence and support indigenous carriers. The federal government has commenced the modernization of grazing reserves nationwide as part of effort to resolve recurring farmer-herder conflicts. Authorities say the initiative will improve livestock production, food security, and rural stability. The Nigerian Labour Congress has criticized worsening economic conditions and insecurity across the country in its Eid el-Kabir message. The union says rising inflation, food costs, and insecurity continue to weaken the welfare of Nigerians. Central bank data shows that cash held outside Nigeria's banking system fell by over 100 billion naira between February and April 2026. Analysts say the development signals increased banking liquidity and improved formal financial participation. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has called for stronger mentorship and equal opportunities for women in the maritime industry. The MASA says gender inclusion is critical to achieving global competitiveness and in Nigeria's blue economy. And now, food and beverage manufacturers have raised concerns over multiple taxation and proposed restrictions on sachet alcoholic drinks. Industry leaders warn that excessive regulations could threaten investments and increase unemployment. India has increased crude oil import from Nigeria following shipping disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz linked to Middle East crisis. Analysts say Nigeria is benefiting from India's strategy to diversify energy sources. The Economic Intelligence Unit says the operational expansion of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery is reducing Nigeria's dependence on imported fuel and easy pressure on foreign exchange demand. And in other developments, Moneypoint Incorporated has announced a 3 billion naira investment to establish innovation hubs in 3 federal universities. The project will support training in software engineering, artificial intelligence, robotics, and data science. Nigeria's FMDQ Securities Exchange debt market has reached a historic value of 118 trillion naira. Financial experts attribute the growth to increased government borrowing and rising corporate debt reassurance. The National Single Window Platform says operational adjustments have reduced migration disputes with the Standard Organization of Nigeria by 60%. Officials say technical integration challenges are gradually being resolved. Brent oil prices fell to $95 per barrel following reports of a possible ceasefire arrangement involving Iran and the United States. The development raised hopes of east tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. That was the news highlights, and thank you so much for watching. Do not forget to follow us across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. I am Ire Mofe Kofoworola.